Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Catch World Cup round of 16. This is going to be our first match of the weekend, China versus Brazil. And I'm Snow Leopard here with Zach today. Zach, how you doing?
Doing all right tonight. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing just fine. Ready to see this exciting match between just a real giant of the tournament, China, and then Brazil, which is trying to get a good placement this year and has a pretty good team. They are going to be up against a pretty tough match here, though.
Yeah, I do not envy them right now.
Yeah, this is going to be mostly trying to survive, I imagine, but I'm hoping we can see them take a point or two. That'd be pretty hype.
They definitely have the ability to do that.
Yeah, I think their biggest struggle is going to be China roster is just full of veterans. A lot of people who've played many World Cups, and Brazil has a few players that have played it multiple as well, but they also have two newcomers, Endo and Makenchi, I believe.
Another thing for China is that they just have pretty much every single mod covered.
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty tough for Brazil to try and take any points, but see what they can do. So it looks like we might be getting started with the rolls pretty soon here.
Any roll predictions?
You know, I saw some pretty low rolls in some of the previous matches I was commentating. I want to say it was like a 16 and an 18, something to that effect. So I'm going to predict probably something in the mid-50s this time. It's time for RNG to even it out. What about you?
I'm going to go for a 94.
Ooh. Well, almost there. We got an 80 from Brazil.
Guess we're waiting now for probably Dusk.
Yeah, Dusk contemplating just how he wants to type in the roll command. It's all about the technique.
And a 61. Wait, I think. Is that?
Ooh, yeah, an 81. So the technique
Okay.
paid off. China winning the roll by 1 point.
The text was kind of small. I could not read it well enough.
Yeah, I was like, I can't tell if that's an 8 or 6, but yeah, it was an 81. So
By
China
1
can be winning
point.
the roll. So as we can see, a ref putting in chat there now, Brazil going to be banning first, then China will have their ban and their first pick. So China in the driver's seat right now. Going to try and start this one out with a good first point, but hey, if Brazil could take a break point right off the bat, that would be incredible and a really great start to the match.
Yeah, that would be a huge motivational boost.
So I guess another question is, what is Brazil going to ban? And I guess for that matter, what's China going to ban? It's like China is going to be so good on every mod, there isn't really anything to go for. Then maybe low AR hidden. China had really good qualifier scores for that. So that might be the go-to for the ban from Brazil. I have no idea what China's going to ban.
Yeah, there's not really any telling because they don't really have any weaknesses here.
Speaking of the Chinese roster, looks like two of the players are going to be swapped over to the tournament server and joining in the lobby. We are still waiting for that ban from Brazil.
looks like they are still discussing their ban.
You know, it's a hard decision, especially when you're up against a team like China, or like we said, they just have so many strengths. You really got to think about what you want to do. But it looks like they have made their decision. It's going to be double time too.
Yeah, double time is probably one of China's stronger mods.
Yeah, a little sad to see the Nanahira map banned out, but Brazil's got to do what they can to try and get a point here, or at least protect themselves from a point being taken from them. I'm a little surprised they didn't go for one of the lower AR hiddens, but perhaps they've been practicing it and think they have a good shot.
Yeah, for Hidden, I'm not even sure who on their team would actually be playing that aside from Predominator.
Yeah, I was just double checking what the AR was. So Hidden 1 is that low AR pick, and it's AR 8.3. So not, I mean, crazy low yet. We are still in round of 16, but fairly low. That might be a dangerous pick that China could take now, but we still need a ban from them, and then we'll see what their first pick's going to be. While we're waiting for that ban, let's take a look at what these matchups might look like for win or lose. The winner of this match is going to be up against the winner of the France-Italy match, and the loser will be up against either United Kingdom or Norway in the losers bracket.
Oh, we've got our ban and pick.
Ooh.
Looks like China is banning Nomad 4 and they're picking DT3.
All right, yeah, so maybe double time, a good ban choice from Brazil. China starting off double time right out the gate, double time 3.
And it's a banger at that.
Okay, yeah, I had to look at the map. We'll confirm that. Yeah, so the length being shown on screen right now is before double time is applied. So this is going to be a really short map to start off with. It's going to be 1 minute and 36 seconds. Looks like China's going to be starting off with Crystal, Kalionet, and Kuvir playing this double time map. And meanwhile, Brazil has brought in Endao, Kenshi, and Thanar. It's actually interesting playing their 2 players that are brand new to CWC this year, right out of the gate.
Yeah, a little surprised that I don't see Duskin right now.
Gee, yeah, that's a good point. I wonder if Dusk is in the match yet. Can't remember who did the role.
Pretty sure it was Dusk.
Okay, yeah. So, sitting out for this one.
He just didn't want to play this one because it's just, I guess he just didn't feel like doing double time.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, it is a pretty short map. Maybe he's finishing up their strategy.
Looks like we're about to get started now.
Yeah, so these rosters will be locked in. We're going to go ahead and get started with this short 1.5 minutes of double time 3.
Yeah, unusually short for double time.
They are just getting everybody synced up now. Looks like Kovir might have had an early miss. Wasn't sure if that was just desync from the tournament client, but no, it does seem like he had a pretty early miss around 10 or 20 combo in. So, I was about to say early advantage to Brazil, but Endo finding miss, and it's going to flip right back over to China.
Ooh, and another one from McKenzie. That is going to give China more of an advantage.
Yeah, on a really short map like this is not good for Brazil. They definitely need to hold all the rest of this because there's not much map for China to make misses. Another miss there for China.
Oh, Kovir missed as well.
Will be traded by McKenzie, unfortunately.
That's just going to keep that lead going further in China's advantage.
Yeah, we're at a short break section here. We can see score difference already 250,000. It's pretty much over already.
Yeah.
Yeah, another miss there from Endo and McKenzie, and that is going to seal the deal. This will be a first point from China, but it was their pick, so not the end of the world. Brazil will get their turn next to pick a map that's a little more in their favor, hopefully.
And with how quick it was, just like pulling off a Band-Aid.
Yeah, and actually pretty interesting to see these results here. We have an SS from Thanar, an SS from Kalionet, and then actually Kovir having the most misses in the lobby. So really, Brazil didn't do too bad there. Endo and McKenzie, at least as far as miss counts go, doing better, but those misses were spaced out a lot more, so lower score compared to Kovir, unfortunately. Okay, so right out of the gate, Brazil wants to go with Hidden. Gonna be going to Hidden 3 Anima by Z. Actually, I feel like we have a bit of a theme here because this is another short map. The shortest hidden map with 1 minute 50 seconds is AR 9.3 though, so no low AR shenanigans yet.
Looks like we have A-Cooler and Predominator coming in for Brazil, and for China we have Dusk replacing Crystal.
Yeah, so Dusk making his appearance for this match now. Brazil getting 2 fresh players in. Not too surprising. This is going from double time to hidden. Those are pretty different skill sets. And actually, Endo was playing with hidden during that last double time map, so makes sense that he's the 3rd hidden player for the team. Off to a pretty good start. No super early misses. Oh, actually, Endo, though, not quite making that jump. Finding another miss now as well. Kovir will trade, but score advantage is going to be over on China. Actually, no, we get misses all over the place.
Kalionet.
Yeah, just Dusk and Predominator holding that full combo right now.
But another miss from Endo, and China is starting to pull a decent amount away.
Yeah, if Endo could have held down a little bit better there, it would have been pretty close. Still not completely out of grasp, but Endo going to be finding another miss again.
Also Dusk.
Oh, yeah, I didn't even see that. Yeah, trade. This is a lot of misses from China that I didn't expect to see.
Oh, Predominator dropped 2.
Yeah, another miss from Endo. We're now in the last quarter of the map. Dusk's going to find another miss, but they just have a lot of buffer right now from those earlier misses that Brazil made. Dusk does miss again, though. Fortunately, A Cooler trading that shortly after. And yeah, Brazil just not quite holding it together at the end here. Another drop from Kovir.
Yeah, it's not going to make a difference, though.
Yeah, score difference a lot closer in this one, 135,000. And honestly, China looked like they were struggling a bit on this hidden pick. I didn't expect that. Hidden might be the way to go for Brazil. Everyone's still in single-digit misses, but yeah.
Yeah, I didn't expect that from Kovir or Dusk at all.
Yeah, 7 misses from Dusk. That's pretty unheard of. We'll have to see what China wants to go with next. It is going to be their pick now. We're going back to double time, closing out that mod bracket with double time 1 shoelaces.
It looks like Dusk is hopping back out again.
Yeah, I wonder if Dusk was just not feeling it, or perhaps he was having some kind of hardware issues or computer issues, and maybe that explains some of those misses. One way or another, like you said, he's going to be hopping out. Kitakami going to be replacing him. We are going to see roster swaps from Brazil as well. Predominator staying in, but Konohana, Lucia, and Thanar showing up now. Actually, that's okay. There we go. Predominator is hopping out. I was gonna say that's interesting. I think if Predominator stayed in, that would have been all 3 players different for Brazil compared to the first double time pick.
Not too surprising for Predominator to hop out for double time, though, because that seems to be the one mod he does not play a ton of.
Yeah, McKenzie going to be coming in to replace him, so still 2 separate players for this double time pick compared to the last. Or was Thanar that third player? I'm drawing a blank now. Then it was McKenzie and Endo, 2 newcomers to the team. Yeah, it looks like those rosters are going to be the final ones for this map as we load in. Hopefully getting Kitakami in here. There we are. This one going to be a bit of a longer double time map, just over 2 minutes. Konohana Lucia going to be the one with the early miss now. Is that about 7 combo or so?
Yeah, I actually didn't notice that one, but that shouldn't give China too much of an advantage yet. Ooh, Kitakami though! Oh, but Konohana missed the trade.
Yeah, that could have been huge for Brazil. Unfortunately, they will be trading that miss right back. Everybody locked in still, though. We got 4 SSs across the bottom.
Yeah, this is very close so far.
Yeah, just a third of the map left to go, and it was hardly a difference between the score.
Oh,
just from that
McKenzie
early
broke
miss.
though.
Oh no. China now going to be getting a real score lead. And with Konohana Lucia dropping as well, that's going to grow pretty fast with not a lot of map left to go. Thanar now down as well. Whole team down for Brazil. That is really not good for that score.
Yeah, they were holding it together pretty well, and then they just all cracked.
Yeah, really unfortunate to see that right with like a quarter of the map left to go. Get into the slow section and a spinner, and that is going to be it. China taking a 3rd point. So this one coming in between the first map and the second map in terms of the score difference. But if it wasn't for that just kind of collapse right at the end, though, that would have been super close. And I don't know if they would have been able to spin to win, but I think the score difference might have been a little too much for that, but it would have been extremely close and very impressive.
Looks like we're going right into Hard Rock now.
Yeah, no hesitation from Brazil there. Immediately knew what they wanted to go for next. Decided to go for Hard Rock now, which will be the first Hard Rock map of the match. Again, sticking with the pretty quick maps in just 1 minute 58 seconds. This one's going to be a overdose from Bunray. All right, no roster swaps from Brazil. I believe none from China either. We're just going to be hopping right into it. No
Yeah, I
hidden
actually
taken.
expected Predominator to come in for this.
I mean, McKenzie was looking pretty good on that double time map earlier, so maybe they're wanting to see what he can do on Hard Rock now. Konohana Lucia going to be the first miss around 150 combo. It's a bit unfortunate that Brazil keeps finding these misses right around that 150 to 200 combo mark, especially on these short maps. It's going to be very punishing. You can see that by the score difference that is already rather large.
Yeah, the shorter the map, the more punishing every single miss becomes.
Everything is back on track, though. Getting back into the last third of the map. Just no one wants to budge. Although Thanar gonna find a miss. That is really tragic for Brazil. Pretty much means there's not really a way for him to come back here unless China just completely has a meltdown and team misses.
Which it does not look like any of them are going to break that SS.
Yeah, just Mackenzie finding a miss at the end there, actually, and then another one right at the end. So 1 or 2 misses all around for Brazil. Meanwhile, triple SS from China, showing insane dominance on this Hard Rock pick. I don't think Brazil is going to go back to Hard Rock after seeing this one.
I would not blame them.
Yeah, China really showing why they're one of the scariest teams this year in CWC. They're poised to possibly win it all, and if not, at least get to the grand finals. China now ahead 4-0. This is first to 6 wins, so they only need 2 more points to win. Means Brazil has at minimum 2 more chances to try and take a point. Their next chance going to be on double time 4 Cat Groove.
That was also the last available double time map.
So yeah, double time now going to be gone. Haven't seen any Nomad yet. I'm wondering if we're going to see another hidden pick out of Brazil. If they don't take a point here, it could possibly be the last pick. Curious to see if that low AR hidden might come into play, although probably pretty risky. China did have insane qualifier score on the low AR hidden maps specifically. But hidden 3 looked pretty good for them. See a lot of very appropriate cat jams in the chat, which, I mean, if there's any song that would be appropriate for it, it would certainly have to be Cat Groove.
Yeah, definitely.
So while we're waiting for this map to start, if you haven't already, go ahead and check out the Us store and look at the banners for just $2.50 USD. You can get yourself a shiny new banner for your profile page to help support your favorite team and cheer them on to victory.
And if your team wins, you get to keep that banner for longer.
Yeah, it's the ultimate flex that, you supported the winning team. You to keep that banner longer than all your friends. Looks pretty shiny. Definitely would recommend checking it out. All right, looks like everybody's just about synced up and we're going to be getting started with Cat Groove. Starting to get into longer maps now. 2.5 minutes for this one. I think that's might be the longest map that's been played so far. Dusk finding a miss at 100 combo. So China's turn for that early miss. Brazil going to be taking the score lead. Oh, Thanar missing a 200 combo. That is going to hurt more. That score lead will flip back to China.
Yeah, that was rather short-lived.
Yeah, really important to try and keep your combo at or above that 200 combo mark. That is where it maxes out for score multiplier. Thanar finding another miss again. Kovir will trade shortly after. See, score difference actually pretty close still. And this was China's pick. Brazil can pull off a breakpoint here. That'd be huge.
Actually, this might go back in their favor. There we go.
Yeah, it looks like it is. They just have to hold on. Half the map left to go. But they are in the driver's seat now. Oh, not by much, by 1,000 points. There's another spinner. Oh, there is. Oh, no. China's really good at spinning. It looks like they took it back with the spin. Oh, no. So they are going to need another miss out of China if they want to take this.
It looks like they took it by more than Brazil had the lead, too.
I believe so, yeah. China definitely insane on their spinner game. That's what helps them win these coin flips. Makenshi going to be finding a miss, so that will give China a actual score lead, especially with Thanar missing there too. Once again, we're seeing Brazil coming so close, but just not quite making it at the end. Predominator going to complete the trifecta. Brazil down.
Yeah, once again, the entire team just crumbled at the end.
So yeah, there we are. China now at match point. See Dusk with a 1 miss, Kovir 2 misses, I believe, at the same spot though. And we got 1 miss, 3 miss from Brazil. So again, like really close. Brazil's not doing bad by any means, but they just can't quite hold it together at the ending, and it's letting China just take the point out. So now we are back to a pick from Brazil. Double time's gone. There's 2 hard rock available. No mod and mixed mod haven't been touched at all outside of that no mod 4 ban. Are they going to go back to hidden, or are they going to try something new? Looks like no mod 3 is going to be the pick, so going for a convert. Overtime by Noah. Another banger. This map pool is just full of bangers. Suppose overtime is appropriate. Brazil going to be having to work into overtime if they want any chance of winning this match. Their only hope left is the reverse sweep. Hopefully they can at least get a point here. I think if they get any points off of China, they'll probably be pretty happy with their performance. This is a winner bracket match, so they will not be out of the tournament either way. Actually, finally, we're getting into a long map. 3 minutes, 40 seconds. Air 9.4 no mod convert. See A Cooler coming in. Banar and McKenzie staying the same. Actually, Kitakami coming back in as well.
Yeah, this is their last chance to show what they are made of.
Which team's going to have the early miss curse this time? Everyone gets past 200 combo.
Had a little bit of an act drop there from Crystal.
There we get another spinner again. Once again, we can see China going to come into the lead a little bit off of that spinner by about 2,000. So we are only a quarter in the map because of how long this one is, but Brazil looking very strong on this right now.
Ooh, and we finally got a miss from McKenzie.
Yeah, I held in for about 550 combo before finally finding the first miss of the map. Doesn't quite get over for some of those jumps.
Misses.
Yeah, some of these longer dashes he's having a bit of a struggle with. Score difference now up to about 63,000. Yeah. Definitely comebackable. We have a third of the map left to go. Approaching a quarter. Kitakami going to be finding a miss. That's the first step. I think they're going to need one more miss if the score has any chances of flipping back over to Brazil.
Preferably from somebody other than Kitakami.
Yeah. That would help a lot here to get Brazil back into the lead. Kitakami will find another miss.
I don't think that'll be quite enough, though.
It's going to be really close at the end here. Ooh, some wide jumps. Everyone hits them, though. No, A Cooler found a miss. Score was getting super close. McKenzie also finding one miss right at the end, but doesn't matter.
I don't think they would have had it anyways.
Yeah, it would have been super close. I want to know what that score line would have been. I do think it would have barely been in China's favor still, though. It's a bit unfortunate, but honestly, really strong performance out of Brazil. They didn't take any points, but man, they got close a lot of times and looked pretty strong, and definitely nothing to be disappointed about from them.
I mean, when you're against a Goliath of a team like China, you can feel good about it at least that much.
Yeah, coming into round of 16 against one of the teams highly suspected of winning the whole tournament. I mean, at that point, you just go into it trying to get as much experience as you can and, showing the world what you can do up against a giant. China will be taking that victory 6-0. And as I mentioned earlier, in the quarterfinals, they're going to be up against either France or Italy. We'll be seeing that winner bracket match coming later this weekend. Meanwhile, Brazil going to be up against either United Kingdom or Norway down in the losers bracket next weekend. With that, though, that is going to be the end of the stream. As you can see, next match is upcoming. Going to be Ukraine and Belgium. But till then, thank you guys all for watching. We hope you enjoyed the match. I've been Snow Leopard here with Zach today, and we'll see you guys in about 8 to 10 hours for the next match.
しいね意味求め合うと悲しいね I wanna kill myself やめてよ zip it もう聞きたくないのキスを見せてって言えないよ覗き込んだって見えないよ I wanna kill myself やめてよ zip it もう聞きたくない君の存在 You don't give me no say I can't control but I can't control 君の存在もう can't control 私 can't control キスを舐め合うと苦しい理由違うの全部違うの重ねたところから影になってやがて腐りゆくんだ It's wrong, it's wrong 認めてしまうとしまいだ理解してしまう前に繋いだ後からこぼれ落ちていること Now 君の存在 You don't give me no say I can't control but I can't control I can't control but I can't control
Alright then, okay, welcome back everyone to the Ocean Catch World Cup 2020, the round of 16. We're a little later than anticipated for today, but we do have some banger matches coming up later on today as well. I'm here with Andrew Sekre, and my name is
Hello,
Koto.
hello.
Welcome everyone. How are you doing, Andrew?
I'm doing great. A little bit in the early morning for me, 9 a.m. up in the east
9
coast
a.m.
of the USA, but doesn't stop us from getting to see some great matches between a few teams this morning. We got Portugal versus Finland going to be the first one of today. We did have a forfeit from the side of Ukraine versus Belgium that was happening about an hour ago. A bit unfortunate, but we still got a few matches nonetheless. Going to be very exciting.
Definitely. So we'll be saying goodbye to Ukraine for now, for this year. Hope they can come back next year. And as well, this is a loser bracket match as well. So either Portugal or Finland is going to get knocked out. Seats 18 and 31 face home. I think there's a clear favorite, but Portugal did show some promising results against South Korea, in my opinion. So there might be some kind of upset potential. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I have to wonder if Finland is going to come in with the same kind of firepower that we saw last week against Germany, being the only team to kind of go against them into the tiebreaker last week.
Yeah.
So hopefully we can see that same kind of Finland come out, play really strong. Hopefully we can see Portugal come out, play really strong like they did against Korea, even though the scoreline was a 5-0 sweep for Korea last week against Portugal. Still has quite a bit of potential to be able to pull out a point or two, especially against Finland.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Finland saw Portugal's performance because they're immediately banning Mixed Mode 1, and that Mixed Mode map's the one that Portugal performed so well on. And then Triss apparently banned first when he wasn't supposed to ban first, but he ends up banning it in one either way. So Loryar hidden taking out the shards. I think that's more than expected if you're a team that doesn't have a full hidden roster. Hidden one's your best hidden ban, because I think you can manage it into an hidden tree because they're higher rare and all that.
Yeah,
we
definitely.
Yeah, Portugal picking Nomad 2 first. I think we both of us agree on the fact that that's the easiest Nomad map, so that seems like... Oh, actually, Mixed Mod 2, sorry, my apologies. But they do go for Mixed Mod, actually, which is also a reasonable choice, given their performance on Mixed Mod from last week. So I'm assuming... did Triss play Hard Rock last week, or is that someone else? Probably Triss going to be playing Hard Rock, and then Rosa on Hidden, I think?
Yeah.
Yeah, something like
Probably
that.
something around that line. I didn't quite get to see the match last week. I think it was at a quite early time for me. I was very happily in my bed, but this time we're awake, so at least we get to see these guys perform.
Yeah, definitely. On the other side, I mean, Jonsko and Nikolai are great spinner players, really consistent as well. I'm not sure Meet and Voy, is that name change? Might actually be, wait. Actually is name change. Oh, that might be their 4-digit player from Finland, actually. Let me quickly check. Oh yeah, it is. It's their 4-digit player. He did name change. So, okay, we see. I think he didn't play last week, I'm quite certain, against Germany. But that does mean that Finland's gonna kind of take the foot off the gas just a little bit by putting someone in that hasn't played a map just yet in the tournament.
Quite possibly, but I'm assuming if he's coming in for this map that he's also quite prepared.
Definitely, yeah, definitely. There is a lot of firepower on the Finnish squad, so they can swap around their plays a lot. It's less firepower on the Portuguese squad, I believe. I think the three we're currently seeing in the room, together with like Demigod, Yogside, are the 4 main players, and then the 2 others, I'm not too certain on how many maps they can play.
Now, something that is a bit different on the side of Finland is I believe last week we had Awesome playing both of the mixed mod Hard Rock. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this week we're going to be seeing Nikolai playing on the Hard Rock instead.
Yeah, I can't confirm that, to be honest. I can't remember personally. About this map, actually, it is 2 minutes in length, so relatively short, on the shorter side, 800 combo, and we see Nikolai being the first to drop, actually, so early advantage in the favor of Portugal. There's quite a lot of edge dashes in this one, and some weird patterns. We see Miedenvoy and Nikolai as well drop 2 minutes coming from Finland, and that is a huge advantage for Portugal in the early stage. Hiroto trading once, so that's still a full combo on the hidden and the hard rock player on the Portuguese side. And Miedenvoy is slightly struggling, actually, surprisingly. So Triss is well dropping, so that's Rosa versus Junks, the only 2 hidden players with the full combo. It's close to 80,000 scoring advantage for Portugal, though.
Yeah, but that's going to be slipping quite very fast away. We have Triss getting another miss. It's going to be evening out pretty soon, I'd say, considering Triss was the Hard Rock player on the side of Portugal.
It's going to hurt Portugal's score a little bit, but that's still quite a decent advantage. I think a 1 miss or 2 miss lead currently. Map is halfway in. Rosa and Junks seem to be very comfortable with that double. It's a 2 miss coming in, actually 3 misses, but that's 2 on the Portuguese side, and that might be switching this over back to Finland.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's going to be swapping right over, as you see it swapping right now. Jonsku still having the SS with Hidden, as well as Rosa. It's a bit of a surprise to see both of the Hidden players having the SS this deep into the map. Usually we'd see it as the Nomad players having strong performances, but we also see Nikolai and Triss trading misses. Miedenvoy finds a drop. It's going to possibly swing it back over to the side of Portugal. It's going to be pretty close.
Only quarter left. I think Finland's buffer is big enough, but Miedenvoy dropping is going to get the advantage of Portugal, and the map's come to an end, and this might be the first Portuguese point of this entire Catch World Cup, actually. But they can just hold on. Rosa and Junks are still holding on to that FC. Junks with the double S, and I think that's going to be a double miss coming from Hiroto and Miedenvoy, but that's just a trade, and actually Portugal winning their very first point in CBLC, and this is going to ruin a lot of people's pick'ems.
Oh yeah. I think not many people expected Portugal to be able to get a point even after Finland did such a great performance last week against Germany, but hey, I think that's just more people underestimating Portugal than overestimating Finland, because Portugal, they show that they have what it takes to be able to still compete in this round, and you can see that. Rosa with the FC on the hidden mixed mod.
Definitely. That's a really solid performance coming from Portugal, honestly. Rosa especially countering Jonsku perfectly. Miedenvoy and Hiroto missing quite a lot on the Nomad is surprising, because Nomad should be the easiest, but Triss kind of getting outscored by Nikolai, but that buffer, due to the many misses from Miedenvoy, is giving Portugal that point. And this is a really surprising turn of events, in my opinion. Portugal definitely being the underdog in this matchup, so great performance coming from them.
Yeah, at this point you kind of got to wonder what Finland is going to come back with as their next pick. Probably you want to stay away from Hard Rock is what I'd assume. Hidden might be an option depending on how many of the Portuguese players can play Hidden. Rosa obviously did very fantastic on that last map, but you have to wonder if there's 2 other people who can do similar types of scores.
Yeah, definitely. I think Double Time might be an option as well. Actually, we see Double Time 3 getting picked, but that's a weird pick in my opinion, because this is arguably the easiest map from the Double Time pool, so if you were going to pick Double Time, you probably offer something a little bit harder, I would assume.
Yeah, probably Double Time 2 in my opinion.
Yeah, same. I would definitely agree on that. So it's a weird, let's get a weird strategy for Finland, but we obviously don't know their scores in any Double Time map, so this might be the best option. see Rosa getting swapped out immediately. I think Demigod Yogside is definitely going to come in. He's quite a good double-time commer player. So that's also a reason why I wouldn't pick this against Portugal. This is a really weird pick. This might backfire for Finland.
Definitely could. You have to wonder if there's also going to be any substitutions on the side of Finland. They have quite a few players that are on the bench that are still very capable of playing all these maps at a high level. You have Bob Burger, and you also have Awesome, who are able to come in and just play these maps and probably FC them very consistently.
Yeah, definitely. Seems like Finland's going to opt for the same roster, though. Not sure if the other players are they actually physically here. That might be an issue. Actually, Bob Burger is here. The other two aren't on the tournament server yet, so they might just not be here, being assuming Kersey, I believe, so they might only be struggling with a 4-man roster. And we see Demigod Yogside actually coming in for Hiroto instead of for Rosa, but that was to be expected, making his appearance in this match. The Finnish roster staying exactly the same. About the map, it's really short. It's 660 combo, AR8, I believe. Off level times adds like 1 minute 40, 1 minute 30 even. Actually, it might even be less than that.
Yeah, it's pretty short.
Really, really short, yeah. Quite jumpy, but I think most people in this lobby are going to be quite comfortable on it, so that's why I could see this being really, really close.
Yeah, the thing about this map is, even though it does have the highest star rating out of any of the double time picks, it is definitely one of the easiest, if not the easiest, double time pick of the pool, just because all the jumps in this are very telegraphed. And by that, I mean that you can be able to catch them pretty consistently. It's not like they kind of appear out of nowhere. So you're kind of getting that same feeling throughout the whole map. And as we get into the map, we're going to see Triss and Rosa finding the first misses, giving a very, very early lead to Finland. But hey, as soon as I say that, Nikolai gets the miss on the side of Finland.
Yeah, then we got the Yogside train that one for Nikolai, so early advantage for Finland indeed. And you can see that scoreboard is slowing up rapidly just because the map is so short. Midvoid dropping, only Junks with an FC, only 200 coming to the map, so that's really weird in my opinion. Midvoid dropping once again, and that scoreboard is decreasing. Rosa trading. A lot happening right now, already going through the halfway point of this map. So you see Demigod Yogside finding another miss. And Nikolai and Rosa trading up top. Triss holding on, Midvoid dropping as well, but Yongshu right now being a huge difference maker for Finland. And that's a 100,000 score difference, but Midvoid dropping, Rosa trading. A lot of people struggling actually on this pick, surprisingly.
Yeah, and then on the other side, we have 4 players that are kind of struggling, and then we have Triss and Yongsoo, who just said his name. Yongsoo does find that miss right before the break. They're going to see that, and they're going to see, hey, we can come back from this. If we just hold out through the rest of the map on the side of Portugal, they could possibly win this. Nobody on the side of Finland, except for Nikolai, has a decent combo. Meanwhile, Portugal, they have Triss with a huge 400 combo. That might be enough to be able to bring it back.
Yeah, the map's relatively... there's not a lot of time left, and I think Blue Triss is finding a miss there, so that's going to... Yeah, John's being stuck right now. We can't really tell. Midvoid is finding a lot of misses, though. Climbs all over the place. I'm not sure if Portugal was able to win this. I think they triple missed, though. It's going to try to find confirmation.
Yeah, we'll have to check the MP link for that when it is finished.
Finland ends up winning by 112,000 points, so definitely a strong Finnish victory in the end. I believe Triss and Demigod Yogside and Rosa, all three of them found a miss. I mean, Demigod Yogside and Rosa clearly struggling on this one, not able to get up to 200 combo. But on the other side, Midvoid actually even getting a lower score. So there was potential for Portugal, but I do believe Nurse might have gotten a little bit in their way. But this match is looking quite close, actually. Surprisingly so, because the seed difference is quite huge. And we're looking at a 1-1 scoreline, and now it's up to Portugal to find the right pick. And I think Nomad 2 could be a good idea. But they could also look for something like Heartthrob 2. I think they could get a decent roster. They could play Heartthrob 2. DT I would stay away from for now, given that problems on DT3.
Yeah. Probably would stay away from DT, like you said. I think it's a bit of a toss-up on what to pick personally. If you don't have the rest of the Finnish roster here, then you have to kind of play around Midvoid and what his strengths are. And at that point, possibly Nomad evens open up for Finland. But I think Nomad is probably what Portugal is probably going to go with for this pick. So it's a bit of a tough situation for both teams, honestly, at this point.
Definitely. And I believe Portugal wasn't expecting this to be this close. Not sure how they were feeling on the map pool, but I think the general public, rather, let's put it that way, we're thinking it's going to be a sweep in favor of Finland just because of their performance against Germany, and they're looking like there's potential to beat them, actually, currently. So I think that's going to give Portugal a huge morale, and it could get really dangerous for Finland.
Yeah,
let's keep in
get
mind. So
super dangerous, super fast, like you said. All it takes is a few points to kind of get out of control. Finland themselves know how Germany felt, especially when Germany was up 3-0. All it took was just a few points, and then bam, you're at tiebreaker.
Yeah, we're just taking his time to take a pick, probably discussing with his team what to go for exactly. I would be expecting to see Nomad 1 and Nomad 2 personally. I think that's a safe bet.
Yeah.
Mixbot is already completely exhausted. Wise ban coming in from Finland, in my opinion. Oh, there is Miguel Yaxa. Alright. Alright, we see Nomad 1 indeed getting picked. Probably some Bancho lag. Coming up at Nomad 1 getting picked. Mapped by Nosri, also known as Momo X. Or Momox, I'm not sure how to pronounce it actually. Nato Kosmika. It's a really good map in my opinion. Not too sure how to describe it. Quite, it's not jumpy, but like jazzy type of vibe. Like,
yeah, so this is a
right?
swing style map, I'm pretty sure is
Swing.
how you would say it. It's 110 BPM. It's mostly comprised of, I think, 1/3. I haven't actually looked in the area to see if it's 1/3 or 3/4 siders. I think it's 1/3 siders. And the big thing about this map is that it's CS5. Typically, with the Nomad 1, we'd see it being sort of more standard in the circle size area. But this time, we're going with a bit smaller circles, and that's probably what's going to be the big difficulty factor with both of these teams. Is they're usually used to playing probably about CS4, 4.2 on the Nomad 1s. Definitely not CS5. This map is a bit tricky for Nomad 1, I would say. And it provides quite a few areas for misses, I'd say.
yeah, definitely agree. It's relatively short on length, so it's not really a consistency tester in my opinion. So it's a weird Nomad 1, but I do like it a lot. I think it's a really good map. The song is also really good. And as you said, swing style, that was the word I was looking for, but I couldn't find it. We see Finland staying with the same roster. That's Portugal swapping out Rosa and swapping out Demigod Yogside as well. So Hiroto making his reappearance in Gong, making his first appearance actually. So curious to see how Portugal's going to perform on this. If they're able to consistently triple FC this, which I think Chris should be able to see, but I'm not too certain about the other two players, then this could well be a triple FC map. I think it's well within reach of player capacities at this point.
Oh yeah, for sure. But you know, we also thought the same thing about that last Double Time 3 map. We thought, you know, that was probably the easiest Double Time pick of the pool, and then we saw, I think maybe the best score was like a 1 miss, if I remember correctly. So
yeah, that's also definitely true. I think that's, I would just say, you get to a certain stage in the game, your grasp of what's difficult shifts a little bit. I would put it that way.
yeah,
Like, I feel like something is easy, and then apparently it isn't easy. I don't know. Just it's a weird dynamic. But I do think this should be within their reach more than DT3. But
Yeah.
we'll see how it ends up. And we see Mietenvoy actually leaving, so that probably indicates Botberg actually rather is going to come in for his first appearance in this match, and that's a scary Finland lineup. Nikolai Johnson and Botberg. That is, I mean, they can triple C easily, but their spin's going to be really good as well.
yeah. The big thing is the spins. I'm pretty sure all 3 members of that Finnish roster are super good at spinning. Like, probably one of the best teams in the tournament. I'd probably say at spinning. I'd say definitely top 8 in the tournament at spinning.
Yeah.
And that's something that's pretty hard to come by, especially when you're only seeded as like, I think it was 15, 16, something like that in that area.
Yeah, their spinning performances are really, really good. I think Jonsko in particular is known to be a really, really good spinner player, but I'm not sure what happened in the qualifiers for Finland. I think most people would say they would finish a little bit higher up, but either way, it seems like we have some issues with ban shows, so we'll get that resolved quickly, and then we can get going. In the meanwhile, there are banners. I believe they're still available for purchase to support your favorite team. There's 32 banners, 32 teams. Obviously, I can advertise the Belgian banner. It looks great. The other ones also look great, but just a tiny bit less great than Belgians. Well, yeah. In the Osu website, in the Osu store, you know where to find it.
Yeah, it's only $2.50 US dollars. Pretty cheap. All it takes is about one coffee in the morning.
Yeah, one coffee is already like $2.50. It's insane, actually.
Oh yeah.
We see Bob Burger making his reappearance, but then Nikolai has to put back in the server and all that. So this is probably a good time for Portugal to de-stress a little bit. I think they were relatively nervous, especially on that mixed up 2 pick. Triss complained about feeling really nervous. So as soon as you kind of settle into the match, those nerves kind of go away, and I think that's in favor of Portugal.
Yeah, I think it definitely does go in the favor of Portugal, though. Kind of more nerves they can get out is definitely going to be more in favor of Portugal. Remember, this is their first time competing in Qatar World Cup in quite a while, if at all. And Finland has been a team for years and years at this point, and they've had pretty much the same kind of core roster, right?
Yeah.
So
Definitely, I believe Portugal's last appearance was 2017,
yeah,
2018, something like that. And then if you're looking at the Finnish roster, they have a ton of experience. It's Nikolai's 6th CWC, Balberg's 7th CWC, Osumi's 4th, Percy's 5th, Jansku's 3rd, and then the 6th person's 1st, I believe. That's a new player, Ethan Voy. I mean, that's a ton of experience in that Finnish roster. And on the Portuguese roster, I believe Triss and Demigod Darkside played once in CWC, and then this is their second time. So clear experience favors him towards Finland for now. And okay, we're getting started finally. So we see Nikolai, Bobberger, Jansku versus Hiroto, Triss, Gongs on Nomad 1. 1 scoreline right now. Both teams winning their pick. This pick is picked by Portugal, so assuming to see a really good performance coming from them.
Yeah, like you said, I think the big thing for this map is seeing that we have Botburger coming in out of Finland, and us having Bittengoy as their 3rd member. Seeing 2 very early misses on the side of Portugal in the intro. Not something that you really want to see if you're a fan of the Portuguese side, but it's still very early into the map. Anything can happen.
Definitely. I believe the map is slightly less than 1,000 combos, so plenty of room for misses to be found on the Finnish side. But Gong finding a 2nd miss is not going to in favor of Portugal. This is quite a decent lead already for Finland, with all 3 players still going onto that double list. But we get in the first slightly harder section, and we see Jansku fishing, so trading one of those misses from earlier. That's going to tighten that lead just a little bit.
Yeah, right as you say that, Gonks does find his 3rd miss on the map. Jansku does trade it back relatively quickly, so it's not going to be that much of a difference in score. But considering the combos that Gonks had when he missed, it's going to be a little bit more punishing for Gonks on the side of that.
Yeah, definitely. He's kind of struggling right now, whilst his teammates Hiroto, after that first slip-up, is holding on to a really nice combo, and Triss still holding on to the FC. Hiroto does end up dropping, and that's going to increase that lead in favor of Finland, who still has 2 FCs, no double S. It's quite hard to double S this map. The droplets are in weird places, in my opinion.
Yeah.
2 turrets in, and that's more than 20,000 score advantage in favor of Finland.
Something that is interesting though is that Triss, although he does have the FC, his accuracy is really, really low. It doesn't really matter much in terms of score. It's probably only about a handful, like a few hundred points. But it is still pretty interesting to see how low his accuracy is. Maybe he's just ignoring the droplets for the most part, which is honestly fair play at this point, because these droplets are really painful to hit. But we are seeing quite a few more misses on the side of Finland here. Bobberger and Jansku finding a few misses in that part. Gongs and Hiroto finding misses on the same part.
Yeah, it's Triss versus Nikolai right now to bring back that FC. I believe Finland has this wrapped up right now. That scoring is way too huge. The misses from Gongs all over the map. and Hiroto as well are probably going to be the difference maker in this one. But Triss, beautiful FC coming in from him, and same for Nikolai. So that is quite two really nice scores. Bobber and Jansku finding a couple of misses though, so there was some opportunities for Portugal, but sadly they were not able to convert them into a winning point. So that's the first break point in the match, and Finland to pick next. And they go Nomad 2 immediately. That is a really, really quick pick.
Oh, yeah.
The Nomad 2 is Time to Air, map by Ascendance. I believe it's a custom map. It's 153 in length, so really relatively short. And I believe the R is on the, I believe it's Air 9.3, but it feels a little bit lower in my opinion. It's quite a slow map, and it's easy to creep up on some of the streamy sections.
Yeah, some of the map is pretty dense, so having it even at AR 9.3 sometimes feels a bit slow, even though it's not that slow. It's kind of a visual thing where it's like there's so many notes on the screen. So
yeah, definitely.
Yeah, like you said, this is a custom map. All the specifics this round, except for the Hidden 2 map, I believe the Crowley Overdose is a custom map this round.
Yeah, I do believe it as well. Some really beautiful custom maps made by our custom mappers.
Oh yeah.
I believe Meetenvoy is going to be actually, never mind, he's not going to be joining for this one. So the rosters stay the exact same, and that is in favor of Finland, given their performance on the Nomad 1. I do believe Triss is going to be able to see this one as well. So there might be some opportunities. Really good song, this one, as well, to add on to that.
These maps are quite a bit different in their style, and as you say, Triss is going to have to. He does find the first miss of the map right in the first 20 combo. A bit unfortunate on the side there, but still plenty of time for anything to happen.
Yeah, definitely. Gonks and Hiroto seem to be quite comfortable in these early stages, so that's promising for Portugal. Only a slight advantage for Finland. 20 combo misses probably not going to matter in the end, unless Finland is going to triple SC.
Gonks does find a few misses on that hyperchain section right there. Very easy to get caught out and miss one, and then you just miss like 10 because of you missing one.
Yeah, definitely. That's going to give a 60,000 to 70,000 point advantage in favor of Finland, so 1.2 misses, one could say. But the map's relatively short, so Portugal has to see some misses coming in from Finland if they want to have a chance at winning this point. But Gonks dropping is not going to help them whatsoever.
Going to the break, everybody on assigned to Finland knows that they have all SSs. They're feeling pretty comfortable going forward to this map. They know that if they don't miss, they pretty much win.
Yeah, definitely. Portugal on the other side saw the fact that they were losing, and Hiroto's missing at the end there, at the end of that streamy section rather, and that's going to be a 150,000 score advantage in favor of Finland, and only 1/4 of the map left. So this is not looking too bright for Portugal right now.
Yeah, we do see Triss recovering pretty well from that first early miss, although it's not going to be enough to be able to bring his team to victory. He does find a miss on this far jump section. Bob Burger does get the first misses on the side of Finland. If we didn't have no fail, I'm pretty sure he would have failed, but even then, we do have no fail, so it doesn't matter in the end. Still going to be only misses for the side of Finland. They're going to win that one pretty convincingly by almost 300,000 points.
Yeah, 3 million score in a no-map map indicates always a good performance, and that's definitely a good performance coming from Finland. 2 double S's on their side. On the other side, Portugal had 2 people getting over 900,000 points, so that's definitely still a really good performance, but Finland just a little bit better on this one. So 3-1 scoreline, Portugal to pick next. No more no-mod specifics and no more mixed mods, so they have to look for something else now.
Yeah, at this point you got to wonder if we're going to ever see the Hidden Pool coming out. Hidden Pool is probably one of the more polarizing pools in this round, and that could be possibly where we see some point differentials. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think that Portugal's not going to want to... Never mind. Okay, I'm going to take back what I was going to say. Portugal does end up picking Hidden. That is somewhat surprising in my opinion, but I'm curious to see how they perform on this one. Rosa seemed to be a really consistent Hidden player on that Mix-Up 2 rather, so Triss, I believe, just should be able to play this quite well, but I'm kind of afraid to see a third Hidden player from Portugal, but we'll see. On the other side, we see Nikolai Bobber and Jansku staying in for now.
Yeah, I do agree with you that it is a bit of a tough pick, but realistically, I don't know if there's really any good pick that people had left after being Finland able to do a no mod, no more big mods left. So maybe this is just the best of the worst kind of situation with the remaining picks.
That could definitely be the case, yeah. We see Demigod Yogside. Actually, I forgot the fact that he played Hidden double time, so might be quite confident on Hidden. Otherwise, you're not going to play Hidden double time with AR8 covered, in my opinion. So that does seem to be quite an alright Hidden roster on the Portuguese side.
Yeah, the good thing about this map is that it is AR 9.3. It's not a low AR map. So that means it is probably a lot more comfortable for these players to be able to get consistent scores on, consistent combos.
Yeah, definitely. On the other side, sadly, is a really, really strong Hidden roster as well. Oddburger, Johnsku, and Nikolai, 3 of them can play Hidden really, really well. So that's scary, but if you're Portugal, you have to focus on your own right now.
Yeah.
Kind of on the back foot, you have to pick what you're strong at, don't care about what they're strong at, and just try to focus as much as you can. And there were possibilities, and I still think there are going to be possibilities, but Finland's kind of team that's not going to give you a lot of possibilities, so you have to capitalize on those, definitely. Anima is a really great song, though, so that does help in playing. We see Hidden 3 coming up. Big by Portugal. Demigod Yogside, Tris, Rosa versus Bob Burger, Nikolai, and Johnsku. Curious to see if Rosa can keep up that. Wait, actually, never mind. They played double time 3, so they're not at that 100% FC rate in this match.
Got the 100% hidden FC rate, though.
That's
good
they
enough.
played hidden double time, so. But it's good enough, definitely.
Oh, yeah. It's fine. Only hidden, how about that? You don't care about the double time.
No, we don't. But that's too early miss coming from Portugal, and it's going to give the only advantage over to Finland. Bobberg trades 1 with Demigod Yogside, but this map is really stream heavy, and some of these are really awkward. So we see Demigod Yogside slightly struggling with 5 misses, everyone missing complete reset actually. And Bobberg is struggling way more than anticipated, but Demigod Yogside keeps on trading those misses. And Rosa actually finding 1 more as well, so the advantage is still in favor of Finland.
Yeah, at this point we're getting so many misses, I don't know if you could be able to keep up with them if you tried to call them all by one, honestly. But as soon as I say that, we are getting to a bit more of a stable situation here. We have Finland up about 150,000 points after all the scores settle, which is quite a big gap, especially considering the song is only 1 minute 52 seconds. So it's going to be quite hard for Portugal to come back. We see another miss from Rosa. It's not going to help their situation that much. But that is definitely going to help their situation. Bobberg and Nikolai finding 2 misses on that little stack section.
Yeah, but the double is coming from Portugal as well. Bobber's really struggling in this surprise. Rosa and Demigod Yogside missing once again. Only Johnsku right now. Johnsku's score is way above everyone else in this lobby. That's going to be the difference maker for Finland. And Bobberg missing once more. Nikolai missing once more. There's so many misses on both sides, surprisingly. Triss is doing his best. Rosa's not that far behind Triss, actually, but Johnsku is 70,000 score above everyone else in this lobby, and that's just so huge for Finland.
Yeah, and even though it didn't work out for Portugal in the end, I think this was a pretty good pick on their side, if I'm being honest. They did lose by 160,000, but Finland definitely showed that they had a bit of weakness on this one compared to the other maps, I would say.
Yeah, this was honestly, in my opinion, a surprising performance from both teams. I think Portugal played really, really well. I think their hidden play, Demigod Yogside, was slightly struggling, and if they were able to keep to have someone that's a little bit more consistent in that third spot, they could definitely have taken this point. Finland, on the other hand, they seem to be struggling quite a lot on Convert Hidden for now, and that's going to be a weakness if they were to continue to like a later stage of the tournament. We see Double Time 1 getting picked immediately by Finland, and that's a smart pick in my opinion. I would have in Double Time 1 and Double Time 2, both of them seem perfect picks for Finland.
I would have thought that Double Time 2 would have been a better pick. Personally, I think Double Time 1 is quite a bit easier than Double Time 2. And I think if you're trying to get a finishing point versus Portugal, you kind of want to go with the harder map. But this one is also going to be filling that same kind of shoes, if you see what I mean by that.
That's a great pun.
It wasn't even intentional until I looked at the song name and realized what I was about to say.
That was really well done. Bounce map at CS 4.3, Era 8.3, and then double time is added, obviously. The map is quite, well, I always pronounce it as wide. I can feel that there's a lot of jumps in it, and it's easy to underdash or overdash, in my opinion. So,
Yeah.
something to watch out. But I feel like most top players should be able to FC this. But we'll see how these teams do on this one. We see Meat and Void making his comeback once again, and we see Hiroto playing a double time instead of Rosa for this one. So then we got Yogside, Triss, and Hiroto versus Nikolai, Meat and Void, and Jonsku. Honestly, the Portuguese roster doesn't look bad whatsoever. Then we got Yogside, is a really good double time player, and Triss has been performing on a decent level in this match, in my opinion. Definitely taking up his role as captain and carry for Portugal.
Yeah, seeing Meat and Void come back in is a bit of a shock. He didn't have the best of performances on the earlier maps, but I think seeing how Bob Burger performed on the last map as well, given that it was a bit of an uncharacteristic, not that great of a performance, maybe he's feeling that Meat and Void could be able to do better than him. We'll have to see.
Definitely. We see it early was coming from Demigod Yogsai, but Finland also won that spinner by quite a lot, actually, even for such a tiny spinner. And Meatfoy finding a miss is going to give the other advantage in favor of Portugal, actually. So 4 players above 200, 5 players above 200 comma. Meatfoy dropping once again. That is really good for Portugal.
Yeah, everybody on the side of Portugal is holding very strong, except for that miss right there by Demigod Yogside. It's not going to be that much of a changer. Going to see it more even out. That one's going to be the changer, though.
Yeah, if Triss and Hiroto can keep holding on, I think it might actually switch in favor of Finland. Yeah, it definitely is going to be switching in favor of Finland. But the map's only halfway, so there's still plenty of room for Finland to catch any misses. But Portugal does need a miss coming from Finland. And in fact, okay, Midfire and Demigod Yogsai are trading misses, so that's going to stabilize. But Nikolai, Jonsku, Hiroto, and Triss are holding on to a 550 combo and a full combo right now.
There's going to be 2 more misses on the side of Portugal, only 1 more on the side of Finland. That's going to hurt their chances quite a bit. I think the score is going to go about 100,000 points in favor, but that's going to change it slightly. Midboy finding another miss, Demigod trading it right back instantly. Everything's about going to be the same, 100,000-ish point lead on the side of Finland. Map is closing out pretty fast. Triss still having the FC, and it's gone. See 2 FCs, 2 SSs on the side of Finland with the Nikolai and Jonsku.
Yeah, really strong performance coming from Jonsku and Nikolai, carrying Meatavoy for this one, but that's... they have this wrapped up. This is about 150,000 score difference, but definitely, once again, there was some leeway given by Finland, I believe. There was some opportunities for Portugal. Sadly, they were not able to convert, but then again, really solid scoring. Only 1 miss on Triss, 3 misses on Hiroto. Those are really good scores. 40 misses on Demigod Yogsai. Perhaps slightly feeling a little bit nervous, but then again, 800,000 score is not bad whatsoever. On the other side, Meatavoy with 7 misses, but those 2 doubles coming from Finland is just a huge difference make for them, and it's going to be a 5 match points for Finland rather, and Portugal's tournament life is on the line here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's keep that in mind, but it's their pick, so the perfect opportunity to get another point on the board.
Yeah, you kind of got to wonder what they're going to be going with now. Maybe they touch the Hard Rock pool, considering the Hard Rock pool has been completely untouched at this point. Everything else has been kind of Finland favored, except for the mixed mod, which obviously we don't have any more of those left. Yep, and there we go. Straight into Hard Rock 2.
Hard Rock 2, that's a perfect pick. I think both of us agree on that one. That's a perfect pick.
For sure.
So Portugal are facing elimination from the tournament in 25 to 32nd place if they were to lose this map. So quite a lot at stake for them. On the other side, Finland are looking at 5 match points and a place in the top 24. After this, actually, let me quickly check who is their next opponent for either of these teams if they were to win. It would be the loser of Chile versus Australia. So still, those are 2 really scary teams. So the winner of this match is going to be facing a really scary team next week. So that's going
still
to be
definitely possible for the winner of this match to be able to play against the loser of that match, I think.
Yeah, I think so as well. But not an easy task out of them. But definitely,
Oh, yeah.
let's first focus on this match, obviously.
Yep.
About the map, it's custom made by Bunray. AR10 obviously after Hog is added. It's slightly less than 2 minutes in length. It's relatively comfortable in my opinion. I think most players will feel comfortable. There's a couple of rough patterns though, especially the ending is kind of memory.
Yeah.
Hoping the players did memorize that ending part because it's easy to trip up there.
This map is typically going to be sort of a FC map if you can consistently read hidden until there's one really awkward pattern, if I remember correctly, at like 650 I think it was. I'm not completely sure. I think the number was 654. Could be wrong on that, but it is somewhere towards the end of the map where there's a bit of a farther note due to what Hard Rock creates. That's also one of the Hard Rock patterns right there, that stream being slightly off.
Yeah, he
You
wrote
see-
us right
wrote
wheeling,
this
but then this is a hyperdive sadly. But Meatboy's going to trade that, so that's going to be in favor of Portugal actually. The double miss coming from Portugal is going to cancel that miss from Meatboy out. That's going to give the advantage over to Finland.
Yeah, like you said, this map is also very, very possible to see last-minute swings on, considering the ending of this map is really, really painful for Hard Rock AR10. It's kind of like a toss-up on which direction do you go, sort of thing.
Yeah, definitely. We see Meatboy might miss, but Gongas and Hiroto are also finding miss. And Jongsor Nikolai, once again, that duo on the Finnish side looking really, really strong. Twist on the other hand, countering them, and Jongsor dropping. That's going to give some leeway towards Portugal. But they need one more miss, I believe. I believe they need Nikolai to miss.
It's going to be really close. I think it's going to even out here, honestly. It's going to be super close, within probably 10 to 15k points, but that's going to definitely push it over. Jonsku finding another miss.
Yeah, the weird combo pattern is coming up, 654 as you said, but Gongas dropping is actually is going to be in favor of Portugal right now.
Yeah.
And everyone hitting
First
that
hit the
pattern as
first
well.
one. I think there's one more right after it, somewhere around here.
Two misses coming from Hiroto and Mitavo, but that's going to do nothing in favor of change the scoreline right now. But Gongas drop is going to give you advantage to Finland. The
And
ending
this
is coming
ending
up.
over here is going to be really tight. It's so possible to see a last-minute switch here. Gongs, everybody on the side of Finland except for Nikolai holding. Oh, it was so close.
I believe if Gongs would have hit, actually that's 24,000 points still in difference. It's slightly in favor of Finland, but Nikolai and Tris, both of them have seen, but we see quite a lot of people struggling on this. Mittenvoy especially only getting ready for the 850,000 points. But, that was really close until the end, actually. Really nicely played by Portugal, but sadly, they will be eliminated from the Cash World Cup 2022, and Finland will be going into the next round. But Finland, I don't know. I think they have some talking to do, because I do believe that their performance versus Germany from last week was way more dominant than this week.
Yeah, for sure.
Not sure if it is the map pool being too hard or something else, but I think the loser of Chile Australia is looking at this and they are getting relatively confident. Here are your wins once again. Finland, Asum and Kersey. We didn't see them this match, but we did see Nikolai Bodberg, John Screen, and Mittenvoy welcome miss, but he name changed, I believe, this week or something.
Yeah.
So Finland will be going on to the quarterfinals loser bracket.
Yeah, at least for the side of Portugal, you can see this as kind of a W in their eyes. They got a point. I don't think that's what anyone expected them to be able to do. I think getting a point at this rate is pretty much a dub for the side of Portugal. They're probably feeling pretty good about themselves that they even got a point, considering they were the 31st seed, I think.
Yeah, they were, yeah. And that Hard Rock 2 performance was really close as well. That could have been theirs as well. A lot to take away for Portugal for this year's CWC, I believe. I think Tris has finally found a squad that he can build on, and he can come back stronger next year, definitely. Portugal is one of those countries that is rising through the rankings, such as, for example, Argentina, which we'll be seeing in 80 minutes from now. But once again, huge congratulations to Finland, but also huge congratulations to Portugal for what they've shown us. And I do believe a lot of people are going to remember that mixed match against South Korea, and obviously the mixed match against Finland, their very first point in, I believe, Portuguese CWC history. So we were here; they made history today.
Oh yeah, and I think Mixmod showing that they had a good performance on Mixmod is one of the bigger things to think about. Is that means they have 3 players who are consistent at pretty much everything, and all they have to do is build around those 3 players with the Hidden, the Hard Rock, and the Nomad, and then they could get a strong core pretty fast building off of that.
Definitely. So a lot of takeaway from Portugal. But continuing forward, we see Malaysia versus Argentina, which will be starting in about 17 minutes. And this is once going to lose a bracket match. So either Malaysia or Argentina are going to be knocked out in the round of 16, which is something really terrifying to think about, in my opinion. That such CWC history, in my opinion, are going to be knocked out this early. But that is how it is, sadly. I think we'll be taking a small commentary break. I think the stream is going to stay up for 70 minutes, and then we'll be back in about 17 minutes from now.
Yeah.
All right, then everyone, do grab yourself some CBC foods, and be sure to tune in 17 minutes from now for a really huge loser bracket match once again. And after that, I believe the clash between the European Titans, France and Italy, one of the most hyped up matches for this weekend, definitely. So a lot to look forward to for the rest of today. All right, Thank you for coming in this one, me, Sakura, and thank you everyone for watching. We'll catch you guys later, so definitely do take care.
when I'm on the mic, yo, rip up the bass.
first.
Let's go.
Hello everybody, welcome back. Had a little bit of a 15-minute break, but both me and Quinton are going to be joining you for the next match of the day, Malaysia versus Argentina. What do you think about this one, Quinton?
Yeah, I think this one is looking really, really scary in my opinion. I think both these countries have a really rich CBC history, and I think that if all 6 players are present for both countries, it's going to be quite a hype match. Argentina losing against Singapore last week, and I believe Malaysia lost against Indonesia, which Indonesia is a really, really strong team as well. So both these teams have something to prove in this one. And I mean, it's a loser bracket match, so one of these two are getting knocked out, and I can't imagine Malaysia or Argentina getting knocked out at this stage. That sounds really surprising, let's put it that way.
Yeah, typically when you see both Argentina and Malaysia, usually they'd be teams that are advancing to the quarterfinals, whether it's in winner bracket or losers bracket. But seeing at least one of them having to get knocked out in the round of 16, really surprising this year.
Yeah, definitely. But I think that's the beauty and the scariness of qualifiers.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, we'll see how it ends up. I think if I had to predict one team winning, I think Argentina has the advantage because they have 3 two-digit players, but that is if all of them are here. Whilst Malaysia is more of a Well, yeah, they don't really have one standout player, but I think collectively as a team they can definitely put out really good scores as well. But we'll see how it ends up. I think my pick'ems are 6-2 for Argentina, but we'll see. I can definitely see Malaysia, because also let's keep in mind it's really early for Argentina. I believe it's like 10 a.m. or something, and that's always, I think that's an advantage for Malaysia. Playing later on the days most of the time is better for most players. We see Astral Loki winning a roll with 96, which is a really huge roll actually. So we're going to see Argentina's ban first. I'm not sure where they want to be banning. I think it's going to be hidden. I think Malaysia's strong suit is definitely hidden, so we'll see.
Yeah, I could definitely see a Hidden 1 ban coming out this week. I think Hidden 1 is probably going to be one of the most banned maps of this week, just because, you know, L'Oreal Hidden, that's how it is. Even though the map itself is pretty on point, I'd say, for this round's difficulty, it's definitely just a skill set that not as many players have, and just kind of, if you're against a strong Hidden team, you just want to get out of the way, because it's probably going to be a loss for you guys if you can't play it. Meanwhile, on the other maps, you can kind of keep up if you get lucky, but if you can't play L'Oreal, you just can't play it. So
yeah,
there it is.
There we go. I think the map itself is really beautiful. Sad to see it getting banned because I really enjoy playing it myself as well. But as you said, L'Oreal Hidden, it's a hit or miss. There's nothing in between. You can't just luck your way into a 1 miss or a 2 miss. No, it's either 0 miss or 1 miss, or it's 40 misses. That's just L'Oreal Hidden. We see Double Time 2 getting banned by Malaysia. I think that's also a really good ban for Malaysia. Double Time 2, in my opinion, by far the hardest map in the Double Time pool, so getting that one taken away from Argentina, which seems to be quite a strong Double Time team, is a really good idea.
Yeah, I think Double Time 2 is probably the most favored Double Time for the side of Argentina. It's probably going to be one of the better maps for Story, aka Saikai. He's much better on the harder stuff, and Double Time 2 is quite a bit denser than all the other maps, so it is a bit harder for the mechanics and reading as well. Even though it's like CS 3.5, something like that, it's very hard with the reading because everything is so tight together that it gets harder instead of easier.
Yeah, it is a platter, but it's a really, really rough platter. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
But we're waiting for actually a Hidden Tree getting picked immediately by Malaysia. We saw it in the last match, and there were quite a lot of misses on it. So if your team doesn't have 3 consistent Hidden players, we could see that once again. I think Malaysia is somewhat favored on Hidden for now. They do have Saikai, which are, I mean, probably top 3, top 4 Hidden players in the world, especially in like later pools. But obviously still only around the 16th, so this might be choke territory for Saikai. But we'll see how and Wu plays for Argentina. That's even a bigger question mark for me currently.
Yeah, seeing who this third member on the side of Argentina will be is kind of going to set the tone of this match, I think. And we actually do see Narcs in the lobby. He is on the side of Malaysia. So I'm assuming that's going to be actually Argentina's third member. Narcs is part of Argentina. It's just on the wrong side of the screen right now.
Yeah, that's Narcs making his first appearance in the OC Catch World Cup and his first appearance in any OC Catch World Cup as well. So that is honestly, I think, one of the most promising players that are new to the World Cup this year. So really good to finally see him here on the stage. But I can remember my very first map in the World Cup, and it didn't go well. So this might be something Argentina has to think about, because that very first map, you're going to be really, really nervous.
Yeah, you're definitely going to be a bit more nervous than usual, but hoping for the side of all players involved that they don't feel as many nerves. They can at least keep together a little bit, but you always got to get over that little bump when you first start.
Yeah, definitely. We see Sirgonza, Saikai, and Narcs. I mean, the Argentina trio coming in for, well, Argentina, and on the other side, also lucky the ETNL, Ricky, and Murat attack. So that's a really solid hidden roster in Malaysia as well. So this one is going to be relatively close, I believe. I'm curious to see how well Narcs is going to be playing on this map in particular, but also just in general. And I'm not too familiar with Sirgonza's hidden skills either. So, but Malaysia's first pick, we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I think this is also kind of the map where you can test out sort of hidden skill versus just general skill, because this map has a lot of general skill patterns in which you need to actually hit a certain base in your skill level to be able to hit the patterns themselves even without hidden. So maybe we're seeing some of that come on the side of Argentina, where they're generally better at these types of patterns. We're going to see the first miss come from DTNL Ricky.
Yeah, Sir Gonza trading that though, but then Ricky missing once again. It's going to give an early advantage for Argentina, but Saikai dropping. We see a lot of early miss on this. These streams are kind of rough. Murdertech also triple miss coming from Malaysia. Only Narcs, one player that hasn't played a CVC map, is the only one I've seen currently. That's huge from him. Saikai dropping once more, but it's already one of that scored advantage in favor of Argentina.
Yeah, the score gap is going to get slightly smaller as we see that score from Saikai's latest miss sort of get recouped on the side of Malaysia. But everybody coming into this sort of middling part, very strong. Everybody has a combo over 200. At this point, we're kind of just waiting for more misses if we get any more.
Definitely, we saw in the last match at this part, it's relatively easy. But then Australia and Dito and Ricky are missing, and that's going to give a huge advantage in favor of Argentina. Sorry, it's missing. Actually, double miss coming from Argentina, only single miss coming from Reiki. So, Murder Attack versus Story on the bottom side right now. 50,000 score difference between these two teams. Astrolaki dropping once more, so not going to help Malaysia. And only 1 quarter left. Sir Gonza ends up trading, but that's just really huge buffer Argentina has built.
Yeah, we do see some really huge combos on the side of Murder Attack and Saikai, building it back quite strongly in this second half of the map. And to see more misses from Loki and Ricky at the end, but it's just gonna seal the deal with about a 200,000 point lead in favor of Argentina taking the first breakpoint.
Yeah, 2.8 million on this score, this map rather, is a really good Steam score, and Narcs being the MVP with slightly outscoring Murder Attack on the Malaysian side. And that is a banger performance coming in for his very first CVC map. I'm honestly really amazed by Narcs currently. 7 misses on the Argentinian side, but that's 34 misses on the Malaysian side. So Malaysia kind of struggling a little bit more than they probably anticipated on this one, but only a 1 breakpoint disadvantage for them right now. So 1-0 in favor of Argentina, and they're to pick next, and I'm assuming they're going to rub into that. So actually, never mind. No Matu. That's a somewhat weird pick in my opinion, but could work out. So time to our sentence. We already saw it in the last match as well. A double FC coming from them. I assume at least 2 FCs coming from Argentina in this one as well.
Yeah, and this is the kind of map that honestly I expect Malaysia to go with on their next pick. I think this is definitely the easier remaining Nomad of the pool. So it's very possible that we see a lot of FCs on this one coming out. I believe we had 2 FCs on the side of Finland and a choke at the very end in our last match.
Yeah, that is definitely the case. So that's why I was a little surprised when I saw Argentina pick this. But yeah, they're probably the reasons. I would have personally probably went for hard 3 or double time 1. I think Argentina is heavily favored on those type of maps, but we'll see. We see Narcs actually leaving the lobby, so that might be actually Ryu dropping in instead of Narcs. It's just also surprising to me. So Argentina switching things up just a little bit, whilst Malaysia just has their 3 players staying in. Actually, Lute's coming in instead of Ricky.
So we're seeing 2 member swaps, 1 for each team. It's going to remain pretty similar. I think the scores and possibly the outcome from the last match. I think Argentina is definitely a bit favored on the Nomad, but it could definitely go either way. I think the score gap is going to be a bit less than the last map, but we'll have to see how it goes.
Yeah, definitely. I think what I just thought about might be like counterintuitive picking, as in we're going to pick what they want to pick. So in like 3 or 4 maps, they have nothing left to pick, which could work out. I've never tried it myself, but it could be a strategy.
Possibly.
Or they just feel really confident on this. That might also be the case. About the map, it's 1 minute 53 in length. It's a little less than 900 comma if I'm not mistaken. Air 9.3, but it's quite high CS, so it feels quite dense and a little slower. So it's easy to trip up on some of the streams. And Rio being the first to drop, so early advance in favor of Malaysia.
Yeah, the big thing is that mess was before turn to combo. Murder Attack is going to find the second miss right about 190 combo, so it's not completely at the score combo cap, but Riri does find a miss right in this slow section coming into the next sort of bursty part.
Lute and Astroloki and Sir Gonza and Saikai still holding on to an FC. Saikai and, well, actually no SSs to be seen on the Malaysian side. Sir Gonza the only one with an SS on the Argentine side. But he ends up dropping as soon as they say that, though, so that's going to increase its score in favor of Malaysia, all to above 200 combo. So And it's capitalizing to the fulls right now, but Loot ends up trading that miss from Sargans from a little earlier halfway through the map, but Malaysia can see they're in front, and that's going to give them a huge morale boost, I do believe, or some nerfs, depending on how you look at it.
Yeah, I think for the side of Malaysia, it's going to probably be a bit of a morale boost. These players have been here for quite a long time as a team. Mirrored Attack especially has been here for quite a few years. Riri does get a miss in this sort of bursty part right before the chorus. That's not going to help the side of of Argentina. Mirrored Attack and Loot do find 2 misses right there. That's going to be really sketchy. Astro Loki finding the 3rd miss on the side of Malaysia is going to flip right into the side of Argentina. Oh,
That
that's
is
painful.
so unfortunate. Complete meltdown coming from Malaysia, and Saikai and Sargans are just holding on, and that's going to be a huge difference maker in favor of Argentina. They need to see misses coming in from all 2 players currently Malaysia, or they are going to be losing this pick as well. And I do believe that's sadly going to be the case. Only a spinner at the end. That's going to be a 100,000 score difference, but that's so unfortunate for Malaysia because they had such a huge advantage, but then all 3 of them missing that little rough section right past the halfway mark, and that's going to be a second point for Argentina. But this one was really, really close, as we already anticipated, actually. And Saikai with the FC, so beautiful score coming from him. Sargans with a 1 miss, but sadly for Malaysia, 2-0 scoreline. So Argentina ends up confirming their breakpoint, which is really good. Every time you get a breakpoint, you want to confirm it, right? You don't want the other team to break back because then you're once again in even state. And now we have this buffer, right? It creates a different dynamic in your match. You have like a buffer. If you lose 1 pick, who cares, right? Because we still have that buffer. So really good for Argentina.
Yeah, I think that was definitely a bit on the questionable side of a pick for Argentina, though. That was only about a 100,000 point gap, and Malaysia held the advantage for most of the map until they had a breakdown in the very final 30 seconds or so. So that could have been very, very bad for Argentina if it just didn't find as many misses towards the end as they did on side Malaysia.
Yeah, I also find it a little weird that they drop out Narcs when he top performed on that hidden 3 pick.
Yeah.
Right before, and I believe he's a Nomad main, right? So that's a really weird strategy by Argentina, but it's ended up working in the end. So that's it. Yeah, nothing lost for them for now. I'm curious to see what Malaysia is going to be picking. I would assume they either go for Mixed Mod or Hidden 2, or actually perhaps Nomad 1, given how this Nomad 2 pick was actually quite close. Or Nomad 3. Actually, I think Malaysia is quite a good convert players. I forgot about that. So we could see. Well, I keep mentioning different maps, and I'm almost done with the entire pool. But I'm assuming I will be seeing it.
Mixed Mod 2.
Okay, Mixed Mod 2. All right. So convert, hidden, and Mixed Mod. So it's all a combination of everything I said before. But this one, I think it's a really good pick coming from Malaysia.
Yeah.
I think Mirrored Attack is definitely going to be the harder player, and then Astro Loki on hidden, and I would assume Loot on Nomad or something like that. Well,
Probably
actually,
something
Mirrored Attack-
around those lines. Something that
Yeah.
I'm a bit curious about is what is Argentina going to do on Mixed Mod? Now, I'd say that Saikai is by far their best Hard Rock and their best hidden player, but you can only play one, right?
Yeah.
So if you're gonna put him on something, it's gonna be one of those 2. I'd personally put him on Hard Rock, considering Hard Rock is the more important mod, I'd say, for Mixed Mod. Has the score multiplier 1.12, and it's also just typically going to be harder than hidden, especially on something that's AR 9.3 like this. So that's going to be something that we'll have to see. And yeah, we are going to see Saikai picking up that Hard Rock. Sargonzo is going to be on the hidden, and on the side of Malaysia, we're going to see Loot picking up the Hard Rock, and Astro Loki picking up hidden, with Ricky and really being both the Nomad players.
Yeah, Argentina switching things up. I believe last week Psycho was a hidden player and Sargonzo was a harder player. So those 2 players switch roles.
Yeah,
And
it'll probably
Sargonzo-
depend on what the map is. I'm assuming if it's like a lower AR hidden, Saikai might have to go on to that lower AR hidden role. But if it's something like 9.3, I'm assuming Sargonzo has the confidence to be able to play something like that pretty confidently.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. All players seem to be catching the game, but Dealzo Ricky being the first to drop, and actually 4 misses on the bottom side. Only the hidden players holding on, similar to that Finland versus Portugal match. So really weird dynamic currently, but Loot dropping once again is going to give an early advantage in favor of Argentina. And Ricky slightly struggling on the Nomad. That's not what you want to see. So Loki dropping once again, but Psyche as well. But Rio and Sargonzo, actually Sargonzo the only FC left in the room, only after 300 coming to the map. So a lot of misses on this beginning of this Mixed Mod map. Let's slightly slower, calmer section this, so people can build some combo, loot above 200. Saikai dropping a loot trading immediately, and Riki dropping as well, and Rio is not traded, so once again, 1 miss advance for Argentina. It's kind of fortunate for Malaysia. Astro Loki definitely holding on, but he needs his teammates to step up, and loot dropping once over Saikai trading immediately. A lot of misses coming from Saikai, actually, more than I anticipated myself.
This is definitely something that you wouldn't anticipate on the side of Saikai. Saikai obviously being one of the top 10 players in the world. You usually don't expect them to be missing this much on a round of 16 map. Really does find an limit. So Gonza finally breaks on the side of Argentina, and that's gonna possibly swing some points on the side of Malaysia. It's not gonna be enough. They probably need at least a few more misses on the side of Argentina to be able to swing it completely. But they are building a little bit of score at least.
They need Rio to drop. Actually, Loot is beating Saikai right now, so they only need Rio to drop, but the maps come to an end, only like 8 left, and Rio seems relatively confident right now, and he's going to be taking away the MVP, I do believe, for this one. Astrolock is dropping once more. Let's go to wrap things up for Argentina. And Rio actually stepping up for Argentina, probably their least known player, right? And he does end up only getting a 1 miss on this map, and that's going to be a 3rd point for Argentina. But Argentina, this looked shaky, rather, in my opinion. I don't think this is the performance they were anticipating. But then again, they won another breakpoint, actually, so we completely forgot this was Malaysia's pick. So that's a 3-0 scoreline for Argentina, 2 breakpoints ahead. And things are getting one-sided right now. Malaysia definitely has to step up their game and try to get 1 point on the board to then continue forward, because a 3-0 scoring and a 2-1 scoring, for example, would be a completely different situation.
For sure, for sure. Now, I'm curious what the next pick is going to be for Argentina. You have to think that possibly it's going to be something on the bit of the harder end. I don't know if you really want to go with Hard Rock because of how Saikai played on that last Hard Rock on the mixed mod. Possibly you could say maybe he wasn't as prepared for it. We're going to be seeing DT4. I think that's a... I don't know. I don't think that's the best of picks that you could come in with. Malaysia has been shown that they're pretty decent on converts. And something like this where it's very movement heavy, it's kind of like asking to get kind of destroyed by a convert skill set, in my opinion.
Yeah, I somewhat agree on that, definitely. But Malaysia does seem to be struggling a little bit with nerfs, because I do believe on that mixed map there was way more in their tank, but sadly they just weren't able to convert that into actual point right now. So, but I do think double time is the right bracket for Argentina. I would have preferred somewhat a double time 1 or a double time, actually double time 3. No, not stay away from double time 3. I would have preferred double time 1, but double time 4 I think can do the case well. Air 8.5 is relatively, it's on the higher side. I think most people are still comfortable with it, but it's already getting air 9.9 if I'm not mistaken after double time is added, so that's close to hard rock territory, right? So
yeah, 8.5 goes to exactly AR10, I believe. Probably one of the two. Yeah, so as long as you can play Hard Rock and play Air 8.5 with double time, it's just getting used to catcher speed. And that's probably going to be the big thing for all the players on this map, is having the increased catcher speed on a movement map like this is really, really tricky, right? This map is so tricky with the movement where you have to just do so tiny movements on every single note, and if you go slightly too far or slightly too short on any note, you just miss.
Yeah, I think this is a great, how would you say it, a great tester for like nerfs. I think a player with nerfs is going to be choking on this a lot, because it's a really honestly it's an I wouldn't say an easy map. It's a really good map. It's really wiggle, also quite a wiggle heavy actually as well, but a lot of tiny movements, splatter control, all of those terms, and those do not pair well with nerfs. So I'm curious to see how all 6 of these players are going to be playing on this. We see Rio, Sargonza, Saikai staying in. On the other side, Astroloki, Loot, and Riki as well. I'm surprised to not see Mirth attack on this, but might be just how they want to perform this. Sargonza being the first to drop at 40 combo shouldn't matter in the end, unless Malaysia triples F season. I think there's still like a lot of spinners in the map, so they might be able to even overcome that with a spinner. Actually, it's quite a huge score up though. And Rio dropping once as well, so that's going to give an early advantage in favor of Malaysia. And the early part of this map is probably the hardest part.
Yeah.
Like, starting from 400 combo, it gets relatively easier, I would say. So, and Rio dropping once more is not helping.
Yeah, and the fact that Malaysia is still holding triple FCs right in this white power say that Astroloki does find the first miss for Malaysia, but it is pretty impressive. And there, honestly, there they all go. Maybe I just shouldn't have spoke, but it's a bit unfortunate. The score is going to be going right to Argentina any second now. But actually, I don't know. Rui keeps finding a few misses, and it's going to be evening out, actually.
Yeah, this could get really close, actually. Rio dropping a couple of times, but I think due to that losses from Ricky is going to give it.
Yeah, it's going to go slightly Argentina. Very slightly. Probably about 10,000, 15,000 points, I think, is going to be the difference. Once everybody reaches these 200 combos, we're going to see them all getting that flip right here. It's probably going to be at least a few more misses in this map. Ooh, only 4,000 here.
Okay, I think Rio's movement seems really shaky, so that's something to look out for because he did miss a lot already. So if Malaysia can capitalize on those misses, I could definitely get. Actually, this is pretty much tight. I'm not sure how Argentina's not in front because Taylor Riggs is only hitting turn combo now. Might be spinner actually, and this is getting. Really
yeah, Rui also had the same combo as well right there, so they were kind of gaining score at the same time. It might be a spinner diff if every team can hold, but it's going to be really hard for all these teams to hold, even though the ending is a bit easier than the rest of the map. Blue does get a miss on the side of Malaysia. That's not what you want to see if you're a Malaysian fan right now. Saikai and Rui missed though.
Okay, so Gonzo versus also Loki right now, but
Ricky gets another miss.
Oh, this is getting really, really close at the end. They need one more miss from Argentina to get this back, but this is way closer than I think Argentina anticipated. Getting until the end. The end is not missable if I'm not mistaken, but you know, this is really close actually. 10,000 points. Ricky dropping once, but that's going to seal the deal for Malaysia. That's so unfortunate because there was so much potential in this map. Ends up being a 22,000 score difference, but this was really, really close. Gons with a one miss. Beautiful score coming from him with 1,488 combo as well. So pretty close to an FC. That's actually pain, as Astrolucky pointed out, because this was definitely a pick Malaysia could have won. Ricky at the end, slightly struggling, is going to be the difference maker for this one. But Astrolucky also with a one miss. Story beating Story, who has a two miss. So I mean, it's been a story of almost for Malaysia in this match. I think there's a couple of points where they almost won. Nomad 2, Double Time 4 come to mind. They almost got that point, and we could have been looking at a 2-2 scoreline, which is a completely different match. But it's Malaysia's third pick coming up, but they have to win this one, you imagine. Because
they kind of have to at this point. It's going to be pretty much a do-or-die situation for Malaysia. And
but it's a
honestly,
score coming from Malaysia. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, they had a really good score. It's one of those maps where you were kind of surprised that Argentina picked it because I think it plays right into Malaysia's skill sets. And at this point, you gotta wonder, what do Malaysia go with? Personally, I think DT3 is a great pick. You just saw that Argentina is pretty weak at being consistent, especially on these early rounds. You're a team that's pretty much built on this consistency, and I think DT3, you can kind of hope that they get a few misses. You probably have to try to do your best, try to get a good score, and probably couldn't get a point on DT3, is at least my opinion.
I think there's three maps that come to mind. I think Hidden 2 as well, perhaps, and Nomad 3 or Nomad 4. I think those just gotta go for confidence, I feel like.
Yeah.
Just stay away from specifics if you're Malaysia.
Yeah, that is exactly what I would say as well. I think probably Nomad 4 would be better than Nomad 3 and Hidden 2. That's my opinion, at least. So Nomad 3 is going to be a pick. I think it's still a decent pick. It's definitely one of the better picks remaining. So you could see some good scores from this. I think this map definitely has a lot of miss potential. There's patterns that you can get very caught out on. There's one pattern towards the end that is kind of a memory pattern, not really, but if you're not prepared for it, you'll definitely miss it. And that's going to cost some teams a few misses for sure, I'd say.
Yeah, we saw Argentina somewhat struggling against Singapore on the Nomad Comrade as well, so I think it's a really good pick. Plus, we get to enjoy this beautiful song. This song is so good, so I'm really happy they picked this one and not Nomad 4, because Nomad 3 song is 10 times better in my opinion. But we see Ryu dropping out, so I think... Actually, never mind, he's coming back. We haven't seen Karane in this match, which is also somewhat surprising in my opinion. I would have expected... Actually, we've seen Nox making his reappearance in this one. That's really good decision in my opinion.
And that's about what you would expect, in my opinion, seeing Narcs come back in. We'd also do see Maru Attack coming back in. That's another thing that you would probably expect here. Kagari coming in on the side of Malaysia as well. Going to be a bit of a different lineup for both teams.
Yeah, Malaysia definitely going to switch things up, which is a good thing. Curious to see if they can convert this one to a point. as we said already, if they lose this one, they're looking at 6 match points and elimination, and I don't think that's a bridge they can cross.
It's tough.
It's really, really tough. And I think Murder Attack, especially a really good combat player. I think Lute as well has shown us quite a decent combat skill, especially in that TT4. Played really, really well. On the other side, Saikai, Gonzo, and Nox is a really, really, really terrifying roster to face. How would you say, they do somewhat struggle with consistency, and I think this map is all about consistency, nomad comfort consistency rather. So this could give some leeway towards Malaysia, but I wouldn't want to face Gonzo, Saikai, and Nox in like your quarterfinals or semifinals pool, because the 3 of them seem really, really scary.
For sure.
About the map, it's 4 minutes in length, or 3 minutes 40. It's really consistency based. There's a couple of some hyperdash are quite wide, so in my first run I kind of got messed up by those a couple of times, so that could happen to players as well. The rest is pure consistency based. I would say some streamy heavy. Those, by the way, those tiny breaks in those patterns right after, it's easy to mess those up if you haven't practiced the map. And I believe Saikai is side reading, because he did point out he hadn't played an entire week, so that does indicate he hadn't had time to practice the maps. And Saikai and Kagari trading misses there on the very same note, so that's going to stabilize, balance things out. With Kagari dropping once more is going to give us only a slight advantage, because he only has 50 combo towards Argentina.
Yeah, this is the kind of map that I'd say you would need to play at least once, because there's quite a few jumps that are just pretty far, and even if you are one of the best players, it's like you're not going to be able to catch some of them, especially the one at the end that we will see. I think it's about like 1,200 combo or something like that. Yeah, it's just a very, very far slider pixel jump kind of pattern.
Yeah, I fully agree. You have to play this type of map at least once. Nox dropping, and that's going to be 1 FC falling for Argentina once again, but Kagami trading that one, so it's still going to stabilize somewhat. Luda Murder Attack versus Sorganza currently, but Nox dropping once more. Actually, is going to get quite tight, I do believe.
Yeah, I think it'll just about even up. It'll be maybe a few thousand-point lead for Argentina once everything is all settled, but that's still nothing that you can really take away and be like, okay, we're comfortable with this. No, you're definitely not comfortable. Lute and Kagari finding 2 misses. It's very unfortunate.
And that's going to hurt Malaysia a lot. And Saikai and Sorganza especially still onto a double S right now. Beautiful performance. 2 turns into this map, and it's they're 2 misses ahead right now. So if at least 2 players from Argentina can hold on, they have this wrapped up. The ending is somewhat rougher, but that's also rougher for Malaysia though, and they have to keep holding on. So not sure if they can come back from this. 2 misses still, 1 quarter left. The song is so good though, honestly.
It is really good. Lute getting another miss right as he was about to hit that 200 combo mark. Pretty unfortunate. The score gap's going to be about 100,000 points, and at this point, even if Argentina all hit that pattern I was talking, or all missed that pattern I was talking about, and Malaysia all hit it, it's going to be quite too late into the map, I think, for them able to pull a comeback. Sorganza does get a miss as the FC down on the outside of Argentina. Maybe something could happen in the final few seconds of this map.
Yeah, all eyes on Murder Attack currently with that FC, but wow, what a curse from me. My apologies, Murder Attack. Nox ends up trading. They need Saikai to drop. They need Gonzo to drop. I think the map is... There's not enough time left. And that was the pattern. Everyone caught it.
That was the pattern. Everybody caught it.
This is not looking bright for Malaysia. Triple miss coming across the board. 2 misses on Argentina, but they had such a huge buffer from those early misses from Kagami and Lute, and that's going to be it. And it's going to be 70,000 point difference. It's not a lot, right? It's once again almost. It's not a lot score difference, but sadly, Argentina is just a tad better, I would say, currently, or a tad less nervous, perhaps.
It's just very, very slight score differences, and that's honestly all it takes for a 5-0 scoreline like this to happen. If you're ahead by like 20,000 points in every map, hey, that's enough. You know, you don't need to win every map by 200, 300,000 points.
True, definitely true, but it's I would say the 5-0 score isn't fair to Malaysia, in my opinion, currently, because they've been playing really, really well, and they're really close to Argentina. But they're always on the other side of the coin. I think that's not the same, but you know what I mean. Either way, 6 match points for Argentina, and they have to have the pick as well, so it's not looking bright for Malaysia, and they're facing elimination once again. Third team to be eliminated if they were to lose this pick. So I'm curious to see where Argentina is going to go. I would say Hard Rock 2.
Yeah,
could be...
if there is one thing, like you said, Hard Rock 2.
Wow.
I think that's probably a pretty decent pick on the side of Argentina. It's probably one of the better picks they could go with. I'm not sure if Malaysia could field 3 players who could consistently play a Hard Rock map like this. This one also has a very tricky ending, which I think will favor Argentina.
Yeah. I think this
Actually,
is a perfect pick. Also,
the fact
that
that-
song is cool.
That is true. The fact that story is sight reading, though, that's going to be... I don't know. I don't know if you can hit this ending with sight reading. It's really, really hard to be able to sight read this ending.
Yeah, it feels, how would you say it, like, it goes right, left, left. That's how I memorize the pattern, but it feels so counterintuitive that second right and that, like, third left, they feel so counterintuitive. So, indeed, if Saikai, I'm not 100% sure he's sight reading, but he did say he hadn't played an entire race, so I'm assuming he is. But I think Sir Gonza, for example, did practice map, so he could tell Surya, hey, sorry, it's like right, left, so he could perhaps memorize it, but I'm not entirely sure. But
Even then, it's
something
like-
to account for, yeah.
You're telling the guy, it's like right, left. It's like, huh? What did you just say? You know,
Also
it's one of those things that you truly have to just go in, see for yourself, like,
Yeah,
that's what it is.
yeah. But alright, 6 match points for Argentina. Sir Gonza, Saikai, and Narcs staying the same roster on the other side. Astroloki stepping in for Kagari for this hard work. We see 3 players equipping Hidden. Actually, we haven't talked about that, but Hidden is just purely for reading purposes. Some people prefer it. Not entirely sure why, because in my opinion it doesn't help, but for some people it does. And it does not give any score bonus. That's also something to note. Map's 800 combo in length, only 2 minutes, so relatively short. And there's one tricky pattern around 650, and the ending is really, really rough. So those are 2 things to look out for. We see Nox being the first to drop in the beginning section. So early advantage once again towards Malaysia. I believe they had the early advantage for the majority of the maps. Loot trading 1 miss from Nox, but still advantage of Malaysia.
Yeah, and this advantage is very, very small. It's only like maybe 10,000 points, I think, and that advantage is gone with Astroloki and Loot finding 2 more misses. Mirror attack, the third on the side of Malaysia. That's not going to be a good sign. It's really not what you want to see.
Malaysia somewhat falling under the pressure, I would say. Saikai and Sir Gonza, on the other hand, holding onto a double S beautifully. Plenty of room still, but that score is already 200,000 points, and it's massive because this map is so short, and Birth Attack dropping once more. It's not looking bright for Malaysia right now, halfway into this harder 2 thing. And Narc stepping up after his initial miss there. And then looking like a beautiful team score coming in from Argentina currently. But we're approaching that harder part, and we might see misses coming in there.
Yeah, Story and Saikai and Astroloki do find a miss right before this bursty section, heading right into this course. Astroloki does get another one right at the start of the course. A bit unfortunate.
Earthquake dropping once more. Quarrel left. Narcs and Sir Gonza still on the FC right now. Beautiful from him. And I believe there's no time left for Malaysia, sadly. Loot Bird Attack dropping once more. Let's see if
I wonder who's going to hit the ending. Wow, they actually all hit it except for Bird Attack at the very end.
Yeah, that is surprising. But at
That's pretty impressive in my
3.2
opinion.
million from Argentina. Actually, 2 of them do end up missing on the... Well, from Malaysia,
Final
rather.
little
2 of them missing
slider.
on the slider. But that's a beautiful team score coming from Argentina. Beautiful see from coming from Sir Gonza. And a 6-0 scoreline for Argentina. Sadly, we have to say goodbye to Malaysia this year. But honestly, I feel for Malaysia because they were really close and on multiple picks. And I would have given them the point at the very least. But sadly, that is not the case. And Argentina live to fight another day. Or I think that's the saying. My English sayings are not that great, to be honest. But either way, Argentina will be going on into the loser bracket quarterfinals, where they'll be facing off the loser of Taiwan-Mexico. So there are some really spicy matchups looking there. And then Malaysia, sadly, will be knocked out in 25th to 32nd place this year.
Yeah, and even though Malaysia did get swept, they had a pretty good performance in my opinion. They had quite a good showing, even though all the scores went on the side of Argentina. Like we said, scores are pretty close on almost all the maps. So huge props to the Malaysian players. They did pretty good, and all things considered.
Here are your winners for today. Argentina, Karane, Dukimo Diablo. We haven't seen both of them, but Saika, Ryusur, Gonza, and Narks making his debut in the OC Catch World Cup, winning quite confidently against Malaysia. Well, confidently in the sense that it's a 6-0, but the maps are really, really close. But then again, a win is a win, and they have to just look forward for next week, because next week there's a terrifying matchup coming their way.
Yeah, and speaking of terrifying matchups, oh boy, have we got a terrifying matchup for you coming in about 23 minutes. This matchup is probably the matchup of the week. We have Seed 8 versus Seed 9, Italy versus France. Oh man, this match is going to be insane, honestly.
Yeah, European blood getting spilled for no reason whatsoever, sadly. But we see the two European titans facing off against each other. A repeat of the European Catch Cup final, but now Titobas and Natsuko are both there for France as well. So really looking forward to this one. Definitely want to check that out, because that is going to be one banger of a match.
For sure. And then just a few hours after that, we do have another match for the day coming with Canada, Russia. That one's also going to be one of the better matches in my opinion. It's a bit later than the France-Italy match, about 3.5 hours after it, but it is still within a reasonable time span. So don't be going away for too long. We'll probably be taking a quick 20-minute break for the stream, so that way you guys can maybe go get some rest, snacks, something. Go do whatever, get up, move around, you know. Maybe you have a little bit of work that you do over the weekend. Who knows?
FC Illness for example. There's plenty of things to do. But we'd like to thank you for watching once again. This was once again Zachary and Quentin commentating this one. And once again, be sure to do not miss France vs Italy, because you'll miss the banger of the weekend. All right, everyone, take care, and we'll see you guys in about 20 minutes from now.
Put it on the right track, put it on the right track. Message from my heart, message from my heart. Put it on the right track, put it on the right track. Message from my heart, message from my heart. Put it on the right track, put it on the right track. Message from my heart, message from my heart. Put it on the right track, put it on the right track. Message from my heart. Message from my heart. hard, never lying, they're gonna have a hard time to define or to find us. And I'd rather die first, start give you fake fuck, silly time on my energy. Born with the knowledge of a hard, never lying, they're gonna have a hard time to define or to find us. And I'd rather die first, start give you fake fuck, silly time on my energy. Born with the raw, 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 silly time on my energy.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the round of 16 for this year 2022's OsCatch World Cup. I'm JB Hyperion, joined by Seka for this upcoming match between France and Italy, two European titans for sure.
Well, yeah, when people think about European catch, these are the first two teams that come to their mind, without a doubt, honestly, at this point. France and Italy, definitely, I'd say, the most powerful European teams. On the side of Italy, we got all the 79s, Vito 79, Armor 79, Kami 79, Noza 79, Sakhalin 79, and Sir Waffle 79. On the side of France, we got Titobus, Electro, No Life, Boros, Hollow, and Natsuko. These guys are just so good at the game. And honestly, this is a matchup that you could see even happening in Finals Week, and honestly, possibly even Grand Finals Week. That's how strong these two teams are. And here they are facing off in the round of 16.
Yeah, absolutely. It's unlucky that one of these two has to end up in losers bracket after this week, but we've seen some teams come back from early defeats in the losers bracket to come through. I mean, you yourself have tried to finish off China in like quarterfinals on multiple occasions, only to have them rise from the dead in that finals week.
It's very hard to get rid of China completely, but this year I think they're looking a lot stronger. And we're going to be getting the first bans of this match coming in. We're going to see France banning Hard Rock 1. It's a bit surprising. And then Italy banning DT3. You know, I would have expected these bans to be, you know, swapped looking at these two teams. Before the kind of match, me and JBH were talking to ourselves, and like, I think France picks Hard Rock 1. I think France is probably the better Hard Rock 1 team, and here they are banning it. They're also saying how Italy was probably the better DT team, and they're like, nope, we're banning it. So, we do see Italy coming with their first pick. Mixed Mod 1, I think this is definitely the best pick for Italy. I think Mixed Mod is just so much better for their skill sets compared to France. I think France is very good at Mixed Mod, but they don't have the same strong hidden player that I think Italy could bring out with the side of Kame. I think Kame is completely able to play something like this on hidden. It's still relatively easy enough for Kame to play a hidden. It's only AR 9. I mean, Arma's, you know that guy's gonna pop off on Hard Rock.
Yeah, as you said, Mixed Mod 1 was Italy's first pick in their round of 32 match against the Netherlands last week as well, that being Mapletown Memories. We're going to be scaling things up quite a little bit here, though, with the round of 16 Mixed Mod Summoning 101. I'm not a Hard Rock player, but I think you will probably say, as someone who's very skilled, that this is honestly quite painful with Hard Rock, and would be quite a challenge, even for some of these players, to be performing well under tournament pressure.
Yeah, so this map is definitely harder than any of the Hard Rock maps itself with Hard Rock, and I think that's intended based on you only have one Hard Rock player for this map, and I think that's personally fine. It is CS 4.3, which is going to go quite a bit higher with Hard Rock, I think like 5.7, something like that, and that makes it really tricky, especially at this kind of 1/3 swing or 1/3 BPM, where it's like really sparse at times and really tight with the spacings. It gets just really hard to stay consistent on this map with Hard Rock.
Yeah, as you said, only one player for Mixed Mod needs to play in Hard Rock. If you haven't seen any of the Mixed Mod performances in the World Cup this year, Mixed Mod entitles one player to play with no mod from each team, one with Hidden and one with Hard Rock. So it's a bit different from Free Mod that you might have seen in the past, where you can pick any number of mod combinations from those three on any of your players. One person must play on each individual mod.
Yeah, and so it looks like we're going to be seeing the lineup from Italy that we are probably going to see for most of the matchup. Armor 79, Kame 79, Sir Waffle 79, all on the screen right now. On the side of France, I think this is probably the best three French players as well. You have Titobus, Boros, and Natsuko. Definitely the strong players. I think in this matchup, Boros might be the Hard Rock player. I'm not completely sure. I'd probably put Boros as the Hard Rock player. We'll have to see coming into this. Seems like the players are sorting themselves out, so that way we can see all the players kind of, symmetrical on the screen with Mixed Mod. So that way Hard Rock, and then no mod, and etc, etc, etc.
Very good of them to make it a little bit easier for us. When does it start? It starts right now. Welcome to game number 1 of this best of 11 between France and Italy.
Yeah, and something that's a bit interesting is we have Boros coming in with the Hidden. Something that usually you wouldn't see that much of. We have Titobus on the Hard Rock for the side of France. Usually when you think of Boros, you think this guy is the guy for Hard Rock for France. But he is playing Hidden this year for Mixed Mod.
Yeah, a little flexibility is a sign of a good team going forward. You don't always have to have the same kind of 3 players always playing the same maps. As we see an early miss from Arma there at about 100 combo on the Hard Rock.
Yeah, and that's going to be more painful than a no-mod miss. It is in the first about 100 combo, so it's not going to be as punishing as a full miss. But it is definitely going to be noticeable, especially between these two titans of a team that, honestly, between most of these maps, you might not see more than a few misses. And as we say that, Boros and Sir Waffle are going to be finding their first misses of the map.
Yeah, Hidden and No Mod both weighted at 1 time score multiplier, so those 2 misses effectively being equal. happening after the 200 combo back, but Waffle missing again there before building up a significant combo. That's going to give France a bit more of an advantage as we come to about 1/3 distance.
Yeah, this is going to build up quite a bit. It's already about a 110,000 point lead, and it's going to just only get higher and higher as these combos for France stay between T-Tobus and Natsuko. T-Tobus holding the SS still with Hard Rock. Very impressive on his side. As we said, that score lap is only increasing. I think it's going to settle in at about 130,000, maybe 140,000, once Sir Waffle brings that combo back up to 200, which is the combo cap. This slow section is very sketchy for the Hard Rock players. You can see Armor79 kind of struggling with his movements because you just have to guess at where the fruit's going to go.
Yeah, just keeping your eyes glued right to the top of the screen there so you can see and notice these things exactly as they appear.
Yep. Something that is a bit interesting as well. Comet79, oh, I was just about to say he was holding Nessus, but him and Sir Waffle do find more misses. That's going to make the score gap so huge for the side of France. France coming out really, really strong. They only had that singular miss, I believe, from Boros at the start of the map at about 220 combo. Apart from that, they're just holding on so strong.
Yeah, Natsuko still with that double S on Nomad. Tobus just with a single droplet miss, I think, has barely affected that score at all. This was Italy's first pick, don't forget. You see the blue coming out there. So
Yeah.
This is going to be a very decisive opening momentum swing towards France as Cam sees a few drops there as well.
Yeah, and I think this just goes to show how strong France is on these kind of map pools this early on. Like, France is the team that you ask who is one of the most consistent teams in the Catch World Cup on an early stage, you're probably going to say France. That's just how consistent they are. And look at that. FC from T-Tobus, FC from Natsuko, only 2 misses from Boros at probably around the same time. That's just so hard to beat. I don't know if any team is actually going to beat that team score throughout the whole weekend, honestly.
Yeah, really impressive opening start from France on a map that wasn't even their pick either, so an immediate breakpoint for France, and they get to decide what's next. We initially thought that Hard Rock was definitely going to be their go-to, but they ended up banning Hard Rock 1 first off. So it'll be interesting to see where they go next. I think fielding a team of 3 hidden players against Italy is probably, I wouldn't say risky, in that like Italy are a better hidden team than them, but I think both teams would kind of both favor their chances but also not want to take the risk on hidden. But they are actually going to do hidden 3. Okay, we're just completely wrong so far this match. Surprised at every turn.
Honestly, hidden 3 I think is probably a pick that suits T-Tobus as sort of the third member for hidden, I think, on the side of France. Actually might not be even seeing him. We have Hollow coming in on the side of France, Hollow being one of the hidden members for France. I think we're probably going to be seeing Electro as the third member for France. Might not be. On the side of Italy, we're probably going to be seeing these 3 players play most of the maps. We might be able to see Noza or Sakurin come in, but no, we're actually going to get started straight away. Natsuko is going to be playing the hidden. That's something that I didn't really expect coming into this one. I would have assumed that it would have been either T-Tobus or Electro filling in for that slot.
Yeah, so no T-Tobus, no Electro. France wasting absolutely no time in continuing this match. Rapid pace as we go into game number 2. France currently leading 1-0 after that early break point.
I think this map also definitely suits Kame and Arma's skill sets for hidden quite a bit more. This map is more reliant on having just the base skill that you need with Nomad to be able to hit some of these patterns like these right here, that ones that you found Sir Waffle getting his misses on. Hollow trading it shortly after is going to be a slight advantage for Italy once all the scores even out, just to do how the combos work. But Arma and Natsuko getting 2 misses right next to each other.
Yeah, approach rate 9.3 on this one does make it a lot more accessible to some of the lower approach rate hidden stuff that we've seen in previous rounds. But some of these streams are really kind of awkwardly spaced as well, as Sir Waffle really struggling, just dashing away from some of these streams a little bit too soon.
Yeah, it's actually, if you look at Sir Waffle's movement, he's going very slow, it looks like. Natsuko gets a miss on the top side of the screen, followed up by Sir Waffle. He's just moving a bit too slow, it seems like. He's not completely having faith in his movement when he's pressing the dash button. And that's a bit unfortunate, because it is kind of costing his team many points. Armor79 and Hollow getting misses on these little stack sections. They're a bit tricky to place. And that is going to be another huge miss on the side of France. 2 more misses from Hollow and Natsuko. That's possibly going to even it up here.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that Armor tried to stack the first set of wiggles, missed. Tried to wiggle the second set of stacks and then missed. So in the end, he just kind of ended up doing a mixture of both.
Yeah, and Natsuko finding many, many misses in this area end of the map. It might flip over to Italy. There it is, that flip right at the last few seconds of the map. And is that going to be it? Is that going to be a point for Italy?
Waffle found consistency at the perfect time to capitalize on those mistakes from Natsuko and also a couple from Hollow as well. So Italy are going to sneak this one by about 6,500 points. We see another break point. France deciding maybe Hidden was not quite the pick they needed to go for.
Yeah, there was only 6,900 points between the two teams. We see Kame and Boros getting 2 SSs, very good scores from the both of them. The supporting cast for both teams, not the best. It seems like it was more of a who has the better second and third players on this map. Typically, you'd see also Boros, not the best of hidden players, but hey, he seems like he's doing pretty damn good so far in this round. At this point, you kind of have to wonder what is going to be the next pick for Italy. They lost their first mixed mod map, and then they got a break point on Hidden. So these teams are kind of just trading their picks. Hey, you want to win that? Okay, you can have that. I think that Double Time 2 would be the pick for Italy. I think that they're slightly favored on the more denser Double Time map, one that requires a little bit more of a skill set, but they're going to be going Hard Rock 3.
You can see some logic in this. France banning Hard Rock 1. Again, before the match, I would have thought that France were maybe slightly favoured on Hard Rock, especially with regards to the converted maps. I mean, you have players like No Life and Hollow who are just Tobus that are just excellent at convert play.
Yeah. On the side of Italy, we do see their first substitution, Vito, coming in for the side of Sir Waffle. That is definitely something that you would expect, Vito being pretty much known as the guy who hidden hard rocks every single marathon and catch pretty much. That guy,
I mean, his name was literally like Hidden Hard Rock at one point. Like XDHR, but yeah.
If there is a map,
his forte.
If there's a map that hasn't been FC'd with Hidden Hard Rock and it's like below 6 stars and it's a marathon, you can bet that he's been playing it for quite a while and there's some weird pattern that hasn't been able to hit for probably at least months at this point. And we're not seeing any Boros on the side of France. That's something that I'm just really surprised about. This guy's
like Guy SS's a map that you weren't expecting him to do that well on, and then you sub him out straight away?
I mean, even then he's
game plan here.
He's contradicting all my knowledge about him. I've talked to the guy quite a bit too, and like I've always known him as the guy who's really good at Hard Rock, especially on converts like this, and he's not playing it. So
it may be that France already know what their next pick's going to be, and so he's resting and training for that.
Yeah, maybe they're going to Hidden 2 after this, I'm not sure, but I think France definitely have the players to be able to do that comfortably. We're going to be all seeing 6 SSs, Hollow actually getting the first droplet miss in the intro of the map. It's not going to matter that much, the spin is going to be what's going to decide this intro more than the droplets. Every team holding pretty strong. We actually see a bit of an advantage because Vito's dropped quite a few droplets. That's going to be a lot of droplets. Look at his AC, it's at 99.1. That's, I think, 5 droplets, and that's what's going to be setting the big gap here on the side of France.
Yeah, as you said, like droplets on their own don't make a huge deal, and that does make a huge deal though. Kame with the first drop there at the halfway mark is going to send France back into the lead by a slightly more comfortable margin.
If you give France an inch, they're going to take a mile. That's how France are, especially on the round like this. They honestly might just end the map with only a few misses at the end, because the end patterning at the very last 5 seconds is really, really hard. I don't know how many players are going to hit it. I'd assume at least 2 are going to miss on the very ending. Vito does get another miss on the side of Italy. That's not what you want to see if you're an Italian fan. And France still holding these 3 FCs so strong right into the end of the map.
Yeah, unless we see a huge stack of misses from one or multiple France players right now, I think this one is definitely going their way, because there's not a lot left in the map available, as Vito's just building back up to that combo cap.
Yeah, here we go into this sort of very hard patterning. I think it's right here. see Titobus wiggling that. I don't know how he wiggled that. That was fast.
That is a flex and a half. Can we get this man extra points for that, please?
Yeah, true. Oh man. And that
Really,
is
really
gonna
solid
be,
performance across the board.
yeah,
there.
that's probably going to be the highest team score again on the side of France. Only Hala finding a miss at the end of the map. That's, I don't know how you can beat that. These players are just coming in, setting probably the highest team scores that we will see across the whole weekend out of any team on this map, and their first point as well. And you gotta wonder, it's like, France, they showed up and they're not playing around. That is for sure.
I mean, Italy's score wasn't exactly bad by any stretch of the
Yeah,
imagination.
definitely.
Both of these teams have practiced a lot, and that's very obvious.
Yeah, that Italian score is probably enough to beat most of the teams that are in this round.
Oh, banger alert. No Mod
Oh,
3
yeah.
coming out now. So yeah, we finally see some Nomad making an appearance. Is this what Boros was being rested for? Will we see him making a reappearance?
Possibly, but I'm a bit surprised because that last map is a bit similar to this one in the fact that the movements are very similar. I think we could see No Life coming in on something like this. No Life, probably the most experienced French player apart from Titobus on maps like this. Even might be more experienced than
Certainly a very
Titobus.
experienced combat player.
Mhm.
And yeah, I kind of agree with what you said there, that they're both very like revolving around like high slider velocity and strong hypers into weird slider shapes as well, as we do see No Life making an appearance there.
Now these are rosters that you'd probably expect for both teams, fielding all three of their best players on something like this. Now this map, it's like, honestly, it could be a 6-way FC. That's how good these players are, especially on something like this. You don't really expect many misses on a consistency jump map like this. It's not really like the kind of traditional jumps where you go left, right at like a 120 BPM metronome. No, this is more so like, okay, you have one really far jump at 1/4 at 130 BPM. It's a much different skill set, and this skill set I think is favored for both teams, honestly. Probably a bit more so on the side of France, considering that No Life and Titobus have been playing these maps for, honestly, years at this point. Probably more than a decade's worth collectively between just the two of those players.
Yeah. Certainly longer than I've been playing the game, and I'm not exactly a new player either.
Yeah. At this point, you're just as ancient as they are, honestly. If there is anything to watch out for this map, it is the ending spin. I believe the ending spin is a bit troublesome. Actually, that's 3 misses on that farther jump right there. It's going to be 1 miss advantage for the side of France. Hala does find another miss, but it's not going to nearly matter as much as that second miss on the side of Italy.
Yeah, so these teams can see each other's scores in this break. France knowing that they've got about an 18,000 point lead, but Italy with a very slight combo gap, so that is combo advantage, so that gap is going to come down a little.
Just very slightly. That's going to be another miss for Hala, though. I think that's going to even it out
Yeah,
quite
for
a
sure.
bit.
Because Kama and Waffle are both
Yeah.
back up at 200 combo already.
Now there is a pattern on the right side of the screen coming up soon, I believe, that is like you can stand still it right here, everybody deciding to wiggle it. Sometimes that pattern decides to trip a few players up. It's like, I can stand still this, but wiggling is probably safer, but wiggle, you gotta wiggle, you know? So, a bit
I
nice
like
to
the
see
idea
all-
of the pattern deciding to trip the player up like it has a conscience and it knows who it
Yeah.
wants to win or lose.
Oh man. Yeah, everybody recovering pretty well after those first few initial misses. Everybody having quite well above 200 combo.
There's probably no more than about a 10,000 point lead for Italy right now. There we
Yeah,
see
there you go.
10.5, 11,000. Real close.
Yeah, and that's not enough to be decided by spinners. I don't think Italy will throw the spinner by that much. It'll take quite a miraculous performance in a not good way to be able to throw a spin lead by 11,000 points. But I think there probably will be at least 1 or 2 more misses towards the end of this map, and that could definitely swing the favor in one team's advantage. Now, I also think that 10,000 points is enough to get overcome if a team decides to miss on this last slider that's pretty challenging. Could very much happen that one of the Italians miss on the farther slider, I think maybe 1100, 1200 combo, and that might be enough to be able to turn the score right at the very end of the map. Slider should be coming up relatively soon, right here. Everybody hits it, and it's looking like Italy are going to be securing this one unless something drastic in these last few minutes happen. It's always possible. And that is it. Italy are going to win this one by just the thinnest of margins. That's only 12,000 points. Man. Hala only missed 3 times. There's only 2 misses on the side of Italy, and that's just how close these matches are going to be between these two teams.
We've seen a lot of the games go this way, where there's some kind of nerves at the beginning and players like struggle a little bit, and then they take a deep breath, and then they just nail the rest of the map like it's nothing. So that's 4 break points in a row, if I'm not mistaken. 2 on each side. No one has won their own pick yet.
And honestly, that just goes to show the complete volatility of this match. I think volatility is just the perfect word for something like this. It's like, these maps are so coin flippy for both of these teams because they're just so much better than the map pool kind of suggests at this round, that like, you can lose each of these maps by 1 miss. And that's just all it takes. 1 miss, 1 bad RNG miss, and you just lost. And that's going to show how these picks are going, with all 4 of them being breakpoints. It's like, neither team are truly going to be advantaged for any of these maps, I feel.
So Italy to pick next, and the timer has started to elapse a little bit more than in the previous rounds. We saw teams picking very quickly for the first 2 picks each. Now we're starting to take a little bit longer. Some more thinking is having to go into it because of their safety concerns and some of the comfort picks, or, I mean, I say comfort picks, but both teams have lost their first 2 picks. But
yeah, at this point you start to second guess yourself. It's like, were we really strong on that map? You know? It's like, were we really going to win that one? Even though you got like 4 breakpoints in a row. We're actually going to be seeing Nomad 4 on the side of Italy. This is going to be more the traditional jump map that everybody thinks of when you see a jump map. It's going to be the 108 BPM, just big left-rights kind of jump map. A little bit different compared to the last one, which is going to be 1-4 jumps. This is going to be 1/2 jumps. It's a bit longer at 4 minutes 14 seconds, but that's not a problem for these 2 teams.
yeah, a little bit different in that both teams will think, okay, then there are different sets of skills involved and we have the players that can compete for those. But similar enough from Italy's perspective, I think, that they can say, well, okay, we won that one by like a fairly small margin. This one is similar, but maybe we feel that we're a little bit more consistent on this type of map, so if we won that one, then we should win this one as well.
Yeah, quite possibly.
Mind you, that logic hasn't applied to nearly anything so far, so we might just be talking complete nonsense.
Quite possibly. But yeah,
Hollow
both teams in the
suggesting
chat-
play the map with 0% music.
Yeah. This song, you definitely have to have an acquired taste for this type of music. And a lot of players, kind of, bit of a vibe song, you could say. And some players, when you're in a high stress situation, like they just like, oh my gosh, I can't be bothered to listen to something that's like this chill and relaxing for 4 minutes and be this tense. It's like 2 colliding worlds just mixing with each other and like, it's painful.
Well, painful for the players, but obviously fantastic for us to see. And we hope you're all enjoying watching. Coming into game number 5. And just a reminder before we get underway to anyone who's just tuned in, this is a winners bracket match, round of 16, so both of these teams won't be eliminated no matter who loses. One will drop down to the losers bracket. And both teams have lost their opening pick, so all 4 of the points that we see on screen right now are break points. So these 2 teams very evenly matched right now.
Armor 79 finding a really early miss. That's something that you would probably never really see. Something, he's probably just laughing to himself right now. He's like, oh my gosh, how did I miss something like that? You know, I think Armor's that kind of guy, is like not really getting frustrated, but he's like kind of laughing at himself. He's like, man, I don't know how I missed that. But it definitely has to be a little painful.
Yeah, as one of the longest maps in the pool, obviously outside of the tiebreaker, early misses like that are not hugely impactful in the grand scheme of things, provided, of course, everyone else doesn't FC the map.
Yeah, and honestly though, the thing is with this match, I was just about to say we could see it triple FC, but Hollow does get a miss from the side of France. It's going to be after the 200 mark, but Armor trades it really fast. So the advantage for France is still going to be there by about maybe half a miss, and that's going to probably bring it to a full miss with Arma's third miss of the map. I don't know what's kind of getting into him. Maybe he's just not prepared for some map like this. I don't know. Usually you think of Armor and he's like, this guy is the premier jump player out of all of Catch. But it seems like he's having a bit of a hard time today on this kind of map.
There was almost a miss there from Sir Waffle. He kind of dashed across to that little 5-note horizontal stream and barely caught the first one with the left edge of the platter. But hey, doesn't matter how you keep combo as long as you keep the combo.
Exactly. You can miss every droplet, you know? If you miss every droplet map, it's not going to matter as much as breaking a single combo. That's just how Scorpio 2 works in Catch. Combo above 200 is really important. As long as you hold it, then you're fine. And everybody else, except for Armor and Hollow, holding the triple SS, or the four-way SS between all of them.
Yeah, unlike some of the previous maps we've seen, slider, kind of funky slider shapes and like high slider velocities, not too common. This is definitely more of just a kind of jump from simple pattern into simple pattern, but the spacing is really the kicker here.
Yep. No Life finding a miss right as the course here starts. That's gonna even it out quite a bit. I think that's gonna bring it to just about even between these two teams. Now, a miss in this map isn't worth that much, but that's gonna be really painful. Both Arma and Kame, the two rocks for the side of Italy, getting misses in the middle of this course. That's going to be tough.
Yeah, that was a really interesting miss going back there to No Life. He kind of dashed from the far left back into the right and stopped like halfway between the two notes. I'm not sure, did he think that was a hyper dash and he was like going to get pushed all the way to the note and then just didn't try to keep holding the dash? That was very strange.
But you know, they got a lead and it's going to be about a 2 miss gap right here for the side of France. Getting 2 misses on this very end of the map, they know that they're up by about 2 misses, 60,000 points on something like this. It's going to be about 2 misses. As you see from No Life score compared to T-Tobus' score, you see about a gap of 29,000. That's going to be about 2 misses, add 229,000 this together. You actually might have a spin advantage for the side of France. So even if France do get 2 individual misses very soon, even might just still be on their side just due to the spins. Hollow gets the first miss. Yep. Now you just need another one really fast because the map is ending very soon. There's only about maybe 150 combo left, I think, maybe 200 max. You're gonna need more than 1 miss at this point. You're gonna need 2, and it's looking really, really grim for the side of Italy on this map. And at this point, coming into the final seconds, that's just about gonna secure it. And I think that's going to be the 5th breakpoint, if I'm not mistaken.
That is correct. Yeah, that was Italy's pick, Nomad 4. So France taking the 3-2 lead. These teams trading points. Really, really good performance there from Tobus and Sir Waffle, holding strong. And very similar misses, just 1 miss difference with Armor relative to Hollow. And that was what decided it in the end.
Yeah, I also want to point out, look at the scores between T-Tobus and Sir Waffle. That's a 4,000 point difference on just spins. And having that much of a point difference between spins, that's like, what? 3 bananas is approximately 1,000 points. If you have 4,000 gap, that's like, what? 13 spins, 12, 13 spin bananas difference? Yeah. That's huge.
That gives you, as France, I think, a lot more confidence to go into some of the easier no-mods, like no-mod 1 and 2, which are obviously the only ones left, thinking that, yeah, it doesn't matter if everyone FCs because we're not spin.
Uh-huh. I think that is definitely something that France has another advantage on. We haven't really talked about it much, but France, I think, are definitely the better spin team compared to Italy. Italy not having the best of spins compared to all the top 8, top 16 teams. They're definitely able to compete with some of the teams, but it's honestly hard to compete with France. France are being one of probably the top 8 teams on spins. You see T-Tobus with that spin right there. He's just really, really good at spins. Usually the old players are good with spins.
So France deciding to round out the mixed mod pool, our second and only mixed mod, Egret and Willow. So this is more like what we expected, like Italy's start to be on mixed mod, and they obviously famous. This was their first pick, very confident with that. France deciding, well, this is a convert and it's more our speed.
You know, also looking at the side of Italy, their roster here is quite interesting. And now this is something that you probably wouldn't think of at first glance, but it actually works out very well if you think about it deeply. We have Vito 79, Sir Waffle 79, and Kame 79. This is going to mean Kame is going to be on the hidden, Vito is going to be on the hard rock, and Sir Waffle is going to be on the nomad, and that's honestly completely fine. Even though you don't have Arma, who's probably, actually definitely one of your top 2 players on the side of Italy, this roster completely works out. Vito being a hard rock player, Kame being able to take the shoes of the hidden player, and then Sir Waffle, I think, probably being more consistent on a nomad pick like this than Arma is. So I think it's a good move on the side of Italy to bring out this roster in particular.
Well, so Waffle did just SS the last nomad pick, so I
Yeah.
think it's pretty sensible throwing him there on that nomad. Totobus filling that hard rock slot as he did exceptionally well in Mixed Mod 1. Boros going to be coming back into Hidden as well, and No Life, the no mod convert player, doing no mod convert things.
Yeah, and something that is also going to be interesting to point out is that Titobus, he hasn't missed on any round stage map yet. He's FC'd all the maps that he's played past qualifiers, 8 out of 8. And now this one is probably going to be the more challenging one for him to FC. He's playing the hard rock on the mixed mod. He FC'd the last one with hard rock on the mixed mod. This one's going to be just as challenging. We see Boros coming in with the first miss, No Life following up very shortly after.
Yeah, Tobus out for that number 1 performance ranking. He was second in the round of 32 behind only Molkus from Japan. So he's going to go one better this time, perhaps with this performance for sure. Definitely a contender. It's going to be Italy with the early advantage here though, after those early misses from Boros and No Life. No Life back at 200 combo now, so it's going to be stabilized at about an 80,000 point gap. This isn't a hugely long map, we're already halfway through.
Yeah, and the thing about this is it only takes 2 misses to be able to come back from the side of Italy, because I believe Boros missed before that 200 combo mark, and you also have the fact that it is not the hard rock player who missed on the side of France. So France have a feeling that their hard rock player still FCing, which is pretty good, but you still need 2 more misses on the side of Italy. If Vito 79 or either Sir Waffle or Kame miss, and that's going to be the first miss right there from Vito. That's going to be more impactful than either of the misses on the side of France due to the hard rock mod providing a 1.12 multiplier. We still need maybe 1 more.
Yeah, I don't think that on its own is going to change too much because we are coming very close to the end. Vito missed a huge chunk of notes there, but on their own, not too much of a problem as long as he maintains his combo now.
There we have.
And there we go.
There's only 3 misses between all the players. Vito 79 finding 4 misses, but those are all on the same pattern, so essentially just 1 miss right there. That's 3 misses on a mixed mod map. That's insane.
Yeah, Tobus again, double S. So Waffle again, double S. Kama joining in the fun this time as well. So can we count to 6? That's 6 breakpoints in a row. No team has won their own pick yet, and we're kind of running out of maps now. Remember, this is best of 11, so first to 6. Both teams halfway towards that victory that they so desperately desire. What do we got left on the board? 2 no mods, both specifics. We got 2 hiddens, also both specifics. A hard rock, lots of double times, no double time been picked, and the 1 double time ban from Italy so far. Mixed mod, done, gone. No more mixed mod. Both of those picks taken off the table.
You know, the crazy thing I think about this is you look at the maps that both of these teams have picked, and you've been realizing that they've only lost by 1 miss on most of them, right? 1 or 2 misses has pretty much been the highest gap, except for that one map where I think France won by 200,000 points. But you look at the maps they picked mostly the harder maps to FC, and they're still FCing them. You come to things like DT1, DT2, Nomad 1, Nomad 2, these maps are a lot easier to get 3-way FCs on than Mixed Mod or Hard Rock or even Hidden 3. So you get to the point where it's like, it's just gonna get closer. And you see,
Yeah, there
we
we
see
see it
Italy,
again.
yeah, coming in with DT4. This is another one of those maps where I think nerves are going to get these players a lot. The movement on this map is really, really finicky, where if you move a little bit too much or a little bit too little, you're gonna miss.
I think both teams have kind of psyched themselves out of picking the comfort picks, because they're like, we're picking the hardest maps possible because we think we're better, but they're still so close and there's almost nothing that can separate them. And if I'm any of the players in this lobby right now, and I'm thinking like, even the hard maps are a coin flip, so like the easy maps are obviously going to be a coin flip. And because we've lost so many break points, like none of us have won our own pick, they're not going to be feeling as confident to play those comfort picks. They're going to be psyching themselves out, and the longer it goes, the perceivably harder those easy picks become.
Yeah, that's definitely for sure. Remember, this is only round of 16 that these two titans of a team are facing off on. It's absolutely astonishing that these two teams get to face each other so early, and that is just how the seedings work this year. These teams being seed 8 and 9, it was always going to be the close match of the week. And that's these two teams this week. We see Electro coming in for the first time this match, I believe, to be able to play DT number 4.
Yeah, first time we've seen DT from either of these teams. DT3 was banned by Italy, and the other 3 had remained fairly unconsidered until now. All of the other mod brackets have at least had some action in them. So neither team really has any info on immediate strengths or weaknesses of the opponents on this particular mod. This will be the first time we'll get to see. And if this kind of swings wildly in one direction or the other, we may see the other team just go, okay, drop whatever plan we were going to do, we're picking double time now.
Yeah, Sir Waffle getting the first miss at about 120 combo is a bit worrisome. This intro of the map is a lot harder than the second half of the map. You'd probably see most of the misses in this map coming in the first 500 combo. So it's not that much to worry about just yet. I think if France do have 3-way FC coming out of the first 500-600 combo, that's when you start to worry a bit, because the second half is definitely a lot easier than this first half. Here we go at the break. They're going to see that they're up by quite a bit, but they know that if they miss once, then it's going to flip right back over. That's the thing.
Yeah, there's that 35,000 point gap as you come to halfway, as you said. Everyone's built up a combo really nicely after that, so the score gap staying pretty much as is.
So Waffle actually had a quite subpar spin, I believe, as well as Kame. You look at the spins here, you see that Arma had a really good spin on that. This one's going to be a bit of a longer one as well. Just gotta kind of compare the scores and see how much of a difference that spin might make. It probably won't matter, considering Sir Waffle missed before 200, but it could definitely matter in the end. Everybody is just holding so strong here. It's like so close. You're getting to the point where there's not that much combo left in the map. You're gonna have to see maybe 2 misses from the side of France to be able to pull it back to the Italian side. And here into the ending, there's not much missed opportunity, and we're gonna be seeing the first triple FC of the match, I believe, on the side of France here. And man, Italy lost their pick right there by just 1 miss in the intro. One miss.
So this is good for France because it means that they are kind of performing really well at double time. But if I'm France and I see that I only won by 1 miss, I'm probably going to hesitate trying to replicate that on another double time immediately. So once again, another mod bracket has been put in that gap of this could be a coin flip that goes either way.
Yeah. And at this point, it's honestly looking super likely that we get to that tiebreaker. Is these teams, they just keep trading their pick over and over again. And yeah, I think this is a great pick from inside of France. They realize, okay, we're slightly more consistent. And I think Nomad 2 is the map you want to go to if you feel like you're more consistent.
I think it's
Also-
probably the easiest map in the pool.
Yeah.
I think probably
I
would
would-
say.
Definitely agree. I think this map also provides for a slight spinner difference as well between the two teams. I think this map has one of the easier spins between the remaining maps, but it's still definitely enough to be able to catch the team off guard. The spin at the end of the map is one of those spins that most catch players realize at this point, and they see the patterning and they're like, okay, I need to move this way, and then I'll be able to catch the full spin. And I think all these players know at this point how to catch that spin. It's just about actually doing it. And that might be disadvantageous for the side of France, considering the Italians are not the best at spins, but something like the spin on this map could very much be replicatable on a max spin for the Italians, even though they're not the best spinners. They've played this type of spin many, many, many times. Now we're going to be seeing very similar rosters for both of the teams right now. All coming in with their strong consistency players. I think Electro probably getting in there for possibly spins this map. I really hate saying that we have to worry about the spins, but with the amount of skill both of these teams have shown, it's just you have to worry about the spins at this point. 6-way FC is very, very possible. We saw with the last map only one single miss. And this map is definitely much easier.
At this point, both teams have kind of thrown everything at each other and found that there's very little difference. So trying to win a kind of consistency spinner battle might really be the only thing left that separates the two teams.
Yeah, for sure.
So to people asking, if the map is a tie, then they replay the same map, and they keep replaying it until there is no longer a tie.
I think for that, because we will not probably be seeing a tie on this one. We have two very, very early misses on the side of Electro and Nazco, followed up by Kame, and that's honestly, I did not expect that at all. This map is so many times easier than the last map that they played, and they already have 3 times the amount of misses in the first 200 combo.
I think sometimes something about a map being easier can psych you out a little bit because you're like, oh, I shouldn't miss, so I can try and relax. But
True.
that kind of makes you more nervous, more tense.
Now there is going to be a very slight advantage for the side of Italy. I think it is about 10,000 points that we see advantage. It's not going to be enough to be recouped by the final spinner. The final spinner is very short. Yeah, we see it's going to be about 11,500 points. It's going to be just about a miss, maybe with, I think, 50 combo remaining. Should be able to swing it. Nobody getting tripped up by that section right before this course. At this point, we're kind of staring down the 8th breakpoint for the match.
Yeah, none
think
of the
this is gonna
players
be
struggling with that little burst section at the end there. Once again, another breakpoint, another pick decided by, well, one miss, effectively. The 2-1 misses on the side of France being beaten out by just a single miss from Kame on the side of Italy. And we're at 8 breakpoints in a row, 4 games apiece, and they only get 1 pick each left.
Yeah, and you can see Kame in the chat, he's like, I missed at 100 combo, I thought we lost. You know, and that just goes to show how much these teams know the other is that good. It's like, if you can say, oh man, I just missed in the start of the map, I think we lost, that's like insane.
Really shows the character of being able to hold for the rest of the map, though, in trusting that your teammates will FC and that maybe your opponent will also miss.
Yeah. Oh man. At this point, I don't know what map you even go for. Like, hidden? That's the only thing that I could see being more than a one miss between these two teams. I think these two teams are so strong at both Nomad 1, DT1, DT2, Hard Rock 2 that you're just fighting on spinners and RNG misses. But with Hidden 1 and Hidden 2, I don't think these teams are confident in their own ability to be able to pick those, and that's why they haven't been picked throughout this whole match. Could possibly
Yeah, I think Hidden is certainly not a weakness for both, but it's not their strong suit by far.
Yeah, and by not strong suit, we mean, oh, we're not going to get a triple FC, we're probably going to miss once or twice more than average. That's what
that
we
does
mean
show
by that,
how
pretty
strong
much.
these teams are.
Yeah, we are going to be seeing Italy picking Hard Rock 2. This is probably the best pick for them, I believe. The ending is a bit hard to be able to play, and they might be just banking on the fact that, you know, one of the French members get nervous, or they kind of misread the ending, which is very, very possible to do. This ending is very cool.
Taking a little while to get into this one. Not quite sure what's holding us up.
You know, I see some French in the chat, and I see Boros. De Boros. So maybe that means Boros might be coming in, not sure. I used to know a little bit of French, but now not nearly as much. Seems like we are going to be
Did
getting that.
5 years of
every start.
French at school, but you don't use it and you lose it sadly, and I haven't used it in a long time.
You know, I'm pretty much the same. I did like 7-8 years, and then it just kind of slips away. Gotta hope that it doesn't slip away for the French players on this as well, because this is tough. It's a 4-4 scoreline right now. They're coming in on Italy's pick. Every single match has been a breakpoint. So realistically, or theoretically, this should be France's point to win based off of all we've seen so far, but it's going to be tough.
Yeah, based on our predictions at the start, we should have probably learned by now to just trust our eyes and not trust the statistics. Because the whole rulebook has been thrown out the window so far with this one.
Now, all these players are hitting the hard rock patterns, the kind of deformed streams in the intro of the map very well. Everybody holding an SS at this point. Now, this slow section could definitely trip up a few players, but I think all these players are so experienced with AR-10 reading that it's not going to trip them up, really. And at this point, everything is just completely tied. You can see that scoreboard. It's just moving back and forth. It's like hopping borders pretty much right now. It's like, I don't know which team's gonna win. And that's honestly so scary. Only a single droplet miss at this point could swing the whole thing.
About a quarter of the map still to go, and everyone looking so strong.
It's really just gonna come down to this ending, isn't it? Oh man. You actually do see a drop in this on the side of Vito and Electro. Armor gets a miss on the ending.
No.
And that's
The
gonna be it.
breakpoint
That's gonna
script
be...
continues.
Oh. Hollow forgot about the ending right there.
Oh, Hollow got
Could
trolled
have
by
been
that
very
last
bad for
slider.
him. Dude, imagine if they had the 6-way FC and then he forgot about the notes at the end and then they lost because... Oh my gosh, I don't even want
I've
to think about
seen
that.
plenty of people in practicing this pool miss that slider entirely, and
Oh,
it's
yeah.
happened. It's happened on the stream in the match.
Oh man. But yeah, you can see on that map, they had a 6-way FC for every single player until 812 combo. This map's only 839 combo long. That's... man.
They're a bit unfortunate. Probably not feeling too good if you're Vito, but I think that's just par for the course with how this match has gone so far. Shouldn't be too beaten up by that. So, 9 breakpoints in a row. France to pick next, and I think we're all hoping that this continues in its current fashion. 5-all, tiebreaker time. I did say I just wanted to see these two play as many maps as possible, and they've done a pretty good job for me so far.
If we break the breakpoint script at this point, man, that would be depressing. Right as we're going into the tiebreaker possibilities.
We'll have many angry complaints.
Oh yeah.
Hidden one. Ooh, interesting.
Now this is going to be probably the best decider map out of all the remaining ones in my opinion. This is the map that I think France might have been saving it for this time, really. I think both teams really didn't want to pick this. Yeah, you can see Kame in the chat is like, not like this, man. Not hidden. Not lower yard hidden. Burrows is like, please get it over with. This is stressful.
I think neither team was planning to pick this at all, but also didn't want to ban it. They were just hoping it would kind of sit there unused and unnecessary. But if there's anything that's going to separate these two teams, I agree with you, then it has to be this.
Yeah, for sure. On the side of Italy, we do see Sakhalin coming in. That is something that you do expect for the L'Oreal. And if you're a French player at this point, I think you're kind of saying, we might have a chance here to be able to pick up our own pick.
Here we go then. Game number 10, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, and the
The
thing is,
final
I
pick.
think Sakhalin has probably been playing this map for the past 53 minutes, just preparing, because he knows this
My
is his
time
map.
has come.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, you have one job, this is your job, pretty much.
No pressure.
No pressure at all. Your team, everybody in this lobby has been FCing everything until now, no pressure. There's actually going to be a super early miss on his side though, within the first like 5 combo. I don't think that'll matter at all. This map is definitely a bit harder for both of these two teams due to skill sets, as we are going to see 2 more misses between Sakhalin and Electro. Followed up quickly with another one. That's going to swing it just inside of Italy's favor right here. Ooh, Boro finds a miss on that little bursty section right there. That's gonna be really bad for them.
Yeah, you can see that little blue bar creeping up slowly.
No life last
missing
FC.
now, yeah. No FCs
France.
remaining on the side of France. Italy got a pretty commanding score lead right now.
You know, maybe this is why they didn't pick it. Maybe they were hoping that, yeah, we're not the best on this, but maybe Italy's just a little bit worse. And it's honestly seeming like that is not the case. Both Arma and Kame coming in with 2 FCs. Sakhalin finds another miss, but it's not really going to matter that much in the grand scheme of things. As long as the 2 rocks of Italy, both Arma and Kame, can hold, and it's looking pretty good for the side of the Italians.
Yeah, the score difference at about nearly 100,000 right now, I think. And that's going to come down slightly with Sakhalin still building back up to 200 combo. But there are still multiple misses that would need to be suffered from the Italian players in order to let France back into this one with about a third of the map still to go.
Yeah, probably about 2 and maybe a fourth of a miss. That's one of the 2 misses right there. And that's gonna even it out a little bit more, but they're gonna need a few more. I think this section is pretty free for most of these players. You might get moving too early, and that's exactly what happened for Arma. Oh no, this is gonna get really close, isn't it? Boros gets another miss, Electro gets another miss. It's not gonna get as close as I thought it would. And man,
Electro and Boros really starting to struggle a little bit now. You can see Boros down below 99% AC. Arma and
This double
Sakura both
miss,
going to drop, but Kama is still at 800 combo. No Life has recovered really nicely, but there he does drop as
there he
well.
goes.
Oh, it's all falling apart for France. No.
No. But you know what that means, JBH.
It means tiebreaker time.
Oh yeah. Man, I don't even want to think about how close the tiebreaker is going to be between these two teams. Hidden was like the last opportunity to see like multiple misses, I think, between a map, between these two teams. And then we're just gonna go straight into the tiebreaker after this. About a 200,000 point gap favoring Italy right there. Now it's all tied up, 5-5. Every team winning each other's picks. All of them.
Yeah,
Now what
if you look at
happens
the
if a team doesn't
scoreline, if you look at the scoreline right now, you're thinking like, well, why didn't Italy just pick Hidden if they're going to win by 300,000? Because that's like convincingly the largest score difference I think we've seen in the whole match. And yeah, maybe like they should have picked Hidden earlier, but it was such a risk. Like both teams not really thinking that Hidden was their strength. Both kind of, you first. No, you're better. No, you're better. But yeah, it's gone all the way. 5 breakpoints on both sides, 10 in total, no team winning a single pick, and we're going to see extra mode.
See what happens when neither team picks a map. You know, these teams have been winning each other's picks, but what happens if neither of them pick? That's the real question here. Who do you think's gonna take it out on top? Show some support for Italy if you want the Italians to win. Show some support for France if you want the French players to win. Man, it has been a great match so far.
So before this match started, I would have maybe slightly given France the edge in a consistency battle, but there's been so little to pick between the two teams this match.
Yeah, honestly, I'd agree with you that I think France, I said it in our little prediction stream that was a few days ago. I think if this match went to tiebreaker, I think France has the edge, but anything's possible. Like these edges that we're talking about, they're like less than a percent edge, pretty much. These teams are like dead even, essentially. There's less edge from player skill on this map pool than there is nerves. Nerves is pretty much all of the edge that is happening between these maps, I think. And I don't think there's that much of a better song or map that this could end on. This map and song are just so good. Thank you to Great Brain Dave for making this great map. Hopefully it'll enter the rank selection soon. I believe getting qualified shortly after this weekend. That just goes to show how great these maps are.
It's on my to-do list for certain.
Oh yeah. And it just goes to show these guys are going to have either the best time or the worst time playing this, depending on which side of the end you come out of, you know. Either going to be really great or not so great, depending on if you win or lose.
Yeah, so this is winners bracket, so the loser won't be sent home. They'll remain in the losers bracket, but neither team wants to be in the losers bracket. Like right now, both of these teams, I think, definitely deserve to, with the performance they put in today, for certain, go on in the winners bracket. But unfortunately, only one of them can, and this is how we're going to decide it.
Hope we get to see a little break coming soon. I want to see who actually had the advantage on the spinner. Score is flickering quite a bit, so I don't really know how. We do see Sir Waffle missing a droplet. That might matter. Probably not, but I would not put it past these teams to triple it. Happened a few times where one team these and then the other team gets maybe 1 or 2 misses. That's probably what I'd expect from something like this with these two teams. Oh man. see a little bit of lag coming in, but it's not going to matter that much. It's only visual, nothing's happening to the players. Every player holding strong at about 500 combo. Do see 2 droplet misses on the side of Natsuko.
Yeah, just 1 on the side of Sir Waffle, but I think France must have had a better early spin because it looks like they've got a very slender lead. That scorebar not quite flickering as much as we have seen.
Natsuko's actually missing a lot of droplets. I think he's missed maybe 4 or 5 at this point. There's another spin right there. I think that one definitely went in the side of France. Sir Waffle does find the first miss on the side of Italy though, on these little kind of tight patterns. That's actually a triple miss on the side of Italy. No!
That is huge bad news for Italy right there. Still plenty to play for in the map, but this like kind of section of notes right here as we see a miss from Natsuko, this is a pattern that comes up very often in some of the later chorus sections, the little ki bursts. So missing on that now is a serious like block on your mental because you know that pattern's going to come up again as Sir Waffle finds another drop.
Yeah, so that's going to bring it to about a 3 miss advantage for the side of Italy, or for the side of France. Which means France are going to need to miss about 3 times to be able to bring it back to even for this scoreline. And honestly, France is one of those teams. Give them an inch, they're going to take a mile. And T-Tobis, this guy hasn't missed a map on a map yet, ever since qualifiers. So I don't think he's going to be missing anytime soon, if I'm being honest. And at that point, it's just up to Electro and Natsuko to be able to hold on to this combo that both of them have. Everybody on the side of Italy and France building up their combos relatively well. Electro and T-Tobis both with the SS's. Now this is actually not a break, even though that was a little bit of a pause. It wasn't a break, so teams didn't see how each other is doing. That's going to be huge on the mental.
Yeah, France have to be feeling fairly confident with just Natsuko having that 1 miss. Kame is going to drop there again. It's extending the score lead in favor of France. Waffle going down as well. This is running away in France's direction.
Yeah, that's 5 misses that need to be made up. And that's... I don't know if that's going to be able to happen. It's going to be coming down to the wire, but it's like... Oh man, that's a huge miss from Electro though. That's going to only bring it down to 4 more that France needs to find for Italy to be able to come back in this one.
But Tobis at 2,000 combo now. Nothing is stopping this man.
Oh yeah, this guy has been the rock of the French team for... I don't even know how long it is, but it's long. That's all you need to know. This guy has been literally like the icon of French CTB for years and years. And here he is when they need him the most. Being able to SS this tiebreaker all the way to 2200 at this point. Man.
Time is running out for Italy here, and it doesn't look like France are going to make too many mistakes. Italy certainly have not played badly, but France's consistency has been on point when it mattered the most. Unless there's a serious stamina drain towards the end here that just causes someone to completely fall over, this is looking like a French victory.
And they all have no film. This is going to be the map. Electro and Kame do trade a miss at the very end, but it's not going to matter. The only thing we're looking at now is can T-Tobis finish it off with the SS? Electro gets 1 more small miss at the end. Doesn't matter, like we said before. Sir Waffle gets another one. All we're looking at right now is T-Tobis, and I think that's it. He does get the SS on the tiebreaker. That is going to be the win for France. Only just a few misses between each team. Electro only had about 4 misses individually. Natsuko had 1 miss. Arma, Kame, and Sir Waffle all finding more than 1 miss. Man, that is such a great match between these two juggernaut teams that you can't even compare it to any other match. T-Tobis FC'd everything in this match. He also FC'd everything in the last match that he had. If this guy isn't #1 on the stat sheet for best player this week, I don't know what to say.
Well, I mean, there's still like another day and a half's worth of performances. We could see someone else pop off and put up a
this guy played like every map and FC.
You've said quite often that like a lot of the 2 scores, even on the losing team, are better than a lot of the matches, the scores that we're going to see so far this weekend.
Yeah,
and I have to agree.
sure.
Both teams have played out of their minds. So there you go.
Yeah.
Congratulations to Team France remaining in the winners bracket going into the quarterfinals. Italy losing but not being eliminated just yet. This is a double elimination tournament, so they'll survive into the losers bracket next week, and they'll be able to hopefully lick their wounds and pick themselves back up. But again, congratulations to France.
Yeah, honestly, super well done for them. Titobis with the FC on the tiebreak again. I just want to point out how incredible Titobis played, and honestly, all the members of France and Italy played this match. This is by far probably one of the closest matchups that we have had in the Catch World Cup's history, I think. And just to show, every single point win on that match was a break point. I don't know how many
every
times
single
we
one.
ever see that.
No team won their own pick, and I think apart from the very first and the very last pick, nothing was lost or won by more than, I want to say, like 40,000 points.
Jeez. Yeah, it's honestly insane. But coming up to our next match, Canada-Russia. And if there's any match I think that could take a candle up to that last match that we just saw, it might be this one. This one's going to be in approximately 2.5 hours from now, 18:30 UTC. Don't forget to miss it. We're going to be back right when that one is going to be starting, and it's going to be a great one.
Yep, so as was said, we're going to take a little bit of a break now because there's a long time between these two matches. So do set your alarms, make sure to follow the channel and follow us on Twitter as well, OsLive, and you'll get notified of when the stream goes live and of course when future matches are being played. If you have a few bucks to spare and you want to help support your favourite team and give back to the prize pool, help make World Cups awesome, please do consider buying a banner from the store for your favourite team. All 32 teams currently still in the tournament can be supported in this way, and they look very, very cool. But for now, I think that'll be it from myself, JB Hyperion, and Seka.
That's going to be it for now. We'll see you in approximately 2.5 hours. Thank you guys for watching. Don't miss it.
り合う輪廻の定めの中で星屑の糸頼りに手繰り寄せたその流れに逆らうよただ君と描いた夢を歌うよ宵の奇跡輝く時綴る歌悲しく別れ告げる言葉さえも見当たらずにさよなら夜が明けて目を閉じた君はまだ少し怯えて絆見失うことないように鳴り止まぬから星屑の雨願いのせ落ちる星がなずに瞬く奇跡描き闇を払えて永遠を君と誓うように知らぬ嫌かは定めの中で降り積もる雪解けと共に目覚めてそれがたとえ幻でも茨の道を君と渡る墨の形瞳の奥に焼き付けて二つ誓いの言葉とまとめず時は刻む傷跡儚く季節戻せたならば白く染められた世界として星降る夜に腕を出し切れれば君と誓
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Osaka Catch World Cup 2022. I am Sakurai, joined today by Elux. How you doing, Elux?
Doing great. Glad to be off work. Finally got a decent week off to myself. Practice. Get to watch some good matches.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of good matches, we got a really good one coming up right here. It's Canada versus Russia. Two of the teams that are a bit closer, in my opinion, on this kind of map pool. Canada, I think, definitely do have a slight advantage in terms of spins, but Russia, you can never count them out. These guys are so good on pretty much everything besides hidden. As long as they don't play hidden, they're pretty much being chilling.
And even if they do play hidden, Kitsune Ivy is over there, so they're going to be able to at least hold their own, especially on a map pool like round of 16 pool that we have.
So I don't know if you noticed in the chat, but the two rolls that we just got, Russia rolled a 100, and then Katsuragi rolled a 97. That's insane RNG right there. Great way to start it off over here.
Oh yeah, and if that's any indicator of how the match is going to go, we might see another tiebreaker on our hands.
Oh yeah. First bands coming in. First band for Canada is going to be Hard Rock 3. Not that surprising from Canada, considering it is one of the harder maps, and Russia is very, very good at Hard Rock. Other band for Russia is going to be Hidden 1. I think that's very obvious, knowing Russia's weakness on low AR Hidden. They can keep up with the medium ARs in terms of AR 9 to 9.3, and that's exactly what the other two maps are. You gotta wonder what's Russia gonna come out with for the first pick, and it's gonna be DT2 straight off the bat. Denser, more higher BPM DT pick.
And Denser is right. JB Hyperion, fellow commentator, being the mapper for this one, and you know how he likes to make his double time platters when it comes to tournaments.
Oh yeah, these things are they just go, and that is exactly what this map does. It is really dense considering it is CS3. Usually when you have a platter, you have like a CS 3.5, but it is a little bit higher AR 8.5 to make up for that, but it's still so dense, and that's going to be the main difficulty factor here.
What about you, chat? Who do you think's gonna win? Canada? Russia? You think we're gonna see a tiebreaker? Let us know.
Whatever is gonna happen is gonna be close. That is pretty much for sure, I think. These teams, two strong power arses. Both of them could make the top 6 realistically in any scenario. See Insomnia coming in, probably going to be placing Kitsune Ivy, I'm assuming, on the side of Russia for the double time lineup. You'd probably have Insomnia, Royal, and Nelly. On the side of Canada, I'm assuming you'd have Henrik, Unlucky W, and Katsuragi being the final member for Canada.
See a few people in favor of Russia in the chat, but majority is going for Canada.
Seems like about right considering the seedings of the two teams based on the qualifiers. Yep, it is going to be Katsuragi coming in as that final member of Canada. We don't see Insomnia on the side of Russia, and Insomnia is definitely one of the best double time players in the world. He has, I think, the current PP record with double time actually, being I think like 957 on one of my own maps. So seeing him not play a double time map is a bit surprising, but I could honestly see it working out for them. He's known to be not as great on sort of these kind of maps, where they're denser and more tough, like on that kind of level. He's usually good at the speed and being able to read the speed at a high AR. But when it's a lower AR, like 8.5, it's not going to be as easy for him. Maybe that's why Kitsune Ivy is here in for this map.
Here we go. We see Unlucky W and Kitsune Ivy choosing that hidden modifier, the rest going with that base double time. And it would appear that Unlucky W had a couple drops in the beginning, but recovered nicely. That's going to give score advantage in favor of Russia right now.
Yep, super small, only about 10 combo worth of score missed out on that, but you know, it always could be enough with these two teams. Both these teams pretty confident with their double time skill, I'd say. Even though this is probably the harder double time map of the pool, it's always possible to see some really good scores coming in from both teams.
Still a 5-way SS as Unlucky W drops again, and that is going to increase that score advantage by a larger margin for Russia here as we approach the halfway point, but Kitsune Ivy drops.
Yeah, that's going to even out just a bit. It's still going to be a slight advantage for Russia because of the first miss that Unlucky W had in the very start of the map. So don't be too afraid right now if you're a Russian fan, because they still got the advantage.
Approaching the final quarter of the map, still 2 FCs on both sides. Unlucky W drops. Russia is going to maintain that advantage rope. Kitsune Ivy appears to have recovered quite nicely.
It's going to be the end of the map. This very ending is not that hard, and it's not a lot of time for this score to be able to caught up by the side of Canada, and that's going to be it. The only misses on the side of Canada come from Unlucky W, and 1 miss on the side of Russia for Kitsune Ivy. And they're starting this match out really strong. Or SS's. Probably the hardest double time map of the pool.
And now we get to see how Canada responds.
You must go with Hidden at this point if you're Canada, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, they're going to go straight into Hidden 3. The Hidden map pool should be very much so favored for the side of Canada during this whole match. But it's also just not completely free, that's the thing. The last 2 hidden maps in this pool are pretty high AR at 9.3, so it is definitely possible to see some good scores on the side of Russia, even though they're not as well versed in hidden as Canada is.
We see Unlucky W dropping out on the side of Canada, waiting to see that third player coming in. It appears Russia is not going to have any substitutions.
Yeah, this is kind of what you would expect. Usually you'd see in situations like this, Insomnia would drop out for Kitsune Ivy to play a hidden map, but Insomnia wasn't even playing the last double time map, and it honestly worked out for them. They had pretty good scores all across the board. So right now it's going to be the same Russian lineup. It's probably going to be this Russian lineup for most of the maps, I'd assume, with only possibly Insomnia swapping in for maybe Hard Rocks at this point. And in Canada, you should probably expect them to be swapping out members pretty much on every map, I'd assume, considering that they have such a wide roster.
And it's going to be Wadbot coming in to fill out that Canadian roster. Katsuragi, Henrik, and Wadbot for Canada. Nelly, Memriola, and Kitsune Ivy for Russia. Will we see a breakpoint on our hands, or will Canada be able to tie it 1-1?
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's honestly going to be pretty close, I could see. I think Katsuragi is probably going to get one of the best scores in the lobby. Katsuragi probably being the most well-known hidden player out of these group of 6 people. Kitsune Ivy also probably going to get a really good score. That guy is insanely good at hidden as well. The real question marks are going to see if Wadbot and Nelly, I'd assume, would be probably the 2 weaker hidden players out of this group of 6 if they can keep up with the other 4 members. Now, we saw earlier quite a few teams found a lot of misses early on in this map, probably in the first few stream sections, starting at about 100 combo. There was a lot of far jumps, and that's going to be the real first one from Henrik at about 70 combo right there. Wadbot gets a second one at about 280. Russia's still holding on super strong with 3 SSs at this point.
Approaching the halfway point, Russia still holding on to that 3-way double S as Wadbot gets back up to 200 combo to stop the bleeding. Looking to be about 57, around 57, 500 combo score ahead.
Yeah. It's going to be about a miss and a half. We do have a bit of, but it is fine. Memorial, it does find a miss at about the 540 combo mark. That's going to even it up a little bit, but it's still not enough for Canada to take the lead here.
And Henrik is going to drop before this wiggle section.
Straight to right back with the Nelly though, so it is all fine on the side of Russia. It's always so interesting to see how different players play that section. Some of them completely stand still on it, some of them wiggle, and Memorial finds another miss for the side of Russia, but it's traded by so many people at the same time that I'm just gonna say it's even at that point, because everybody missed. 2 people missed on each team, so it is completely even. Kitsun Ivy still with the SS, by the way. Nelly gets another miss. That's possibly gonna turn it on the last few seconds. Spin? No, not enough. Man, and that is going to be a break point for Russia.
Kitsun Ivy holding strong for Russia with that double S. He was the difference maker, and he was the reason why they stayed in there at the end and won that point.
For sure. And having those few untimely misses on the side of Canada really cost them that point. I'm not sure if they expected Russia to be able to do that well on that kind of map. It's definitely showing that you can do work for the team. Going straight to Mixed Mod 1. It seems like it's going to be a pretty good pick on the side of Russia. Mixed Mod 1 being where you have to play 1 Hard Rock player, 1 Hidden player, 1 Nomad player, and considering that Kitsun Ivy is pretty well versed in Hidden, and then you probably have Insomnia coming in for Hard Rock with Nelly being the consistency rock on Nomad, it seems pretty good.
As we see Ymir coming in for Canada and Unlucky W coming back in.
Yeah, I'd have to assume that Unlucky W would be playing the Hidden with Henrik on Nomad and Ymir on Hard Rock. That is what my gut instinct would tell me. I'm kind of surprised to not see Katsuragi playing on Hidden on this. I would have assumed that he would be the one coming in for this.
And Canada is going to have to hope that they can get this break point. Otherwise, they're going to be facing down the barrel of a possibly one-sided match as far as points go.
Yeah, something also to note is that Fuhi is not showing up in the lobby yet. Fuhi being one of Team Canada's core members, I'd say, highest ranked North American player. So he is definitely a very valuable asset to the team, but he has not been able to play a certain single map. I'm not sure if he's just not here or what's happening with that.
And unfortunately for us, Sekray, they decide to make it a little hard on us with comparing who's playing what mod, as they decide to not line up whatsoever.
It's completely fine. We can just look at it and see, oh, yeah, that guy missed. It's fine.
Slight favor for Russia right now due to the accuracy drop, but that advantage is going to go away as Kitsun Ivy drops, but it is early on.
It's definitely enough time to be able to come back here for the side of Russia. The early miss is not going to mean nearly as much as a miss coming from this point onwards due to how combo cap works in catch. That one is definitely going to matter a bit more on the side of Kitsun Ivy, as well as that one from Insomnia.
And that is the Hard Rock miss, which is going to heavily favor Canada even more than that Hidden miss. Memriola still holding on to that lone full combo for Russia. Still seeing a 3-way full combo for Team Canada.
Now this section right here is really interesting. I want people to watch the Hard Rock players especially. This part is so hard to be able to read consistently with Hard Rock just due to how far the notes are and how kind of random it feels with the spacing. Kind of have to guess which direction everything goes. And all of our Hard Rock players, both Ymir and Insomnia, are hitting this section quite well, so props to them.
Kitsune Ivy drops again, approaching the final quarter of the map, and that's just going to keep that Canadian score advantage growing.
Yeah, Canada has 3 FCs still, which is very, very impressive. Unlucky W has a bit of an accuracy drop at 99.42, but it's not going to matter that much. It's going to only be a few hundred points. Henrik still holding the SS along with Mermoyola.
And with a large score gap and not much map left to play, I think it's safe to say that this is Canada's point.
Yeah, for sure. You know, I said earlier today that a 1 miss on this map would probably be the best team score that we would see on this, and I did not expect to be able to see a triple FC. That is such a good score, and nobody's beating that, let's be honest. Unless somebody decides to get SSs with Hidden and Hard Rock, which, you know, it's possible, but probably won't happen. So, very well played to Canada for taking that point there. Nice break point for them.
Indeed, and it is now Canada's pick, and that was the point they needed to start building that momentum back. Have to wonder if they're going to go with that Hidden 2 pick, since they did pick Hidden 3. They lost it only at the end, though. So, still a toss-up on Hidden.
Possible they go back to it, but I wouldn't be so sure they go straight to it. Something that might be possible now is picking Mixed Mod 2, considering that they just had a great run on Mixed Mod 1. Maybe they feel like they're confident on beating them on Mixed Mod. Something else that they could do is possibly pick something like Hard Rock 2, which is really, really scary, honestly. But considering that Insomnia didn't have the best of performances on that last Hard Rock map, maybe they don't feel best on it, but they are going to go back to the Hidden 2. Still believing that they are the superior Hidden team, which honestly, props to them for not having the, having the guts to stay with their Hidden, you know, believing in their ability.
Sticking to their guns, I like it.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm not gonna let that one single map loss kind of dictate how the rest of the map is gonna go, which is kind of the right thing you have to do. It's what you have to do as a team. You gotta stay true to what you practice to.
We see Katsuragi coming in for this Hidden pick, substituting from Ymir, Canada, Nelly Memriola, and Kitsune Ivy for Russia. Unlucky W, Henrik Katsuragi for Canada. Canada's looking to tie it up 2-2. Russia's hoping to score another Hidden breakpoint off Canada. And I gotta say,
I think it's a bit different from the last one because of the way that it works. It's going to be a few hard sections. Meanwhile, the other one is more spread out. This one I think is more 1 or 2 sections based.
And those sections are really going to come in the middle of this map. And this song is a cat jam, Sekre.
True. Big true. You know who also mapped this? Me. That is when you know it's good.
Little shameless self-plug there, as Unlucky
just a little
W catches the first miss.
Yeah, we actually had 2 super early misses on the side of both Kitsune Ivy and Mermoyola as well. I don't know if anyone noticed that, but they missed at about 10 combo. Henrik missing at about 120. It's going to be worth a lot more than the side of both Russian misses at that point, though.
Unlucky W recovering nicely from his early miss. Henrik on his way to recovering up to 200 combo.
This part is going to be super interesting. I wonder how many people are just going to be standing still on these parts. I think Nelly is standing still. We see a triple miss between Kitsunavi, Memorial, and Henrik on this part. Kitsunavi also standing still on these Memorial, wiggling them. Memorial, Kitsunavi, and Katsuragi finding more misses on that. See a triple break on side of Russia.
An unlucky W drops as well, just misses all across the board, and Henrik is the only one above 100 combo as we see Katsuragi and Kitsunaifi starting to get up there as well.
Yeah, in the end, it's going to be about a 1.5 miss buffer for the side of Canada that they have over Russia right here. So that means if Russia misses, or if Canada misses once, it's still probably not going to be enough to be able to take over that point advantage. Probably need at least 2 misses to be able to take it over.
And with unlucky W recovering, all players have recovered from their misses, and we're holding our breath to see if Canada will be able to get this point in favor of tie, or if Russia will take it.
Yeah, given the rest of the map is not as nearly hard as that middle was, I think this should probably go to Canada in the end of it. And that is going to be their map, I believe, right after this spinner.
Indeed it is, and Canada is going to go 1-1 with hidden picks and gonna tie up the scoreline 2-2 with Russia picking next.
Yeah, something I want to point out real quick here is that going into that last spin, Katsuragi had maybe 3,000 to 4,000 points less than Nelly, I believe. But at the end of it, he came out on top. That is pretty insane. Being able to outspin by that much on the very last spinner is just goes to show how crazy that spin was.
My man Katsuragi's been practicing that spin.
Oh yeah.
And Memoriola DT4, I assume that it's going to be Insomnia coming in since I saw Kitsunaifi dropping out.
Most likely, most likely. You kind of gotta wonder if this is a correct choice of swapping players on the side of Russia. Insomnia didn't have the best of performances on that last Hard Rock pick, but again, he is one of the best DT players in the world. Kitsunaifi didn't do the best on the last DT, but it was only 1 miss. So he did definitely do a good job. It was enough to secure that last one. But hoping that whoever they bring in on the side of Russia is able to keep up with knowing Memorial on this DT pick. It is actually going to be Kitsunaifi coming back in.
Perhaps they overheard your commentary, Sekre, or perhaps they had a discussion, but we will not see Insomnia on the side of Russia for this double time pick either.
And you know, I think that honestly it makes sense. Insomnia is by far and away one of the best DT players in the game, but that's only when it comes to the really, really hard stuff. It's a completely different skill set being able to play these like 3 to 4 star maps added on with DT compared to like a 7 to 8 star map with DT. And that's, I think, where Kitsunaifi's consistency on this kind of stuff shows out a lot more.
And double time players known for loving to go fast, but sometimes going fast just isn't enough.
Sometimes you go too fast.
It's the unlucky W, Henrik, Wadbot for Canada, Memoriola, Nelly, and Kitsunaifi for Russia. Tied up 2-2. Will the point go to Russia, or will Canada get a break point of their own? We see unlucky W not choosing hidden this time, Kitsunaifi being the lone player with that hidden modifier. And if you are new to Catch World Cups, with Score V2, hidden does not add on any extra score. For Hard Rock and Double Time Pool, it is purely there for players' preference to read the map.
Now this map is definitely a lot more intro heavy than most of the other maps. Typically if you see people comboing in about the first 600 combo of the map, that's when you start seeing whether they'll keep going throughout the rest. We're going to see the first miss coming from Kusanagi at about 120 combo.
First quarter of the map out of the way, still a 5-way double S with that one miss from Kitsune Ivy. And we are approaching our first break moment in the map. All players seeing score advantage for Canada.
Yeah, something I noticed is that Henrik had a quite a bit lower spin than every other member on the board. He about by 1,000 points, which is a bit worrying, but something that shouldn't matter specifically in this match because of the way that Kitsune Ivy missed at about 120 combo. Yeah, you can see the spins here. Henrik having slightly below everybody else. Wadbot a little bit below, but not that much below.
And we're approaching the final quarter of the map. Canada still holding that 3-way double S, still a 2-way double S on the side of Russia. That one miss by Kitsune Ivy. And will that one miss turn around and hurt Russia here?
Yeah, I mean, it's very possible that it will actually be the deciding factor. I said it's not going to be. Wadbot gets a miss at about 870. Unlucky W follows it up. No! And that's going to be the collapse.
What memory only drop, but Wadbot trades it?
Oh, that's going to be a huge collapse. There's only a few more seconds left in this map. Somebody needs to miss on this very last section. I don't think it's going to happen.
I don't either.
And Russia's going to snag it away at the very end. Memorial, it didn't spin at the end. That could have been very bad if it kept going the way it was going for a little bit. But well played, especially to Nelly for holding that FC throughout the whole thing.
Well played indeed, and unfortunate misses on the side of Canada, just as you thought that they were about to come away with a break point. Few unfortunate drops, and Russia secures it. It is now 3-2 with Canada's pick. So yeah, Sekre, so far a pretty back and forth match.
Yeah, and that's honestly to be expected considering these two teams, once you get past the hidden, it's honestly a bit of a toss-up in the air of who's going to win each map. I think both of these teams are by far and away good enough to be able to triple FC everything at this point. Obviously, we haven't seen as many triple FCs, or that many triple FCs. We have seen quite a few 1 or 2 misses throughout the pool, but it's actually going pretty well for both teams, all things considered. I think Canada is a bit more worried at this point, considering there's no more hiddens, and they still have 2 Hard Rocks, which is probably Canada's weakest mod at this point. So, if you're a Russian fan, you're looking pretty decent right now, I'd say.
Yeah, Canada did take that Mixed Mod 1 pick. I wouldn't be surprised if they go the safer route and choose Mixed Mod 2 here.
Yeah, something that's also going to be very interesting is us when we see the no-mod pool get picked. I'm not sure when these teams are going to touch the no-mod pool. If they're going to touch the no-mod pool, I think Russia will probably be the first ones to touch the no-mod pool. It would probably be something like no-mod 4. But even then, it's so scary to touch the no-mod pool because it's all about consistency at this point.
Canada really taking their time to figure out this pick, and I do not blame them at all for it.
This is probably the deciding pick of the match, where if Canada wins this, they're still in it and they have a really good fighting chance. If Russia wins this, then they're up 5-3, I believe, something like that, 4-2. I don't even remember what the score count is, but it's something like that. Canada is up 1, so it's going to be a bit hard. Yeah, they are going to go with that Mixed Mod 2, like you said.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised by this pick at all, considering the fact they won Mixed Mod 1. This would be the logical sense to pick, but you never know. Hey, check it out, Sekray. Katsuragi being nice, wanting to rearrange the mod brackets so they look nice on stream.
Yeah, let's go. Players helping us out a little bit. It's also just good for the viewing, seeing how all the players match up with each other in direct slots, like slot 1, slot 2, etc, etc, etc. And it seems like we're not going to be seeing Ymir for this one. Ymir being the Hard Rock player on the last mixed mod for the side of Russia, for the side of Canada. We're also going to be seeing Moriola instead of Insomnia on Hard Rock.
Yeah,
Russia
I was
as well.
just about to say that.
Mhm.
So, slightly different roster than Mixed Mod 1.
You know, I was hoping that we would get to see Katsuragi Hard Rock here for a second, but it is going to be Henrik taking the Hard Rock mantle on the side of Canada.
And Katsuragi is going no mod instead of hidden.
Yeah. He can definitely still do it. Usually we think of him as the hidden player for Team Canada, but he's definitely one of the better no mod players on something like this. Nobody getting tripped up by that early slight wiggle right there. Kitsunavi does find the first miss at about 160. It's going to be before that 200 mark, so it's not as impactful as any misses from here on out.
But that miss is impactful. Unlucky W missing at that stack section. That was above that 200 combo mark.
That means it's going to be slightly in favor of Russia once all the combos get above 200 again. It's not going to be that much in favor, maybe about 10,000 points in total, I think would be the gap, but like you said, it is going to be swapping over any second now. There it is. Actually, it's still flickering somehow. Maybe that's just because of spins at this point.
Yeah, I would have to put my money on spin advantage, but for what team?
Looking at the scores right here, it looks like Katsuragi outswing Noi by about 800 points just based on that small break, but that doesn't matter anymore. Ivy finds the break right before this chorus kicks in. That's going to be quite unfortunate.
And that is a rough spot to miss as Nelly drops as well, and that score advantage is going to grow in favor of Canada.
And the big thing about that is Nelly missed actually twice very rapidly in succession. Memorial finds another miss right there. It's going to be unfortunate for them because Canada just runs away with this point at this point. And it's going to be tying it up at 3-3 after this.
And that one miss by Henrik there towards the end, but it's not going to make a difference as Canada is going to take this point by a little more than 100,000 points. And it is now tied 3-3 with the mixed mods out of the way. We have to wonder what Canada's going to go to next, but for now, it is Russia's pick.
Yeah, at this point, you have to kind of expect Russia to go into that Hard Rock pool. I don't really think that you want to toss it up on DT1 or DT3, considering those are definitely the two easier maps of the double time pool remaining. I personally think that they're much safer going with a Hard Rock pick over the double time picks and hoping that they do better on Hard Rocks than Team Canada does.
And the question still remains, when are we going to see any team dipping into that no mod pool?
Honestly, I think it's going to be the last thing both of these teams touch. Maybe we
I
see
agree.
Canada coming into it next with their next pick, but even then, it's just...
Yeah,
really-
it's scary to think about.
Yeah. Here I'd assume that we would see something like Hard Rock 1 possibly for the side of Russia. I think Nelly and Memorial are both really good at that kind of stuff and staying consistent on something like that. But they're actually going to go with DT1.
Sticking to their guns, they've done decently well with both double time picks so far. That last one, kind of shaky. But it is, as you said, double time 1 and double time 3 are the easier double times of the pool.
Yeah. So it's going to be a bit closer in these maps, I believe, compared to the last ones, because this one is definitely a little bit easier than DT2, its counterpart in the specific category. And I wonder if this one will be seeing Insomnia or Kitsune Ivy. That's going to be the big question on the side of Russia. I think Canada is probably going to stick with their similar roster for Double Time, Katsuragi, probably Unlucky W, and probably Henrik. That's what I'd assume for Team Canada.
And Russia probably deciding who's going to be coming in, either Kitsune Ivy. And speaking of the devil, there he is, Kitsune Ivy coming in for Russia. Henrik, Unlucky W, and Katsuragi for Canada. Memoriola, Nelly, and Kitsune Ivy for Russia.
Yeah, this one definitely has the potential to be decided by the spinners. I believe this one has quite a few spinners throughout it. So it's going to be probably a bit of a point gap when you consider all the spinners. You have to hope that Henrik is able to spin as well as his other members, Katsuragi and Lucky W. I believe throughout this match, Henrik hasn't had the best of spins, probably some of the worst spins in the lobby, which hopefully it won't matter that much. But if both teams end up going the whole way with FCs or they trade equal misses, then it definitely could.
And we've seen Unlucky W choosing Hidden to raid with that first double time pick and removing it for that second one. Will we see him add it on or leave it off for this one? And he is going to leave it off. Which I do not blame him, as in my opinion he did considerably better with it off than on, and Kitsune Ivy is leaving that hidden modifier turned on. No surprise there.
Yep. I'm actually seeing the spin advantage go for Russia. That's a bit surprising for me personally.
We're approaching the first 200 combo mark, all players getting there successfully. Still a 6-way double S throughout the board. And other than that slight spin advantage in favor of Russia, not much to say about this map so far. All players performing consistently.
Yeah, I think the first hard pattern is going to be at about 510 combo. It's coming up very soon. It's going to be a bit of a wiggle right here. Yeah, Henrik going to be finding the miss right there.
Katsuragi right after him.
Yeah. And I think with this map, it is not that hard. It's going to be really hard for Russia to be able to find two misses on this map towards the end.
And so far, all three Russian players still holding on to that double S, but Kitsune Ivy drops as soon as I say that.
Now, the second miss for Russia is going to have to come very, very soon. There's not that much map left. There's only a little bit more. They're probably going to need two members to drop at this point to be able to bring it back to even. Man, it's just looking like Nelly Memorial is not going to miss right now. That's how consistent they're playing.
Kitsune Ivy drops again, but that is not the player that Canada needed to miss. Ending spinner, and Russia is going to take this point.
Yeah, it's going to be bringing it to 4-3, favored for Russia. And again, that's why we were so scared about this pick. Look at these scores. You have 2 1 misses on the side of Canada, and then you have only Kitsune Ivy missing 3 times. He only missed twice, but one of them was 2 notes at once. And it's like, at this point, these players are so good that picking something like this, it usually comes down to just 1 or 2 misses. In this case, there was just 1 miss difference, pretty much.
And now it is Canada's pick, facing a 3-4 point advantage in favor of Russia. Hidden's knocked out of the way, Mixed Mod's knocked out of the way. You still have a 1 double time map, 2 hard rocks, and the entire no mod pool. And if I was Canada, double time hasn't necessarily been going your way, so you would think that they would dip into the Hard Rock pool here.
Yeah, I don't know. It's really just so tough for Canada right now. They don't really have any picks that are comfortable anymore. Right? They were the ones who banned out Hard Rock 3, so they're probably not feeling Hard Rock themselves. Maybe they pick into Hard Rock, like you said, and they hope that Russia's not feeling that great on it, only because Russia hasn't picked it yet. But that's because Russia can just pick double time and be completely fine. So at this point, maybe we see Canada go for Nomad 1, I think would probably be the best option.
Yeah,
Man,
this, it is tough, and this is another... Oh!
Yep.
And as soon as I was about to say them thinking about the pick, there's Nomad 1, like Sekre said.
Yeah, this one is a bit of a harder spin for people going back to the spin compared to Nomad 2, but then again, Russia has been winning Canada on a lot of these maps. Hopefully we'll be able to see good scores so that spins won't matter as much. But it's always something to consider when you see these two teams being as good as they are.
We see Unlucky W and Kasaragi for Canada, Memriola and Nelly for Russia. We are waiting to see who comes in for that third player slot on both teams.
It's going to be Kitsun Ivy coming in for the side of Russia. Not that surprised. I was thinking maybe because it's CS5, maybe we'd see Insomnia come in on something a little bit smaller fruits than average. But it is going to be Kitsun Ivy being the consistent member coming in on that third player slot. For the side of Canada, possibly Henrik, but Henrik hasn't been spinning as well, like I said. So maybe they're seeing if he wants to play this, maybe if they're seeing if anyone else wants to play this and can get a good spin, who knows. It is going to be Wadbot coming in for that third and final member of Canada.
Wadbot perhaps feeling the spinning power a bit more than Henrik right now.
Perhaps. That's the good thing with Team Canada especially. You look at Russia and they've pretty much been playing the same three members for almost every map, with Insomnia swapping in for 102. And then on Team Canada you have them swapping out between pretty much all 5 of their members, at least at some point, right? Even though Fuhi is not here, probably can't make the match for whatever reason. It's fine. Canada's still putting up a pretty good fight without one of their better players.
And it's going to be Unlucky W, Kasaragi, and Wadbot for Canada, Kitsune Ivy, Memriola, and Nelly for Russia. Russia wanting to take this to match point, and Canada wanting to keep the tiebreaker hype alive. And here we go, Nomad 1.
Man, this song is so good, honestly. One of my favorite songs from this round is Custom Map Pool.
It is indeed a banger of a song. Starting to approach that 200 combo mark. Don't want to say anything yet, but all players looking consistent so far, and there it is. Just trying not to curse anyone.
Yeah. These guys are good enough so that even if we do, we're probably still gonna FC anyways.
We're getting into the more funky sections with jumps. All players still holding that, well, aside from Kitsune Ivy with that accuracy drop, as soon as I was about to say. Got a 3-way double S on the side of Canada, accuracy favor for them. So we see a droplet miss from each player on the side of Russia.
Yeah, 3-way droplet miss on the side of Russia, but that's not gonna matter nowhere near as much. It's only about maybe 250 points if with 3 droplet misses on each team. So they should be fine as long as the spins go that way or they get a certain miss on the side of Canada. But both teams looking very strong on this map, as we expected coming in from the no-mod maps. No-mod maps being a bit easier than all the others, I believe. But Wadbot gets the first miss at around 700. That's not good for the side of Canada.
And with a quarter of the map left to go, Russia just needs to hold on.
Yeah, that's all they need to do. As long as they don't miss, they gotta win on this one. Now there's not much map left. There's only about 150 combo left if I'm not mistaken. So that means they need about 2 misses to be able to counteract that 1 miss from Wadbot at this point.
And another miss by Wadbot, and unfortunately for Canada at this point is looking like it's going to be going in favor of Russia.
Yeah. Triple FC on the side of Russia. That is exactly what you want to see if you're coming into this map as a Russian fan.
And what has been a very close match so far has quickly turned into match point in favor of Russia. 5-3. And not only is it match point, but it's also their pick. And will we be seeing them going into that final double time map?
You know, it's definitely possible. I think Russia's definitely feeling the consistency at this point. You probably go into the last DT3 just because, you know, there's one no spin on it, so that way you can't lose on spin. You're probably not going to miss a droplet on this map either, so you're not going to lose because you got out accuracy'd. This one is just about DUFC, good. Do you miss? Bad, pretty much. It's the last double time 3. And I think that falls exactly into what Russia wants.
And we've seen Russian side somewhat choosing their picks relatively quickly, but they are taking their time with this one, and I do not blame them. We still have no mods 2, 3, and 4 open, both Hard Rocks still open, and that last double time pick. I'm still in favor that they're going to choose DT3. They've been choosing every double time map so far.
Yeah, if they do deviate it from it, it's definitely going to be a hard... Okay, then. That is not what I expected at all.
No mod 4.
I was going to say, that's what I expected Canada to come in with their final pick if they would win this, but that is a bit surprising, this one being a jump map. Kind of your typical jumpy map for catch, 180 BPM, just left, rights, etc., etc.
And this is one of the longer picks in the pool, coming in at 4 minutes 14 seconds. It's a marathon, not a sprint, so a miss or two early on, not necessarily gonna mean the end of the world for either team. As we see Unlucky W, Katsuragi, and Henrik for Canada, Kitsunaifi, Memriola, and Nelly for Russia. Russia looking to run away with this map and win the match. Canada wanting to keep their winner's bracket run alive with this.
Yeah, it's honestly going to be really tough for Canada to win this out the whole way through now. They have to win this one, plus they have to win their next pick and the tiebreaker. Now, I do think that if Canada wins this, they're in a slightly advantaged spot for both of the 2 remaining maps. Now, obviously, when you consider that Russia's at a 6 or at a 5-3 advantage, Russia's obviously in the driver's seat right now, but it's still not completely doomed for the side of Canada. Their odds are not as bad. It's not like they ran out of maps completely to be able to play. They still have a lot of the no mods left, which are a bit of a toss-up, and they also have the Hard Rock, which is completely untouched, for who knows what reason. Maybe they just aren't feeling confident in either team on this. But here we go, straight into No Mod 4. Like you said, this one is a bit longer at 4 minutes, 14 seconds.
Just waiting for everyone to sync up, and there we go. No Mod 4. Man, the nerves on both sides have to be tremendous right now. All players easily making their way to that 200 combo mark. 6-way double S on the board, which is not surprising at all. But Nelly is going to drop first.
Yeah, Nelly has been pretty consistent throughout this whole match. I believe him and Moriel have played pretty much every map, if not every map, at this point.
That is going to give Canada a slight score advantage right now. However, there is still plenty of map to go. Remember, this is a marathon, not a sprint. We see Nelly recovering back up to 200 combo. It's looking to be about 27,000 points in favor of Canada.
Yeah, I wasn't quite able to catch on how the spin did. Henrik had a little bit of a worse spin than Kitsunaivi. I was just looking between the two of them. And I'm not sure if Katsuragi and Lucky W had better spins than their counterparts because of Nelly's miss. I wasn't able to quite calculate that in time, but it looked like it was nearly about even between all three members. If anything, maybe a slight advantage for the side of Russia.
Approaching the halfway point, Canada still a 2-way double S and a 3-way full combo. 2 full combos and double S's on the side of Russia as all players hit those hyper jumps. So far, only that single drop by Nelly.
Yeah, Henrik does get a drop on this, but it's not going to matter nearly as much as an actual miss. Only about 70 points right there, but this is just showing the consistency of these two teams that they're able to come in here, hold 5 FCs about 2.5 minutes in on this 4-minute long map, and only have 1 single miss on the last 6th player.
And we are at the break moment in the map. Canada seeing they have the lead, Russia knowing they are not out of it yet. And Canada knows that they just have to hold on here.
Yeah, this is the most nerve-wracking part where you know if you miss once, it's pretty much over at this point.
And
Kitsunaivi does get that miss. Yeah, that's going to make it really, really hard for Russia to get a comeback here in the last
Katsuragi traded that drop.
Yeah, he does get that miss. They need 1 more from the side of Canada to be able to even think about evening it out at this point. And it looks like that's not going to happen in the closing seconds of this map right here. And we're going to be bringing it to a 4-5. Canada's pick being the next one up on the table.
There is still hope yet for the tiebreaker.
Yep, that is for sure. Especially considering it is Canada's pick here coming into the last pick of the match. Anything is possible.
And Katsuragi can breathe a sigh of relief. Guaranteed his heart sank when he saw that drop, but his team came away with the win.
For sure, for sure. It seems like they're actually going to be taking use of the timeout. I don't think any other team has used a timeout yet this year, so it's good to see that teams do remember that you can take a timeout. For reference, every single team can have 1 2-minute timeout on any of their own picks. That is what Katsuragi is having here, so you get a little bit of extra time to either think about your next pick or figure out who's playing what map, etc.
Or possible hopes of trying to contact Fui to come in?
Possibly, but I think that guy, if he hasn't shown up at this point, it's probably just best to leave him out. Takes time to get warmed up and all that stuff.
Ooh, and we're starting to see the revised Nanahira copy pastas coming into the chat.
Oh yeah.
So with this small pause in the match, Sekre, I think it's a good time to talk about banners.
Yeah, you go on to the Osa site right now, get a free get a banner supporting your team for only $2.50 US dollars. About one coffee in your morning. Go support your favorite team of your choice. Stays on your profile until the tournament ends. But if your team that you're supporting wins, guess what? Stays a little bit longer. So make sure to go support your team.
That little extra length of that banner staying bragging rights.
Oh yeah.
But pretty close match we've been having here so far, Sekre. Russia started to climb away with it, but Canada answered back on that Nomad 4 pick.
Yeah, the real question is what's going to be this last pick? You know that Nomad is going to be really hard, and actually going with Hard Rock 1. Oh man, this is tough. This personally is one of my favorite maps of the whole pool. This map is honestly so good. It tests Hard Rock skill in a way that not many maps in prior World Cups have. I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing Ymir coming in for the side of Canada. Yep, there she is right there on the top spot. This is definitely right up her alley. Unlucky W probably going to be staying in there with, I'm assuming, Henrik being the last player on the side of Canada. Now for the side of Russia, I'm really curious as to what we see. We know that Memorial is going to come in and play this. We know that for a fact. We know Nelly is going to be here. Typically, it's going to be Insomnia as that last third player for the Hard Rock pool, but he hasn't really played that much yet so far in this match. Typically, it's been Kitsunaivi filling in the slot for the third Russian player, but we have to see if he's able to do it. And that's going to be Vafara, it seems like, coming in. I think it's going to be his first time in this match.
Indeed it is. And Henrik did come in from the side of Canada, so we have Unlucky W, Ymir and Henrik for Canada, Vafara, Memriola, and Nelly for Russia. Canada wanting to force this match into a tiebreaker. Russia looking to finally close it out after being up 5-3. Just waiting for all players to decide whether or not they want Hidden with their Hard Rock. If you're new to Catch, friendly reminder, Hidden does not affect score at all. It is purely for reading, and our map is about to be underway. The final pick of the match, Canada versus Russia. Are we going to see a tiebreaker, chat?
I think this map is going to be very interesting between these two teams. I think Canada is slightly favored on this one in particular. Ymir is one of the best Hard Rock players at stuff like this especially. Henrik definitely can keep his ground along with Unlucky W. I think the real question here is whether Vafara can fill in the shoes of that third member slot. Like, this is his first map of this round, so maybe he's not feeling completely warmed up. We'll have to see.
Light accuracy drop from Vafara, all other players holding on to a double S as we hit that 200 combo mark. So far, nothing to be noted other than the accuracy drop, but Memriola drops!
No. Yeah, that's not the person you want to miss on the side of Russia. Memriola is definitely one of the best Hard Rock players in this lobby. That guy is always known for just being a consistency rock on Hard Rock. And him finding the first miss is definitely not a good sign for things to come.
But it is a good sign if you're cheering for Canada as that tiebreaker is slowly approaching as Memriola starting to recover from his miss, hitting that 200 combo mark. Slight score advantage in favor of Canada right now.
Yeah, and although Vafara's accuracy is not the best, he is holding out pretty well on this map so far, considering he hasn't played a map yet in this round.
halfway done. Still 2-way double S, 3-way full combo on the side of Canada. 2 full combos on the side of Russia. That one missed by Memriola. He has since recovered.
What miss is going to decide this map? Oh man, that'd be so brutal.
And he drops again before the spinner, and he didn't spin! He stood still during the spin!
That's tough right there.
So not only is it a 2-miss advantage for Canada, but it is also a spin advantage as well. And Memriola drops again, and he is not having a fun time with this map with some of these jumps.
Yeah, unless we see a triple miss coming out from the side of Canada, it's looking like the tiebreaker possibility is getting a lot more real right here. Not that much map left in this, only about 30 seconds. Need to see some misses really, really fast.
Still 5 full combos on the board. Memriola only one missing, but Nelly drops and Memriola drops. And with not much map left to play, that drop by Unlucky W's not gonna matter. As Nelly drops, and this has gone to tiebreaker, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone watching. Canada facing match point, being down 5-3, has come back and forced tiebreaker.
Yeah, huge props to Vivara as well for coming in, playing that map, and doing as good as they did. They got the FC, which is pretty much all you could ask for at this point. Such a good score coming in from him, but sadly, Nelly and Memorial weren't able to keep up their consistency from the prior maps. Maybe the length of the match being almost about an hour now on the dot might be getting to them. But man, second tiebreaker of the day, second tiebreaker in a row actually. Our last match, Italy versus France, also went to tiebreaker. So man, it's getting spicy here.
And honestly, I gotta give the advantage to Canada in this one. I mean, think about it. Russia was up 5-3, and they had match point in their hands, and Canada clawed back and forced tiebreaker. And you gotta think, the nerves on the Russian side to not want to throw away that lead and possible win might affect them.
Yeah, it's gonna be really tight here. The side of Canada definitely have a bit of momentum, but throughout the match, I think Russia has shown that they were slightly more consistent overall. So if they bring in both Memorial and Kitsunaivi in for the last 2 members of Russia, it is going to be very, very tight of a match. That is exactly why it's going to be such a great match. We see Russia calling their timeout on the tiebreaker.
And it appears that Nelly was not aware that they had a 2-minute cooldown. He was under the impression that it was a 1-minute cooldown in between picks and tiebreakers. So that's going to give Russia a little bit more time to compose themselves. Probably check the editor, look, figure out spins, figure out any spin trap.
Not many people actually play the tiebreaker in advance of the match, even though, as we know, this is pretty much very, very possible between teams like these, where you just get such good scores on almost every map, where every map is decided by 1 or 2 misses at the most. So some teams still decide to practice tiebreaker, some teams not. Even then, it's nice to get a little bit of an extra, okay, that's what that was. And you get a nice quick look at it.
And for everyone joining us, you have missed an amazing match so far. What was at first a back and forth match turned into a Russian advantage, 5-3, and Canada has clawed back with some unconventional picks. We would not expect them to choose Hard Rock, but here they are. tiebreaker.
Yeah, this song is honestly very, very good as well. I'm happy that Reaper and Grief, I just said, as the new collab name, that Reaper and Dave must go with Grief. Oh man. Not sure if that's the best collab names that you want to do, but I think it's a pretty great one myself.
I think you might have possibly inspired them, Sekre.
Oh man. I think that is actually such a good collab name that you could do, but it is such a great map. Huge shout out to those two for mapping this weekend for our custom tiebreaker.
We see all players in the lobby. Unlucky W, Katsuragi, Henrik on the side of Canada, Kitsune Ivy, Memriola, and Nelly on the side of Russia. Russia not wanting to throw away the win that they had in their grasp. Canada wanting to secure their comeback with this tiebreaker.
And make sure you guys show your support for either Team Canada if you're a fan of the Canadian team, or Team Russia if you're a fan of the Russian team. Both these teams doing super, super well right now. Either way it could go, is honestly been a great match between these two. And here we go.
Get your copy pastas ready in the chat. It's
Not too
tiebreaker
much.
time. Not too much though. All players loading in. It's getting everybody synced up. And a slight spin advantage in favor of Canada. So, Sekre,
Other points, I think. Yep.
you've already experienced this tiebreaker match
Oh
once
yeah.
before. Can you tell me a little bit about it?
So the big thing about this map is it is very, very dense. At about the halfway point, you'll be able to see some 1-8 patterns that are really dense and a bit hard to read even at this higher increased approach rate at 9.5. It's usually what caught the last two teams, both Italy and France, a bit off guard. In our last match, we only saw one person FC in the tiebreaker, Titobus. That guy is insane. Shout out to Titobus. I'm not sure how many FCs, if any, will be seeing this match. All the players definitely have the capability to. It's just about whether they can with all the nerves that they're managing as well.
And slight accuracy drop by Kitsune Ivy, but all players holding on to that full combo. Got a five-way double S so far. All players holding strong as we approach the first quarter of the map. Light droplet missed by Henrik, so accuracy is now tied. It is purely that spin advantage that is propelling Canada forward, but Nelly and Kitsune Ivy are gonna drop after the spinner when they had advantage.
Yeah, this is right in that dense part I was talking about. You see all these 1A notes, it's so much notes on your screen at once, and it's really tricky. It's very easy to get caught out if you're not ready for it. And Lucky W drops a lot of notes right there. I was like 10 notes all at once. This is going to be a little bit more impactful than the singular misses from Kitsune.
Yes, we saw his.
Definitely going to even out the spins.
Yeah, we saw his health bar drain all the way to 0 there, missing a considerable amount. But his teammates are still holding him in. But Katsuragi drops right before the spinner as well, and that is going to be more advantageous for Russia, as they're
even it up, I think. Actually, it's gonna be pretty much a big favor inside of Russia. I was a bit surprised about that one.
now Unlucky W dropping more notes than what it appeared. But Nelly is going to drop in that double hyper section, and that is going to give Canada the advantage again, as Nelly is not having a fun time in that section as he drops yet again. Henrik and Membriola still the only ones with a full combo on the board. It is a battle between the two as Nelly drops again, keeping Canada in that advantageous spot.
Yeah, now this is going to be about 2.5, maybe 3 drops that Canada all needs to find here to be able to have Russia come back to them. And it's going to be really tight in this last about maybe 1/3 quarter of the map.
Nelly recovering up to 200 combo. But Membriola is gonna drop. Now the lone full combo on the board is Henrik. Unlucky W drops. Henrik hitting that 2K combo mark and still going.
You know who also was in the same exact player spot earlier today on the tiebreaker? T-Tobis. You know what he did? He FC'd the map.
Ooh, and maybe that third player slot for tiebreakers is lucky. We see another
maybe
drop
it was
by
at the
Unlucky
exact
W.
spot too, but ooh, no, that's not good. We see Unlucky and Katsuragi missing. That's gonna bring it very close to even here, actually. All it needs is about one more miss, and then it might swap over to the side of Russia. This is not over just yet. Still have a good maybe 30-45 seconds left of the map.
Katsuragi
definitely enough.
recovering.
Don't do this to me now. Alright, there we go. Thank God. We're finishing out the map here. One more
He's
miss.
an Ivy dropped!
That's gonna seal the deal, I believe. Unless we see 2 more misses on the side of Canada.
And is Henrik gonna hold the full combo?
Does look like he is going to get this full combo as we close out the map here. 3 points in a row for Canada to be able to come back in this match. Man, they cleared it out so well. Henrik with the lone FC of the match. Huge shout out to Canada for doing such a good job on this tiebreaker. They only had a few misses between them. 6 miss on Katsuragi, 9 miss on Lucky W. There's a bit more misses than you would expect because of the way that the notes are stacked on each other. But really good scores from those guys. And yeah, congratulations to Canada for the win.
And congratulations to Canada and GG's to both teams. An unfortunate, heartbreaking loss on the side of Russia. Just as soon as you're about to expect them to pull up the upset, Canada clawed their way back into it and won tiebreaker. And yeah, maybe that third player slot for tiebreaker is the lucky slot. Both Henrik and T-Tobis have FC'd.
Yeah, it's also both on that side of the screen too. So again, congratulations to the winners, Canada. They will be facing off next week against the winner of United States-Poland, which is also going to be a great match. That is tomorrow. Oh boy.
Oh boy, looking forward to that match. It's gonna be great. Make sure you turn up to see it. Totally not biased with talking about it being a good match.
Totally not. But anyways, looking forward in our schedule. We're pretty much done for today unless you're living up in the western parts of the world. By that I mean in the Americas. If you're living in the Americas, this match is going to be really, really late at night for you. If not, it's probably going to be really, really early in the morning for you. Taiwan versus Mexico in about 8 hours from now, coming in at 8 UTC, or at 4 UTC. Don't forget to miss that one. That is also going to be probably one of the more close matches remaining. Definitely has tiebreaker potential, like the 2 matches that we just saw between France and Italy and Canada, Russia have just been.
Oh yeah, and I am looking forward to that Mexico-Taiwan matchup. I am going to be commentating that as well, along with Luminite. Sekre here won't be joining us. He is done for the day. He can finally give his vocal cords a bit of rest.
True. But you know, man, honestly, really good last 2 matches. We started the day out a bit slow with a lot of 6-0s and the 6-1, but these last 2 matches have definitely come in kicking.
Indeed, and we got 8 hours until our next match. So grab some food, get some sleep, go to work, do what you need to do, buy a banner or 2, make everybody happy. We'll see you in 8 hours from now. Take care. Hello, hello, and welcome back to Us Catch World Cup 2022. I'm Elux, and joined with me in the casting booth, who is also very excited for this match, looking forward to it as much as I was, is Luminite. How's it going?
I thought this was the Taiko World Cup. I think I'm in the wrong place.
Oh man, we're gonna have to get that checked out. I think you got given the wrong script. Oh,
Yeah, I think I was given the wrong address. Do you have the right address?
I think so.
Oh, perfect. Where should I go then?
We have an amazing matchup, hopefully to follow our previous two matchups that we had earlier in the day with Taiwan versus Mexico. Our two previous matches went to tiebreaker, and if this match is anything like the other two, then oh boy.
Yeah, I'm actually really excited. I have a very personal tie to any team that Mexico is involved in, and it's going to be exciting. I've seen, and when I did predictions with the other Fruity people, we knew there were going to be a lot of exciting matches. We knew there were going to be a lot of tiebreakers, and I'm so glad that this weekend has lived up to that hype. And this is going to be a really good match. I'm very excited to see how it goes down.
Oh yes, and we have on the screen now ZX and 123456, Sanami, Anya, Happiness Fish, Extricate, and Bipu for Taiwan, Daxaros, Cowboy, CX Lucha, Firu, Muragaki, and X-Gun for Mexico. How do you think the scoreline's going to be?
We have word that Daxaros has logged in and is online for this match, so this will be Mexico's first match with Daxaros. So we're very excited to see Daxaros finally, Mexico's strongest player.
Oh yeah, it would not be a Mexican squad without him. How do you think the score is going to be, Luminite? I'm hoping that is going to be largely in favor of Mexico, but as a commentator, I'm always wanting to see that tiebreaker hype.
Oh yeah, 100%. And you know, when I was doing the predictions with the Fruity people, we had a lot of. I think the majority of our conclusions were that this would be 6-2, 6-3, or 6-1. Yeah, in Mexico's favor. So we are looking for this match to go in favor of Mexico. It's going to be interesting though. Both teams have differing strengths. There's no really strong overlap in their strengths. So there's definitely ground for both teams to try to get points on the other by stumping them with something they're not very strong in. But I'm definitely with you on the commentator thing. I'm always up for a tiebreaker, even if I don't think it's gonna go to one. I'm always open to it.
Ooh, and we have a low rolling affair here to start us out. Daxaros rolling a 6 for Mexico, and Bipu rolling an 11. That is the exact opposite of what I witnessed earlier with Canada versus Russia.
Two very low rolls. Mexico will be banning first. What is Mexico going to ban?
Honestly, if I was Mexico, I would go with a no mod ban here. Because
no mod ban.
They're very strong, and a lot of the mod brackets, DT, they're all really good players in. Hard Rock, they got Daxaros. With Hidden, they got Lucha. And it is a no mod ban, no mod 2.
You're right on the money there. Let me put all my channel points into the Twitch thingy. And while we do that, we'll wait on Taiwan's ban.
And with Daxaros in the lobby, I would not be surprised if Taiwan goes to ban either a Hard Rock, ooh, and they go and ban the low Hidden. I was just about to say, I won't be surprised if they ban a Hard Rock or if they go banning the Hidden route.
I'm very surprised to see the predictions in the Twitch so close. You know, a lot of people who I've talked to about this match there is a fairly confident notion that Mexico will be winning this match, but it does have the potential to be very close. Taiwan is by no means a weaker team against Mexico. Just on paper, Mexico has a few advantages over the Taiwanese team. So it's going to be really interesting to see what happens.
But with a map pool like what we have, I would not be surprised. Map pool's a bit on the easier side, but don't let that fool you. It still has its fair shares of tricky spots and overall tests what all the map poolers were going for. I personally like Hard Rock 1. Hard Rock 1 I like it compared to years past because I feel like it tests a very niche hard rock skill set that we haven't seen maps previously do.
I like Hard Rock 1 because it's a great song.
Yeah, fair enough.
Any Riol song is always welcome in any map pool. There could not be enough Riol.
Ooh, and Taiwan is choosing to go with the consistent Nomad 1 pick right out the gate. They saw Mexico banning Nomad 2 and figured, hey, they might be afraid on Nomad. Let's start off with that.
If that is in fact the logic that they were going for, it's a little bit risky, I think, because you alluded to this a little bit. Mexico is very strong on the mod pick, so it's not necessarily a matter of does Mexico feel less confident on no mod, or is it more so that they just no mod is the least in their favor? Like, I know those probably seem like the same thing, but if Mexico is confident across the board, especially on the mod picks, you know, that being the Taiwanese logic, it could backfire. But we'll see how it goes. Mexico starting off with Cowboy, Muragaki, and Viru. Taiwan, Sanami, Bipu, and Happiness Fish. I absolutely love that username.
You, me, and Puffbuck all like. But I wouldn't necessarily say that Mexico isn't as favored in the no-mod bracket, and that's why Taiwan picked it. Because it's no-mod 1. All players in this lobby should easily have the capabilities to full combo this. And
Very
this
true.
is more of a comfort pick, I would say, just to get settled in against this Mexican squad, and more on the safe side, I would say.
I see a comment in the Twitch chat that I would really like to highlight. With a player like Happiness Fish on your team, do you ever actually lose? That's a great point.
And here we go. Taiwan versus Mexico. Nomad 1. First map of the match. Bipu, Sanami, Happiness Fish for Taiwan. Lucha, Muragaki, and Firu for Mexico.
So this is a more consistent pick again, something that all 6 of these players should be able to FC. 2.5 minutes in length. It's something I would call moderate length. It's not too short, not too long.
The slight accuracy in favor of Taiwan right now. And Bipu is the only player remaining with a double S as we approach that first 200 combo.
And as you say that, he loses that double S. Alright, we're heading into some funky jumps patterns now. The accuracy advantage slightly with Mexico now.
Ooh, and Muragaki is our first drop, and that is going to start having that score climb in favor of Taiwan.
Yeah, definitely not where you want it to miss. Everyone else is already far above that comma gap, and we are already halfway through the map. Definitely going to want to see a little bit of struggling on the Taiwanese side for Mexico to take this point. We're heading back into a more calm section.
Muragaki recovering nicely, getting back up to that 200 combo mark. And the question is, will anyone on the side of Taiwan drop, or will they triple FC?
Getting back into some funky jump patterns. Muragaki missing again, however.
That score is going to continue climbing in favor of Taiwan, and unless we see a triple miss here as this map is about to end, this first point is going to be going to Taiwan. And with no players looking like they're going to miss anytime soon, Taiwan will seal this first point in our match, making it a 1-0. Taiwan winning that comfort no mod 1 pick. Just goes to show you that a couple of misses here and there just make the difference on a map like that, as we see Muragaki with that 5x. All the rest of the players full comboing.
Yeah, he definitely struggled a bit with those more technical jump patterns in the key sections of that map. Very understandable, but it did put them behind, and to give Taiwan their pick. Now the pressure is on Mexico to make sure that they respond with just as much strength for their first pick.
I was Mexico, what would I pick? I would definitely go into one of the mod brackets. I would say Hard Rock or Hidden. Probably, I won't be surprised if we see a Hard Rock 1 or a Hidden 2 here. Ooh.
They're gonna go with Mix Mod 1.
They're gonna do a mix of what I just said. Mix Mod 1.
They heard you and they said, why not both?
Oh yeah. Now hopefully they will be nice to us and line the players up so we can have a much more pleasurable viewing experience for you.
Seeing two possible substitutions on the Mexican side. No movement on the Taiwanese side for now. Or, okay, Daxaros coming in. And Cowboy as well, I believe. I'm 99% confident this is the first time we're going to see Daxaros playing for Team Mexico. A well-awaited arrival.
Indeed, indeed. They were missing him last week, and he's now showing up when they need him most. Bibu, Sanami, and Happiness Fish still on side for Taiwan. Lucha, Daxaros, and Cowboy for Mexico. Now here we go, Luminite. Fingers crossed that they gave us at least the pleasure of having a proper alignment, and they did. They did.
Well, yeah, they did actually. Oh wait, we have a hidden Hard Rock.
Indeed.
On Daxaros.
I'm not surprised with Daxaros. He tends, depending on the map, tends to go switching from regular Hard Rock and hidden Hard Rock. If you are new to Catch, the hidden modifier for Hard Rock and Double Time adds no extra score. For those two mods, it is purely players' preference on how they want to read the map.
Another 2.5 minute map. Moderate length here.
Oh yeah, this one has some trickier slider jump sections later on when we get to the chorus that might trip a couple players up.
Right out the bat here, though, there's an accuracy advantage for Mexico. I'm not going to specify what those accuracies are in fear of commentator's curse.
And beep, triple miss on the side of Taiwan in this chorus Ki section, just as I said it. And Mexico is running away with it. Cowboy dropping though, that's going to help Taiwan recover just a little bit, but with Daxaros and Lucha still full comboing, that score is going to grow.
Yeah, all three Taiwanese players missed right around this, right a little bit later than everyone hit that 200 cap. Cowboy's a little bit behind, but the fact that Lucha and Daxaros did not miss gives them a pretty comfortable cushion here, but there's still half of the map to go.
And in this section, if you're a Hard Rock player, is a bit tricky, bit slower, bit more spaced out. You have to be really accurate with how you hit this section. Just the slightest slip up, as we saw from Bipu there, is going to cause disaster. Sanami drops
also
as well.
gonna drop, yup. Not a good pick for Taiwan. CX Lucha also missing though.
Yeah, but Bipu is going to trade that, and Bipu is the Hard Rock player, so score advantage still for Mexico.
Cowboy recovering nicely. Sanami finding another miss now. Heading to the end of the map. Definitely not enough time for Taiwan to come back unless one of the Mexican players just has a heart attack at their keyboard. Sanami finding yet another miss. So does Happiness Fish. That's really going to seal the deal here for Taiwan.
And Daxaros drops at the end. We are not going to see a full combo, unfortunately, but Mexico is going to run away with this Mixed Mod 1 pick, making the score 1-1. And I think Mexico might have found Taiwan's kryptonite there.
Yes, I imagine that. I don't think they will pick it immediately, but I imagine that Mixed Mod 2 maybe is probably going to be one of their picks later on. But the question is now, where does Taiwan go from here? Do they go right back to Nomad? I feel like they would. That would be my prediction. Is they go right back to Nomad?
I would not be surprised if they go back to Nomad. However, the two Nomads that are left are our converts, Nomad 3 and Nomad 4, as Nomad 2, the Ascendance map, got banned.
So for those who are unfamiliar, what is it that's scary about possibly seeing converts in the same pool as catch specific maps? Because this is a very interesting contrast with other modes, right? You know, Osu they have their own modes. Taiko does not use converts. I don't think Mania does either. So this is a very unique thing in catch. So what is the dangers that you see there?
Ooh, and Taiwan's gonna go with double time 1, so no convert right now. But some of the dangers with converts is a lot of catch players nowadays, a lot more newer catch players, are a lot more familiar with specifics, maps that are designed with the catch mode in mind, while converts are designed with the standard game mode in mind. So you'll see a lot more unconventional patterns, a lot more wacky cross-screen jumps with converts that are just, some of the maps are not fun to play at all.
But yeah, we're gonna avoid all of that for now. Muragaki choosing to play for Taiwan, just for a little bit though. On a serious note, looks like Happiness Fish will be stepping out for Taiwan. The Mexican roster unchanged for now. Anya coming in on Taiwan.
And first time we're seeing them come in for Taiwan, so Bipu, Sanami, and Anya. Inside Taiwan, Daxaros, Lucha, and Cowboy. Still holding strong from Mexico. Will we see a break point, or will Taiwan be able to make this 2-1?
My prediction that is documented on stream, I had Mexico sweeping them, so I am already incorrect. Everyone else predicted 6-1, 6-2. I don't remember if we saw a 6-3, but it was general consensus of a 6-1 or 6-2. If those predictions prove to be correct, we're gonna see a break point soon.
Ooh, and instead of Daxaros, Muragaki is coming in from Mexico. He's gonna get a little double time action. And our referee has put the start command in the chat. And we're about to get this third map underway, double time 1. Only Lucha choosing that hidden modifier for reading preference, everyone else sticking with that base double time mod.
That could be the difference. here depending on the Taiwanese performance. This is definitely one of the shorter maps, just above 2 minutes long. The spinner right out the gate, Mexico's going to come out ahead.
All players starting off strong as we see a 6-way double S across the board right now as we're approaching that 200 combo mark. And there it is, all players still holding strong, 6-way double S, Mexico with that slight spinner advantage from the beginning. Not much else to say about this pick so far.
Oh!
Lucha! Lucha is going to drop, and that is going to be a combo advantage in favor of Taiwan right now. Halfway through the map, and Lucha trying to recover up to that 200 combo while Taiwan still continuing that score increase, and there it is. And as soon as he gets to 200 combo, Bipu is going to drop, so that should even it out. I believe that was right at that 200 combo mark for Lucha.
Oh, we're going to see
going to
it from
drop.
Anya. Mexico heading to the end of the map. We might see the breakpoint happen here if the Mexican team continues to hold strong. They are doing so, everyone recovering nicely. Anya coming back up to the 200, but we are nearing the final seconds of the map. Looking good for Mexico.
And there's not enough time left in the map for Taiwan to come back. Mexico's going to take this breakpoint and make it a 2-1 match.
Two double S's on the side of Mexico, Muragaki and Cowboy. One on the side of Taiwan, Tsunami. Everyone else finding one miss. Phenomenal accuracy, though, from CX Lucha and Bipu. Only one droplet miss, I believe. Or actually, no, it broke combo, so it wasn't a droplet. And then a little bit more misses from Anya. But honestly, phenomenal accuracies across the board.
Oh yeah, and phenomenal job by Muragaki spinning there at the end. Ended up out-spinning Cowboy and Tsunami, being our MVP for that match. And now Mexico is in full control of this match with a 2-1 lead. Will they go Mixed Mod 2? And they will!
Straight for it.
No time wasted at all. Cowboy coming in with that Mixed Mod 2 pick. They had a decisive victory over Taiwan with Mixed Mod 1 and looking to follow up with the last Mixed Mod in our pool. For those of you who are new, Mixed Mod is a new map pool that is brought to CWC this year. Instead of just all players playing with Hard Rock or all players with Hidden, we have one Hard Rock, one Hidden, and one No Mod player on each team.
And as Elux alluded to last time we saw Mixed Mod, Hidden does not provide any score multiplier, so combo drops from the Hard Rock players are the ones that are actually more detrimental to the team that drops.
That is so true, as Hard Rock provides a 1.12 times score multiplier, while the remaining Hidden and No Mod provide a flat 1.0.
So we're seeing Tsunami coming out, Happiness Fish stepping back in on the Taiwanese side. The Mexican roster is still remaining unchanged for now. CX Lucha playing all three maps, I think. I already don't remember the first point, but I'm 90% confident he's played everything so far.
And I am not surprised with Muragaki being an exceptional convert player sticking in with this Mixed Mod 2 pick, should I say. And a little mix up with the panels. We got Lucha up there in the first slot from Mexico with Hidden, and Bifu down there on the second slot with Hidden, but not too mixed. And right off the gate, we see a drop from Anya, and that is Hard Rock. So, slight score advantage in favor of Mexico right now. A little bit more detrimental than a Hidden or Nomad drop. And Lucha is going to trade it. And Muragaki is going to drop too.
If there was any time to miss, it would have been at the beginning. Everyone else hitting their 200.
And, a double drop from Taiwan on that stack. That is going to put combo advantage back in favor of Mexico, just as you thought Taiwan was going to start building up a score. Plans changed.
Everyone seeming to struggle a little bit with this map. Bifu finding yet another combo break. Two players holding on phenomenally. Happiness Fish and Cowboy both not faltering whatsoever. Both Mexican players have recovered quite nicely now.
And then double S on the board still for Happiness Fish and Cowboy. However, Cowboy is that Hard Rock player from Mexico. And a double drop on the side of Taiwan again from Bifu and Anya.
Bifu's going to follow it up with yet another break. A very short map as well. We're already heading to the end. Mexican players have all recovered very nicely. Happiness Fish holding on for Taiwan, but it's not going to be enough. Oh, as I say that.
Good job, Luminite. You cursed them. There's no more full combos on this map for Taiwan. And Mexico, they capitalized on Mixed Mod 1, they capitalized on Mixed Mod 2. However, what will they choose next now that Mixed Mods are out of the pool? But before that, it is Taiwan's pick. Score is 3-1.
So they went to DT last time. That was where they found their break point. So I don't think they're going to go back to DT. It's just going to be... It's so interesting. Because I want to say, oh yeah, Taiwan's just going to go right back to no mod, right? But I'm not sure.
I would not blame them if they decide to go back to no mod. They had that breakpoint on DT1, which is one of the more easier double time maps in the pool. We have that other specific map by fellow commentator JP Hyperion. It's a bit more denser double time map, and the other two are converts. Still got all three Hard Rocks on the board, and Hidden 2 and Hidden 3 left to choose. Well, Taiwan taking a little bit of time with this pick. I do not blame them. Probably figuring out, checking their sheets, checking who practiced what, finding out what they're going to have the best chance on taking a point from this Mexican roster. So while we're waiting for Taiwan to pick, Luminite, how are you liking CWC so far?
Oh, I'm absolutely loving it. I'm always very enthusiastic about being able to join the community and catch for the World Cup. I absolutely love the mode. I think Catch World Cup is way more exciting than Taiko World Cup. I have migrated a little bit and I'm around here and there, but this is an absolutely fantastic cup to be a part of.
Oh yeah, and just remember, unlike Taiko, we have fruit. Fruit prevents scurvy.
Yep.
And speaking of fruit, we are going to get back to some more fruit catching. Bifu, Taiwan, choosing Hard Rock 2. And I see our mapper Bunray in the chat, who happened to be the one to map Hard Rock 2. How's it going, Bunray? They mapped your map. They picked your map. They mapped your map. Hopefully they didn't map your map. They picked your map.
Ghost mapping, yeah. That's a no-no. We got the start command in. Here we go. Lots of short maps today. This is the shortest one being played. 1 minute 58 seconds. Misses are going to be very detrimental.
And here we go, Hard Rock 2. And Bunray putting in the chat, do not forget the last slider as we see Daxros and Lucha picking that hidden modifier to go along with Hard Rock, the only two players in the lobby choosing to do so.
Oh. First drop's going to come from Daxaros.
An uncharacteristic miss from Daxaros. Taiwan better hope they can capitalize on it because you're not going to see that too often, but Sonomy is going to drop multiple times.
Yep.
That first one was a single note drop, but that second one had quite a few in it, so going to be about 1.5 miss favor for Mexico right now.
Yeah, you could definitely see that Sonomy's second miss was pretty harsh. Comparing his accuracy to that of Daxaros is already a whole percentage point lower. The other 4 players in the lobby, though, holding on phenomenally. Once again, regardless of the outcome of this match, very strong performances across the board.
All players who dropped holding strong. Still a two-way full combo for Taiwan and Mexico. But as soon as I say that, Lucha is going to drop, and that is going to be score advantage for Taiwan as we're coming into the end of the pick.
Yeah, it's very short. It's a very small advantage for Taiwan still, but it looks like it's going to be enough. Only about 20,000 points. 23,000 to be exact.
And the gutsy Hard Rock pick from Taiwan pays through. Single miss from Daxaros and CX Lucha. Unfortunately, causing an unfortunate loss in Hard Rock for Mexico. Sonomy with that 6th miss might have had their heart sink a little bit with that, but they recovered quite nicely. Teammates Bipu and Anya held strong. Unfortunately for Cowboy, he did all he could. And now it is Mexico's pick, and they are going Hidden 3, wasting no time at all.
Yeah, it looks like Mexico is very prepared for their picks. It seems like they have a plan. Not much consideration on their side. I don't think. I wonder when we are going to start seeing some hesitation on the Mexican side. I'm wondering how prepared they are for what's going to go down for these next, at the very least, 3.
Oh yeah, I was thinking it was going to take them a couple seconds to decide what they wanted to choose, since they took both mixed mods, but they were prepared right out the gate with Hidden 3, our Hidden Convert. A bit streamier Convert. You got a couple tricky stacked stream sections in the beginning, couple of areas where you can either choose to wiggle or stand still towards the 2/3 of the map. Couple tight jumps here and there where players can miss. So we see Happiness Fish coming in, replacing Anya.
Not a single sub on the Mexican side once again. These 3 players holding very strong for Mexico.
Bipu and Sonomy still staying in on that Taiwanese side. Does not look like that their run is done yet.
Looks like you're going to see a sub now. Cowboy coming out for Firu.
Firu's first time jumping in for Mexico this match. So, barring any other substitutions, Bipu, Sonomy, and Happiness Fish for Taiwan, Daxaros, Lucha and Firu for Mexico. Mexico wanting to get a 2-point advantage. Taiwan looking to get a break point and tying this match up.
Oh.
Ooh, and there is a substitution last minute. X-Gunt coming in from Mexico.
None of these maps topping over 2.5 minutes ish. This one only 1 minute 52 seconds. However, it is more streamy, so there are more fruits to cushion some misses, make misses a little bit less detrimental. But you definitely don't want to find any in the first place. Oh,
And X-Gunt is going to be the first one to drop in that triple section.
Oh,
Happiness
oh.
Fish, a two-way miss for Taiwan. Sonomi and Happiness Fish, who drops again.
Firu.
X-Gunt, Firu.
and we're seeing misses all over the board for four of these players. CX Lucha, the one on now. Bipu, Taiwan with no FCs left.
And Happiness Fish not having a happy time here on this converted hidden map.
You were
missing
waiting to use
throughout
that,
the
weren't
board.
you?
Yes, I was. Who has recovered quite nicely to that 200 combo mark, but Mexico holding a strong advantage.
double
Trades.
from both teams.
Happiness Fish, Firu trading misses left and right. Lucha holding on, and X-Gunt is gonna
my
drop before we get to
goodness.
this wiggle section. Misses being traded all throughout the board. Some players choose to stand still, some players choose to wiggle these as Happiness Fish drops again in that A rank. Sonomi drops and his score and his health bar goes all the way down to 0. Number of misses as Lucha is our lone full combo holding on to a double S, and this is combo advantage for Mexico. X-Gunt dropping
a miss.
Happiness,
Trading
Sonomi.
Happiness. Oh my goodness. A very tough map for all of the players here, except for CX Lucha, still holding on as we go to the end of this map. Are we going to see the double S?
And we are going to see that double S coming in from Lucha, the lone full combo and double S on the board. Mexico running away with that.
An absolutely insane pick, coming out on top for Mexico with a very solid lead. But underneath that solid lead, everyone but CX Lucha really struggled. You can see the graphs. Go back and you can go back in the VOD and look at them. Everyone finding severe drops at one point or another, except for Lucha. Definitely a difficult hidden map.
Indeed, and we can see why, other than the low approach rate, why Taiwan banned Hidden 1, and I have no doubt in mind when it is Mexico's turn to pick, they're going to choose Hidden 2, but for now, Taiwan needs to answer back.
They did find success in Hard Rock. They have not touched the other two no mods yet, which is a little interesting to me. It makes me wonder if they're saving them for emergencies, or if they're actually not confident enough on those two picks to take on Mexico.
And if Taiwan does go back to Hard Rock, I would put anything that they would choose Hard Rock 1 if they do choose to go that route.
That being said, I believe, and you feel free to correct me, you mentioned that Hard Rock 1 would be something in favor of Mexico, right?
Ooh, and I will eat my words. They're actually going with the converted Hard Rock. Okay.
Ooh, this song goes hard though.
And yes, I would say Hard Rock favors a team like Mexico a little bit more with a player like Daxaros, who had an unfortunate couple misses in the previous Hard Rock pick, which is really uncommon of a player his caliber. And Taiwan took full advantage of it, and it appears that they're hoping Daxaros will find a few of those, more of those uncharacteristic misses in this pick.
Yeah, Daxaros stepping in for Firu. Cowboy stepping in for I already forgot who was
X-Gunt.
My memory is so bad. I don't even remember like what was played 2 rounds ago. I mean,
Oh, don't worry. You'll get the hang of it.
rate is like 32 megabytes. That's about it.
Don't worry, you'll get the hang of it as you continue on casting throughout this tournament. Bifu, Sanami, Anya for Taiwan. Cowboy, Lucha, and Daxros for Mexico. Mexico wanting to force this to match point. Taiwan not wanting to see match point just yet, wanting to make this a 4-3 match. Will we see it happen? Lucha and Daxros still sticking with that hidden modifier on top of their hard rock.
Another very short map.
And Sanami drops right away. It was before that 200 combo mark. However, this map is less than 2 minutes long. So Taiwan is going to need to pray for a Mexican miss or two coming up. Otherwise, Mexico is going to take this point in the blink of an eye. And at this first break moment in the map, Mexico sees that they are in full control of this pick. Sanami drops again. And that is a larger combo advantage and score advantage in favor of Mexico, and drops again. And that score is going to continue to climb in favor of Mexico. Sanami's first miss coming in before that 200 combo mark. However, these next few misses are going to hurt Taiwan even more.
All 3 Mexican players and Bifu and Anya holding very strong for now, though. Sanami now recovering, but there is a pretty massive lead. I don't know if there's going to be enough time.
Taiwan would have to see a triple miss from Mexico here if they would even dream of coming back in it.
There's one of those, though.
But unfortunately, there is not enough time left in the map for Taiwan to come back. And Taiwan banking their hopes on this back-to-back hard rock pick. Unfortunately
at the end for Mexico.
Yeah. But unfortunately for Taiwan, the second hard rock pick was not the answer they needed, as Mexico now is winning 5-2 with match point and the pick in their hands.
Are we going to see Hidden 2 immediately?
Seeing how Taiwan did in Hidden 3, I would not doubt it if Mexico would want to go that route.
This is so far, I think, the longest the Mexican team has not picked a map.
Oh, yeah. I kind of don't really blame them, as we've seen a couple teams, both this tournament and tournaments past, when they were at match point, had their opponents slightly come back on them. Mexico not wanting that to happen here, but they will indeed choose that Hidden 2 pick. We have Hidden 2 Title Trap. Gemsu was the one who published out this set, but it is Crowley who was the one who mapped this difficulty. As you can see down there, Crowley's Overdose. Another map coming in a little over 2 minutes, so another short map, no team choosing a marathon. A few tricky sections in this map coming in around a little past third, little before the halfway point, with some either standstill or wiggles, and a few jumps that progressively get wider out, as we see a full substitution possibly on the side of Taiwan, with Daxros staying in from Mexico.
Everything changing now, except for the one constant. Although I'm still cautious because, again, I don't remember. And would this be the first time Lucha does not play a pick from Mexico? I think it is.
You
I'm
might
gonna have to start.
possibly
I'm
be
gonna have to start
correct.
writing. I'm gonna have to start writing stuff down.
Bibu and Sanami coming back in for Taiwan. Still 2 spots open for Mexico, 1 spot open for Taiwan. We're waiting to see who they choose. And while we are waiting, Happiness Fish comes in. But while we are waiting for that Mexican roster, banners, if you have not stopped by the Oz store yet, pick up a banner. They are $2.50 USD. They support the tournament, the prize pool, and help support your team. They look pretty nifty, pretty nice. Always a good job done on those banners. Have you gotten a banner yet, Luminite?
I have, and coincidentally, my banner is indeed for Team Mexico.
Ooh, okay. With how hard you're riding this Mexican team, I would not put it past you to choose a Mexican banner. I had one myself in tournaments past. Unfortunately, they got 4th place that year, so close to the podium spot that they're looking for.
This is the year. This is the year, ladies and gentlemen.
Still
I
waiting
couldn't
for that 2 spot. Sorry to cut you off. Still
You're
waiting
good.
for that 2 spots to be filled up from Mexico. You were gonna say Luminite?
I was gonna say I couldn't help but notice that you do not have one of the banners. How? What's up with that, man?
I do not want to jinx myself, my friend. I am a firm believer of supporting your cause, but I am also a firm believer in jinxes. I have seen them and experienced them in the past, and have caused a few curses myself while commentating.
Oh, it looks like we got a few little short silences on the Mexican team for talking in hashtag Hebrew.
Interesting. You might not have known they were in that text channel. However, Mexico does have a little bit of time before this pick has to be underway. They might be able to make it. Depends on how lenient our referee is. Still, that is something you do not see every day. 2 Mexican players being tuned out for talking in hashtag Hebrew. That is interesting, as our referee, who was giving him nice courtesy of waiting a little bit, is now wanting Daxaros to fill up those last 2 slots.
Looks like we got it now. Forcibly adding them with MP commands.
We see Lucha and X-Gunt coming in from Mexico. Our referee tried to add in Cowboy, might not have been able to come in. Might have to do with what Daxaros said earlier. Oh, there's Cowboy. Speak of the devil.
Thank God. I was a little worried there. A little worried.
Ooh, they talk Spanish and Hebrew, chat. That is something you don't see every day.
Yeah, be very mindful, ladies and gentlemen, which language you are speaking in language-sensitive chats. Don't want to find yourself muted for a little bit, especially in this context.
Oh yeah, you don't want to be like Team Mexico here doing a little bit of trolling as we see Sanami, Bipu, and Happiness Fish, Taiwan, Cowboy, Lucha, Daxaros from Mexico wanting to close this out. Taiwan wanting to stay in the losers brackets, wanting to keep their run alive. Sanami dropping early before that 200 combo mark for Taiwan. Not going to hurt them as much as it was early on. However, it is a short map, and that one is going to hurt Taiwan as Bipu also follows up, and Mexico with a 3-way full combo. Happiness Fish, the only full combo on the side of Taiwan.
looks like this pick is going to pay dividends for Mexico already. A little bit longer, about 2.5 minutes.
And we are going to get into those wiggles or standstill section as Lucha drops, Cowboy drops, Happiness Fish drops. I said it before the map started, a few players could get caught out here, and a few did indeed. Cowboy, Bifu, Happiness, all dropping here. Daxaros and Sanemi holding on throughout that section.
Happiness finding another miss, though. The Mexican lead here is going to keep climbing. He's going to find yet another one. We're over halfway done with this map. The Mexican team is getting closer and closer to continuing on into the winner's bracket.
And Sanemi drops on the side of Taiwan. No more full combos. Daxaros, the lone full combo in the map. And Taiwan is going to need a complete meltdown from this Mexican squad if they want a chance to come back in this map. But it does not look like that meltdown is going to come anytime soon. But Lucha drops, Bifu trades it right back.
As we get closer and closer, looks like Taiwan is going to be 1 foot out the door for the rest of the tournament, dropping to the losers bracket. Mexico
Oof.
taking this match 6-2.
Oh yeah, a decisive victory for Mexico. Had a couple tiebreakers early on. Unfortunately, this match is not going to go that route. 6-2, Mexico takes it. But props to Taiwan. They took a couple picks from this Mexican roster. Took a Hard Rock map, which bit surprised about. They gotta feel happy about themselves for doing that. Looking to see how they do in losers bracket.
The referee taking a second to make sure Mexico is more conscious of the channel they speak in from here on in the future. Very interesting occurrence. You don't see that happen every day. But Mexico moving on. I believe we have yet to see their opponent. There will be facing, or have we seen them already?
We have not.
Okay.
They will be facing the winners of Germany versus South Korea, which honestly, in round of 16 map pool, could go either way in my opinion. South Korea, the defending world champs, 6-time world champs for CWC, but this early on, anything can happen.
If you're going to take out South Korea, you got to do it early. This is Germany's chance to do just that.
And speaking of South Korea versus Germany, that is going to be our next match, which is going to be appearing 5 hours from now. So a little bit of a break in between. If you're in the Americas like I am, probably not going to be awake for it unless you're a night owl. I am going to hopefully be awake for it. I am going to try to get some sleep beforehand, but I do not want to be a groggy person tomorrow. What about you, Luminite? You going to stick around and watch it, or are you going to take a nap?
Yeah, not sure what time zone you're in. I'm in the Eastern time zone, so it is almost 1 in the morning for me. I will probably be staying up for the next 2 hours and then sleeping until 2 or 3 in the afternoon. So I will most certainly be missing that match.
Ooh, and we have a late sleeper. Okay. However, everyone else, if you're sticking around, take a break, get some food, shower, do what you need to do. For those in the Americas, have a good night's sleep unless you're going to be like Luminite who plans to stay up a little bit. Then we will be back 5 hours from now. South Korea versus Germany. That is going to be a match that is possibly going to go tiebreaker. Cannot wait to see it. You got any closing statements, Luminite?
Just very happy that Mexico is going to continue on in the winners bracket. Very happy, very proud of the team representing Mexico strong, and I'm happy.
There we go, the ever Mexico lover. That being said, chat, everybody watching, take care. We will see you in 5 hours.
So long.
Hello everyone, welcome back to this round of 16 from the Oscatch World Cup 2022 edition. I'm JB Hyperion, and I'm either joined or shortly to be joined by Quijibo. Opportunity for Quijibo to say hello. There he is. He's back in the nick of time. Thank you.
I got in just as we transitioned. How's everyone doing?
Yeah, great to see so many of you all here. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're enjoying your weekends. We're burning through these round of 16 matches at a rapid pace. We saw some fantastic matches yesterday, 2 tiebreakers back to back. Coming up for you now, though, we've got South Korea versus Germany.
So, what are your thoughts for this one, JBH?
I think South Korea are obviously clear favourites. I mean, they're the 6-time champions. They were second in qualifiers. They didn't really have too much trouble getting past Portugal in the round of 32, although they did almost lose a point on mixed mod. I'm not sure how much practice went into that match. Germany got taken to a tiebreaker by Finland, so there's a lot more evidence for South Korea on Germany's strengths and weaknesses, South Korea having only played those 5 maps.
Yeah, that is a good point. I mean, I think Germany could definitely pull a point or two off of South Korea. I mean, I've played with these guys too, so I know they're very skilled. Nokoroi, Marv, Nerfu.
Yeah, Germany, very solid no-mod team. We can see that South Korea taking that no-mod 4 away, the long consistency pick, 4.25 minutes jump map. Nokoroi seeming a bit surprised by that, but fair enough. So we saw South Korea winning the role, Germany opting to ban Hidden 1, pretty solid idea. Germany not a bad Hidden team, but South Korea very strong at Hidden in these early rounds. Very strong at everything really, but Hidden, along with China, definitely 2 of the stronger Hidden teams.
Yeah, no doubt. I'd say Germany has like a pretty variable roster. I mean, they can play pretty much everything really. They've got a fair few generalist players, and they do have mod coverage as well. Like you've got Vinci on the Hidden, and then Nerfu for Hard Rock Double Time.
Yes, and South Koreans taking a little bit of time to decide on their first pick.
Yeah, banning No Mod 4, that is a fair ban. I mean, it's kind of like a RNG map almost. It's like slightly tilting to play sometimes, because you know it's a fairly easy map to FC, but like it's just those little notes that you barely not even miss time, but still miss anyway. And the way a lot of these matches have been going is like one miss determines a point, which is absolutely crazy. Even for like an easier map pool, it's like things are a lot of teams really setting a high standard.
Yeah, I'm very interested by this No Mod 2 pick coming out of South Korea first up. I was pretty much under the impression, and people may disagree, I feel like this is the easiest, or if not certainly one of the easiest maps in the pool this time around, being quite a short, thirsty, but not like too technical pick, time to air. I feel like a lot of the teams we've seen where there've been 2 really strong matchups, they've just tried to pick like the hardest picks that are the least kind of RNG, the least like coin toss, match could go either way. So this is an interesting strategy from Korea to go for probably the easiest thing first, maybe just feeling like they're super consistent on this and that they'll go for the spin battle.
Yeah, I mean it is a fairly easy map, but the thing about some of these easy maps is you can sometimes just whiff when you know you can do it, when you know you can FC it, and like that just gets in your head and throws your mindset through a loop.
Well, we'll see if that has affected any of our 6 players. You can see South Korea on the left, Yes My Darkness Rels and Jisan. Germany in the blue on the right, Marv, Nokoroi and Vinci as we get underway. Game number 1. This is a best of 11, so first to 6 points wins. You can see the little squares up there by the team names at the top.
Yeah. And my trend lately since Hyper W and Rockma both name changed, I've been getting their names confused. Yes, My Darkness and Angel Kawaii. Everyone holding on fairly well to start with, and like it's just silly misses. I feel like a lot of players have here, so we'll see if anyone has silly misses or not.
They all got through the first relatively intense section pretty comfortably. A little bit of a calmer section now as we come into building back up, which is mostly kind of half jumping. The ending has quite a difficulty spike with a lot of 1/4 snap bursts, but it's not like a huge step up in difficulty relative to the rest of the map. It has caught out a few people in previous matches though.
Yeah, I feel like one of the easier places to miss here too is like when you have to do those little left or right movements in straight streams towards the end. You'll see like it's an easy stuff to hit, but it's also like sometimes you just overdash like those patterns there. You sometimes just overdash them, and yeah, it's very easy to just walk off the back. And Vinci is going to miss a lot there. Rels too. So here we go.
Yeah, Vinci had a huge amount of droplet misses early on, which gave South Korea a tiny advantage. That might have almost been neutralized with the traded miss there from Vinci and Rels. There should be enough time for both of them to get back up to 200 combos, so this could come down to the very end, but Vinci's going to find another drop. That is probably going to settle it in South Korea's favor right now, unless we see another miss.
Yeah, I think that's definitely it. I mean, both Chunk missing that first time too, so it could have come down to Spinner, but yeah, the way you lose points so quick if you miss at all on No Mod. You're losing like 25, 50k points just for like one miss.
Really solid spin there coming out of all of the players. Vinci, yeah, just missing those huge chunks there towards the end, unfortunately being the difference between the two. I think otherwise, like Vinci and Rels' traded miss at that kind of 3/4 distance could have made it exceptionally close. But as it is, it was really just the kind of final miss from Vinci that settled it. So South Korea win their first pick. They go 1-0 up. Germany have a chance to fire back with a pick of their own next.
Yeah, four AFC outside of that. So we're continuing with the trend of just a lot of nutty plays.
Yeah, with the difficulty of this map pool and the skill cap of a lot of these teams, I don't think we should be too surprised to see that quite often in this match, that a lot of FCs and a lot of maps points decided by only 1 or 2 misses.
Yeah.
So Germany not managing to get the kind of good RNG, just happening to randomly miss less than South Korea, but that's not the end of the world. Like, they contested that one for the most part, and they have a chance to pick something next that is maybe a little bit more comfortable for them. And they're going mixed mod, which is interesting. Mixed mod 1, not this mixed mod 1, the mixed mod 1 from the previous pool. South Korea almost lost a point to Portugal, who haven't played in the World Cup in, I think, 4 years, which was a huge surprise to almost see Portugal take a point off them there. And due to that performance, whether it was indicative of kind of what's going to happen next, or whether it was just they didn't practice that map a lot, Germany did manage to get a better team score on last round's Mixed Mod 1 than South Korea. They didn't play too many of the same maps, despite the fact that Germany ended up playing like 9 because they went to tiebreaker. But this is a pick that, based purely on statistics, Germany can look at and say, hey, we are better at South Korea on Mixed Mod, according to the numbers. So
yeah, numbers can be quite misleading.
They can, and we've seen that a lot throughout this round in particular, that predictions have been completely turned on their head.
Yeah. I think right now we'll see Marv Mello on the Hard Rock, Note on the No Mod, and Genoshi on the Hidden, and then you'll have probably Draystar will probably go Hidden here. BOL would be your BOL's Hard Rock. Wow.
Okay.
I was not expecting that. I mean, obviously, it's not too surprising considering they have very variable rosters. Like, you've got 4 or 5 strong Hard Rock players on the team. Pretty much 6, actually. I mean, yeah, never count out Jisan.
Yeah, interesting that Note Kuroi and Marv Mallow kind of swapped roles. You think of Note Kuroi as like the absolute no-mod beast that can FC nearly everything. But he's obviously feeling very comfortable with this lineup, putting himself in for Hard Rock. Genoshi on Hidden. Genoshi Gang fans, absolutely no surprise, but there's a double miss early from Germany, and you can see a little bit of frustration creeping in there with a little catcher wiggle.
Yeah. I mean, it's not too surprising that I see No Kuroi on Hard Rock, as I'd say Marv and Note are very interchangeable when it comes to a lot of this stuff for Hard Rock. Like, both are very, very skilled players, obviously. And right now, we've got the three-way FC. Draystar, the only one still SSing for Korea. And then Marv holding on for the Nomod. And I think Nomod is very crucial at the moment. I mean, obviously everything would be crucial, but then you've got the Hard Rock score modifier. But I feel like Nomod misses are probably going to be the most punished here because, you know, Nomod
Speaking of Hard Rock, you can see a miss coming out from Nokuroi there, and there's already nearly 100,000 point difference between Biol and Nokuroi's scores. Hard Rock giving that 1.12 multiplier, so Hard Rock misses are going to be hugely punished, more so than Nomod and Hidden.
Yeah. And here comes the anxious section, the memory notes, and it's kind of hard to remember like 20-30 seconds worth of this. Like, a few notes isn't so bad, but you can see, like, a little bit of anxious movement here and there. There you go. But both of them hitting it, so that's a good start. But Korea looking very strong, looking like they could contest Canada, be a second team to three-way FC this.
Yeah, it's really critical that all of Germany hold right now and just hope for a Korea miss in the last kind of 30 seconds, but it's getting to the point where multiple misses are going to be required. There's really not that much left in, and we haven't seen almost any slip-ups at all from Korea, just a couple of droplet misses on some of these oddly shaped sliders.
Yeah, not surprising. I mean, misses are always going to be punished, and there's Genoshi going down with a miss. Draystar going to miss as well, so the three-way FC dream is no more, but very solid win by close to 200k points, 150k
Yeah.
I believe. Yeah. So
Looks like South Korea have put a bit more work into practicing their mixed mod balance rotation after the almost shock of losing a point to Portugal in the round of 32. So Germany maybe hoping that that was indicative of things to come, but it turns out not to be the case. 5 misses on their side to just the 1 coming out of Draystar on South Korea right at the very end.
yeah, there's not much you can do when your opposing team just goes insane like that. But yeah, there's still plenty of opportunities to take a point or two. We are only in the early act of this match, and half thinking that South Korea is going to go for Hidden 3 right now, because I think they feel they can definitely take that point quite securely. DT2. I've not been more wrong in my life.
So we've seen this a couple of times in previous matches, but it's mostly been kind of left alone, not picked, not banned.
Yeah. I don't have too much to say on this. I mean, fast platter. This is your map, so
it is.
What is your input on how you think people will perform in this pick right now?
It's a map where there aren't that many huge difficulty spikes. It's just kind of consistent micro movement because the BPM is so high, 390 BPM when double time is added. Especially it builds in intensity and density towards the end. So individual misses can get punished quite a lot because there are just so many notes on screen at any one time. I think if South Korea feel like they are more consistent and that there's kind of less chance for random misses, then this is a good pick for them because it will tire out the German players that'll have to kind of make these little micro movements, and it'll be an advantage for them going forward into future picks.
Maybe. I mean, I don't think fatigue will be too much of an issue at the moment between many teams. Just while the difficulty doesn't go up too much, I think the main thing's going to be nerves, especially with like the amount of focus you need to put into some of the micro movements sometimes. We're seeing a couple of early misses out of Nerfu and Inryuka, while three-way FC early game for South Korea and Nukroy's with them as well. I think Germany just needs to hold on a little bit. Quite a little bit of a nervous run through in the start.
Yeah, Nerfu not having a good time right now. These direction changes come so thick and fast all the way throughout, even in the calmer parts like this one. Everyone getting a little bit of a rest in this kind of calm vocal section. Everyone back up at 200 combo, but the gap is already 200,000 in excess of.
Yeah, a lot of under dashing coming out there. Fortunately, Jisun will miss, but it's not going to be too much. I mean, one miss the entire map from South Korea's side. They can strongly take this. Rockma going to miss as well. And then, yeah, Draystar will keep the SS. And Nokroy only having a single droplet miss too, so the 2-1 FCs go, but Nerfu just a little bit shaky, and the way combo works on a lot of these maps, if you miss in like 2 spots, that's just going to decimate your score.
Yeah, Nerfu unfortunately kind of not spending that much time above the combo cap of 200, not getting maximum score. So he was really just having to like reset his score over and over again, unfortunately. It's much better to get kind of all your misses in one place than spread them out evenly.
Yeah, definitely. And my mistake, it would appear that that was a 1 miss. But, yeah, did not see that miss actually.
So that's an interesting outcome if South Korea feel that they have a clear advantage on double time over Germany. Because the mixed mod pool adds more hidden and hard rock, the double time pool is actually 4 maps right now, and 3 of them remain open. So South Korea might just decide, you know what, we're just going to keep picking double time when it's our turn to pick next. And that's how we'll win.
Yeah, I mean, they have always been a very strong double time team, and I would have guessed right if I had have guessed this time. I was going to say Germany will go for No Mod 3, as it is a very, you know, 1 miss determinate map at the moment.
Yeah, so this is very, very, very different than the No Mod 2 specific that we saw earlier. This one is a converted OS difficulty, lots of wacky slider shapes, kind of similar to what we saw in Mixed Mod 1, and also some kind of tap dashes and big half dashes as well. Quite a lot longer as well, again, nearly 4 minutes in length, so another consistency test.
Yeah, a lot of alternating sort of movements as well, sort of alternating notes with all that sort of slider and tech. But yeah, it looks quite flowy and it plays quite flowy too. I mean, there's only 1 or 2 notes that you really need to keep an eye on, and they're both towards the end. And then other than that, it's just maintaining focus.
So Gnoshi going to be coming back in for Germany. South Korea doing a little bit of a roster swap as well. Draystar and Angel Kawaii out, Biol and Yes My Darkness back in. Going to be getting underway now. Game number 4, South Korea currently taking 3 points, including that 1 break. Germany's pick now, overtime. Looking to get a point on the board. South Korea with another break will go 4-0 up in this first to 6.
Yes, but it's not over till it's over, so there is always that chance. But speaking from experience, in the round of 16 against South Korea, when you get a map that when you get a map that you kind of 50-50 on, they're very slightly less 50-50 than you. So yeah, if everyone's feeling comfortable, we should not see misses until towards the end, till around 1k combo. But you know, nerves can sort of get you, and we have seen that a little bit, like very slight under dash. You know, someone will just miss a note somewhere random.
Interesting to see Germany winning the spinner battle there. They're all getting really good spin. Ganoshi just missing a couple.
Close though, it's very close. Yeah, they are winning in terms of act right now. I mean, SSs for Ganoshi and Note Kuroi right now. And then no SSs on the Korean side, so they are just focused on the notes.
Yeah, a handful of droplet misses from all of the South Korean players. Just, I think, one droplet miss from Marv Mallow in the kind of first third of the map. So yeah, very, very slender lead. But yes, my Darkness going to drop right before the end of that calm section with the single slider.
And that is
Germany have a chance to run away now.
And like I said, one note can make a difference. Oh, and there's two notes!
Yeah, the score difference swinging immediately back into South Korea's favour, and it's going to be extended again with No Kuroi finding a second miss.
Yeah, that's a better place to miss in, at least. You know, only 20-30 notes off of your previous miss. So if they get more misses out of South Korea, then that could be big. And I said one note will make the difference. There's two notes of difference right now.
Yeah. Yes, my Darkness would probably have been feeling a little bit upset for kind of 30 seconds there, but in the break, the teams can see the opponent's scores. He knows, okay, don't worry about it. Germany missed 2. I'm still doing fine. I'm back up at combo. Marv Mallow now also back up at Note Kuroi, going to be there as well. Score difference settled at about 50,000. So in the last quarter of the map, probably going to need to see 2 misses from Korea here.
Yeah. That one note of difference. Although in this case it'll be half a note of difference if South Korea misses now. Well, you know, depending on who misses, and if there's. Yeah, everyone hitting fairly well though. Here's where we. Yep, everyone's fine. Everyone's fine.
Yeah, nobody getting caught out by those big extended sliders into hypers that we've seen catch out some people. And there you go, South Korea taking another break point here.
I feel like there's one note there that's like slightly timing me, but it is quite lenient, so like it looks like semi-time, but you can generally hit it just from reading it.
Ganoshi Gang fans rejoice, double S there coming out of the man, but unfortunately not enough to bring Germany a point with just that one singular miss coming out in the calm section from Yes My Darkness.
Yeah, it would have been extremely close to if it was I think with an FC, South Korea might have barely taken it. There was like a bit of spinner trading. You just can't really tell the spin difference between hype. I don't know.
Ganoshi seems even surprised that he SS'd, and even the Korean players are in a bit of awe there. Good to see the respect.
Yeah.
South Korea opting not to stay with double time. They're going to go with Hard Rock 2. Going to try a little bit of everything. 8 Slave being the shortest and probably easiest map in the Hard Rock pool. Just under 2 minutes in length and mostly fairly comfortable to play aside from a few little deformed streams here and there.
Yeah, I definitely see this one with potential to go for a 6-way FC. I mean, definitely could happen. So long as no one gets caught out by that that end slider. My first play. I was like,
We've definitely seen
happy
that.
to sight read FC it, even though it's not too difficult. I was like, yep, easy sight read. That slider just, man. All you have to do is just be like, yes, I did it, and then take your focus off for a second, and then. But we will be getting into this now, so we will see. We'll see how teams go. I'm guessing client just needs to load.
Yeah, Nerfu having a little bit of trouble, or at least being synced up, but that seems to be sorted now.
Yeah, looked like Draystar didn't have mods for a second there, but going for the hidden hard rock, very much expected. And then everyone else with standalone hard rock. Oh, Draystar with an early miss.
Yeah, he got caught out by a little wiggle there. I think he tried to stack, unfortunately. It was just a little bit misplaced.
Yeah. This will make things a little bit interesting. Oh, Biel as well. Now things are going to be well, things are looking favourable for Germany at the moment as we go.
Germany, of course, don't know. They don't know that South Korea have missed, but this isn't a long map. They're already approaching halfway. If Germany can keep holding, then this is a really, really good opportunity for them to score a point.
Yeah, I think with this lineup they can definitely do it. Nerfu, Marshmallow, no Kuroi, and Viper the only FC on the team, and like 2 misses of difference is making 100k points difference at the moment.
If Germany can just hold for like another 20 or 30 seconds, they'll be close enough to the end of the map that even 2 misses will miss, but Draystar goes down as well.
This is massive. I think that this is definitely Germany's point. They have pulled this. I don't think there's anything that South Korea can do right now. Very low miss count, but all those misses were space, so like space misses just decimate your score.
And out of nowhere, Germany might be pulling the biggest margin of victory we've seen in the match yet. This is huge for them. Unfortunately, it might have just come a little bit too late, as Biol sees another miss right at the end there. No one getting caught out by that slider. Massive 220,000 points for Germany. They have a point on the board. It's a break point, and there is still hard rock left on the table.
Triple SS. And yeah,
that's easily one of the biggest and best scores we've seen so far this weekend. Absolutely great strength from Germany to not give up.
Yeah, actually interesting not seeing Rels on that pick as well. I mean, I suppose that's what happens when you have like such a variable roster for hard rock, but yeah, Germany definitely happy with that. You know, no one wants to get swept in any game at all, so this is very good for them. Mindset and everything, no matter what happens from now. I think that'll improve their mindset a little bit.
I think unless Germany feels super confident on Mixed Mod 2, I think Hard Rock is definitely the most logical choice for them to go with. They lost on no mod and there's only one no mod left, which with being CS5 I think very much suits the kind of mechanical precision that Korea have. They got Hidden, that I don't think they want to go anywhere near Hidden against South Korea, and Double Time, pretty much same example.
Yeah, that is fair.
The only problem, I guess, is that the remaining Hard Rock picks are very different to the one we've just seen. One is very low BPM kind of memory jump map, and the other one is Convert with really wacky patterns, but that's what they're going to go for. Cybernetics coming out now, Hard Rock 3.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I guess there is that memory element to Hard Rock 1, but I'd say it's mostly just flow rate more than anything. At least the way it's sort of like played. Aside from like, I don't know, 1 or 2 notes here and there. But yeah, this one very, very important to differentiate Insane from Extra. As you know, I do kind of wonder if any players like just saw Heatwave diff and then was like, you know, went and practiced the extra diff by accident, over practicing it.
So let's see how we go from here then. Game number 6, Germany's pick, currently trailing 1 point to 4, but they have just managed to maybe start some kind of comeback, breaking South Korea's pick on Hard Rock 2.
Yeah, they're definitely taking this second Hard Rock pick very seriously, lining up Jisun, Yes My Darkness, and Rels. Rels, definitely one of their stronger Hard Rock players, and Jisun quite good on converts, good on everything, very strong generalist player. And Germany keeping their strong Hard Rock lineup as well. Marshmello going to miss a little note in there, and you know, it's very easy to miss convert notes. Triple miss is going to very much favor South Korea, and they are very strong on these converts, so they might respond with their own 3-way FC on this Hard Rock map.
Yeah, that's a triple miss at 200 combo, the worst possible place to miss in a short map. This one only 2 minutes long as well.
Oh, Yes
I'm
My
going to see a
Darkness.
miss. Yeah, miss there from Yes My Darkness, but we need to see more misses from Korea to let Germany back into this one.
Yeah, it's 1-3 right now, and yeah, every miss is going to matter. Oh, Yes My Darkness going to miss again, but there's still that 1 miss difference of over 200 miss, so this last bit, Marshmello's going to miss. They need 2 more misses now to sort of even it out, so they would need 18 miss from Rels and Jisun right now.
Yeah, they're getting too close to the end of the map for it to really overturn the score difference now, unfortunately. Yeah. The ending is really quite difficult, so if we see a huge stack of misses, maybe that'll have an effect, but Nerfu's going to go down.
This is over. Unfortunate, yes, I don't think anyone FC'd.
No, Yes My Darkness and Marshmello hitting that little wiggle at the end, really impressive. Rels with the single miss, but really not that much difference between any of the players.
Yeah, all quite close. It's just sort of like the spacing of the misses, and like each player sort of having 1 miss more than their counterparts. And that'll just sort of do it.
So South Korea now back on to winning ways, currently at match point 5-1, and it is their pick next. They got Hidden has been untouched yet, there's still 1 Hard Rock and 1 No Mod left available. 3 double times if they feel that that's the direction they want to go in. And of course that 1 Mix Mod 2 if they decide, hey, we're pretty good at converts, let's play more converts. And there it is, they are going to go with Mix Mod. But they said Mix Mod 1, Mix Mod 1's already been taken, so do they mean Mix Mod 2, or...?
Yeah...
Do they mean No Mod 1, maybe?
Good question, I mean, I don't know, I mean, the thing... Yeah, Mix Mod 2.
Mix Mod 2, okay.
I was going to say, I'd assume that they would pick Mix Mod 2 over No Mod 1, just because No Mod 1's another one of those maps where you miss 1 and that's the match. Like, there's only a couple of maps that aren't really like that too much. Like, the whole No Mod pool is basically like that. And then you got Hard Rock 2, which is also like that. The DT converts, like, yeah, a lot of the pool.
Draystar and Angel Kawaii coming back in for South Korea. Ganoshi going to be taking up that hidden slot, as I expect, for Germany. We might be seeing Notekaroi and Marshmallow swapping roles here. Or are they going to stick to Marv doing Hard Rock and Notekaroi on Nomod, perhaps?
I suppose it just depends on, just depends on practice, I guess. So, Notekaroi going to stick with the Hard Rock.
They're making it very unhelpful
keeping it
for
with
us
the
by
combo.
not putting the same mods in the same slots.
I mean, I sort
well.
of, South Korea, I mean, everyone knows the players and what they're good at, so very easy to predict. And then, I mean, there is like, for those main few players of each country, there is like a fair bit of knowledge of like what they're strong and weak at. So I feel like a lot of people would have clued onto it. And this one, requiring a little bit of attention, as it's just quite easy to miss a couple of the spacings if you just very slightly mistime it. But Genoshi with an early miss, other than that everyone's looking somewhat healthy. I don't think this will make all the difference. I mean, it definitely could, but I don't think it will. Oh, Genoshi gonna miss again, that is big.
Yeah, just over dashing a little one of those inverted sliders, but there's a miss from Angel Kawaii, so there's still one miss back in it with about half the map to play. Draystar looking so comfortable with this hidden reading on some of these inverted sliders.
Yeah, I mean, 1 to 2. So we're back to that one miss difference. Everyone playing pretty well. Both Hard Rock players maintaining FC, so definitely good performance there. Oh, Marshmallow and Genoshi gonna drop together. That is very good for Korea, as they're basically going to be able to seal the deal with that. Unfortunate for Germany, but at least they did pull that first point, and not getting swept by Korea is pretty good.
Yeah, being able to take a point off Korea is always a pretty nice feeling. We do see a lot of misses there too on the side of South Korea, but it's really way too late in the map. Yes, my darkness, a little wiggle of frustration there, but it's not going to decide anything in the opposite favour. So South Korea taking a 6th point, 6-1 to Germany. SS on Hard Rock from Notekaroi, fantastic as always. Draystar with the hidden SS as well, but not enough, unfortunately.
I mean, what can you do? But Germany definitely gonna fight back strong in the losers bracket matches, so definitely a team to keep an eye on. And especially as the pools get harder, they are quite decent on sort of all levels of the pool.
So there we go. Congratulations to our winners, South Korea. They'll be advancing into the quarterfinal of the winners bracket. Germany not eliminated. It's a double elimination tournament, so they'll drop down to the losers bracket and have a chance to run it back in the final stages if they can beat off the rest of their competition. So in just a second, we'll have a look at what's coming up.
Yeah, and very dominant performance still for South Korea. So I don't think too many pick'ems going to be swayed here.
So if you're interested in seeing what's coming up in the rest of the round of 16, we're about halfway through right now, and in about 2 hours we've got Thailand versus the Netherlands and Israel Japan, both of those losers bracket matches. And then your boys, Australia, taking on Chile. I'm sure you're absolutely ready for this, and best of luck to you.
Yeah, I'm going to be as ready as I can be. So, I mean, I'm still looking forward to the match though, definitely.
So also in 3 hours we got Indonesia, Singapore, and then Colombia, Vietnam. And then rounding out our round of 16 weekend, the US versus Poland, the UK versus Norway, and Turkey versus Sweden. And those matches will of course be followed by the Map Horse Showcase for next week's quarter-finals. If you've enjoyed watching, and you want to carry on knowing when we go live, when these matches take place, please do follow the channel and also follow us on Twitter at OSLive, and you'll get notifications of when the stream is taking us to see more fruit catching. If you got $2.50 to spare and you're feeling particularly generous, feel free to pick up a banner for the team of your choice. All 32 teams still in the tournament, you can pick up a nice profile banner for to share your support. It's really good at obviously making the World Cups even more awesome than they already are, and they look pretty damn cool too.
Yeah, and if the team you support wins the whole thing, you keep that banner for quite a while too, so extra thing too there.
Always love a bit of bragging points.
Oh yeah.
So I think that's going to be all from us for now. Obviously we've got 2 hours until the next match, so we won't keep you all imprisoned here. You're free to go out and enjoy your weekend, get some food, some drink. Enjoy some outside if you're got good weather. It's currently tipping it down with rain here, so I think I'll pass. But if you have blessed with nice weather and you come from a country that knows what the sun looks like, please do enjoy the outside world.
Yeah, unless it's nighttime like it is here, then in which case, I mean, you could still go outside, but I don't know, there's probably not much to do. But I think that's pretty much it from us.
Yep. So I am JB Hyperion, and this has been Quijibo, my partner in crime. Thank you very much for commentating.
Indeed. Yeah, thanks for having me.
And we'll see all of you beautiful people for more fruit catching in the World Cup 2022 round of 16 very, very soon. Thank you, and bye-bye.
See you later.
took your advice and did the opposite. Just being young and stupid. Oh, I haven't been all that you could have hoped for. But if you'd held on a little longer, you'd have had more reasons to be proud. Oh, so many questions, but I'm talking to myself. I know that you can't hear me anymore, not anymore. So much to tell you, and most of all goodbye, but I know that you can't hear me anymore. It's so loud inside my head with words that I should have said as I drown in my regrets. I can't take back the words the longer I stand here, the louder the silence. I know that you're gone, but sometimes I swear that I hear your voice where the wind blows. So I talk to the shadows, hoping you might be listening, 'cause I want you to know it's so loud inside my head with words that I should have said as I drown in my regrets. I can't take back the word I never said, never said. I can't take back the words I never said, never said. I can't take back the words I never said.
And as Trost just told us, we are live. Hi, everybody, and welcome back to the OCCWT of 2022. We had a bit of a break just now of 2 to 3 hours-ish. Now we are back, and we're going to look at some more matches today. There's plenty to come, as you can see in the right row of your screen, upcoming matches. Firstly, we're going to take a look at Thailand versus the Netherlands, and I'm here joined with Nelly. We're going to take you through the match. How are you doing, Nelly?
I'm fine. I'm gonna cast only one match though, but I mean, we'll see in Showcase.
Yeah, you might just end up there. I'm glad that I don't need to do those showcases. Those are really tough. So, Over here, you can just scream whenever something happens, and everybody's pretty pleased at that. So I'm glad. But yeah, Thailand versus the Netherlands. Honestly, I'll be very honest here. I haven't really looked too many matches of last week. So I only know that this is like the losers bracket, and I know my boys because they're from my own country, the Netherlands, that is. And then there's Thailand. Nelly, what is your prediction on this one?
Daichi's popping off, Sarn.
They are? Okay. It seems that the crowd also believes about the same. Looking at the predictions on Twitch, it seems that Thailand got like 3.1k bits. And then on the other hand, Netherlands with 47,000. Quite a lot indeed. So I'll just go with the public populace opinion here, and I'll agree to the fact that the Netherlands might just very likely win this one. And I would be happy to see so indeed. We have already picked a map, it seems. And that is gonna be Hidden 1, am I correct?
Yeah, Netherlands banned Hidden 1 and Thailand banned Double Time 2.
Oh, those were the bans, obviously. Yeah, they haven't picked yet. I was a little confused because I saw the flash on the hidden map there. It like flashed. So I was a little confused, but that doesn't really matter. We'll see their pick. And look, they've noticed that I'm casting their match, but yeah, not going to be biased here, obviously. I wish both teams a lot of luck. May the best win. I'm really looking forward to how this is going to go off right here. Thailand versus the Netherlands.
I don't know either. So Netherlands already starting with a little bit faster than usual. It's going to be Double Time 1.
Alrighty. Shoelaces. A map by Auto Fanboy. Love to see it. Love to see it.
FB Gang.
Yeah, he's been in this game for so long by now. Absolutely ridiculous.
Still here forever.
Will he? Maybe.
Yeah, a little bit breaks.
Yeah, I mean, AFB seems like the type of dude who could actually quit the game, but that is taboo, so don't. But yeah, Double Time. AR 8.3. It's a fairly regular length map. With Double Time applied, I assume it's gonna go down to 2 minutes-ish. I'm not sure if it's like 3 minutes with Double Time. Not too long either way.
Yeah, the AR is pretty comfortable on this map. I bet all players gotta read it comfortably, though I'm not entirely sure Thailand, except for one player is Azuria. The rest are, well, their ranking's not so good. At least look at very first glance, but I hope I'll be wrong.
Could very well be indeed. In our prediction stream, I think we actually thought Thailand was like fine for the most part. So, considering the difficulty of the map pool here, looking at the fact that this map has a star rating of 3.33, which is obviously going to increase once you apply Double Time, it shouldn't be too difficult for anybody at this stage, for any team really. So,
it's around.
No, come again. Sorry.
Well, with Double Time, it's around 5 stars, but you still need to like mesh a little bit more keys than your usual Double Time app. It's not like Bladder or anything. It's kind of close to Rain, but it's not.
Yeah, the AR isn't too tough anyway. I'm pretty sure that most people are comfortable reading 9.9 at this stage. OC has evolved a lot in the past few years. So
yeah, there's been a time. Yeah, there's been a time where platters were still around, and we're slowly getting rid of them.
Yeah, imagine those semifinals platters. It's been a while since we've done that. Good riddance, anyway.
This was, but
well, there you go. Alrighty, seems we're getting started with the first map. Everybody's loading in hidden picks for everybody on the team of Thailand, and on the other hand, we only have Chatty with hidden for the Netherlands. First up, a spinner. Seems that the Netherlands is going to take that one, and already there's some early misses there for Charon. We're going to wait and see what are the developments will happen right here.
Yeah, so he missed the entire slider. Brandon's also gonna follow after Charon's very early miss.
And Charon's gonna follow that up with a couple of misses there. Again, 3 misses over on his side. Chatty's the first to miss on the team of the Netherlands. Charon with more misses doesn't really seem to be able to build any sort of combo right about now. Meaning that his score is lacking a lot compared to some other people with their full combos, such as Azuria or Woodpap or Kevkev. Yeah, and just doesn't seem to find the rhythm at all. More misses there for both teams, Netherlands and Thailand, both missing there for Mirims and Chatty, and that's going to balance out with Charon really being the bottleneck here for Thailand.
Yeah, it's only 1 versus 2 full combos. Azuria from Thailand's side, Woodpamp and Kevkev with Netherlands side. Seems like Charon's having a really difficult time playing this map. Soon there's no kind of replacements whatsoever. And Members, although he's doing fairly really good compared to Charon, it's still not enough, unfortunately.
I mean, they're pretty similar in score right about now. So even though Mirims doesn't really miss us often, his misses are very unfortunate most of the time. Lots of misses incoming now from both Woodpap, Azuria, Chatty. Charon and Mirims actually building up the combo in that seemingly harder part. Kevkev the only one left with a full combo, and that is a double S whilst we are talking about it. Azuria there with another miss, and it seems that the Netherlands is running away with the score by now. 200,000 points of difference. That's really seen that Thailand is able to make that up at the end of the map.
Yeah, the score difference is really huge. There's no kind of chance for Thailand to get some kind of redemption unless everyone remains AFK. But the map's closing in, so the first point goes to Netherlands, unfortunately.
Well, unfortunately, I mean, I'm pretty happy about that one, right? So,
well, you're happy. Maybe for Thailand wasn't.
Yeah, I assume Thailand definitely isn't too pleased about that performance. Very consistent misses for the most part over there. Despite the fact that Miriam seemed a lot more consistent than Charon, his score, despite halving the misses of Charon, isn't really that much greater. Only by 44,000 points. Azuria there with a 938,000. That was a pretty decent score, but Woodpam and Kevkev definitely outplaying most of the lobby there, both upping the 1 million mark. And that's the first one for the Netherlands.
Yeah, and only Chatty with around 900k.
Alrighty, Thailand now next to pick, so not sure what kind of strategy they'll be able to use against the Netherlands. I wouldn't say that any of their mods aren't particularly better than those on the Netherlands side, so perhaps a safer no mod pick would be the way to go for them, but that's up to them.
Yeah, they can gotta go risky with an lot unless they want to show off their fight. Then they're probably gonna try with mixed mod, but I'm not so sure because Hidden One was going to be the most viable pick for Thailand, which was banned anyway.
Yeah, it's a nice addition to see mixed mod in here as well. New this CWC, we haven't seen it before, and some teams can really make use of that strategy. I definitely assume that teams like the USA or South Korea can make really good use of that mod pool. Definitely towards the later stages when the maps get really quirky. For now, I assume everybody is able to keep up with the pace for the most part on those maps.
But yeah, there's nothing going too much, so we're gonna wait for the pick.
Yeah, Leo's getting a little impatient already. That they are not free. A map by Mir, so that's going to be a convert. And indeed, as I suggested, it's going to be a bit of a safe pick here for Thailand. Probably not too keen on playing mods against the Netherlands, considering their previous performance on the double time pick doesn't really bode too well for the remainder of the match when it comes down to mods. I think Netherlands is going to be able to pick up a lot of points on those other mods as well, such as Hard Rock. Maybe not too many on Hidden, but maybe they are better than I would expect, but I don't see a lot of really good Hidden players in the Netherlands team. Fantastic song though.
Yeah, actually the whole map was banger with songs. Happy about that.
Thank you, map pickers, you're great. It's always a nice addition. I mean, you shouldn't be picking maps because the song is good, but if you are able to get good songs and good maps in a combination of forms, then you're doing pretty great. We're seeing a swap there for Thailand. Harlem Shake 555 coming in, and it seems that one of the Dutch members also gonna head out, not being Kev.
Yeah, I didn't expect that name to pop off.
Come again?
I didn't expect to see Harlem Shake 555 name to pop off.
I love that name though. That's such a funny name, Harlem Shake 555.
That's the point.
It really pops off, yeah. It really does.
Christian's gonna come in
Melly,
from
I
the
agree. I'm
Netherlands.
so sorry for not saying that explicitly. I definitely agree with you. Kristen coming in for the Netherlands. Okay.
Three versus 4.
Yeah, I just
Interesting.
wanted to mention they're probably still getting the lobby ready. Not entirely sure what kind of composition the Netherlands will be playing with, but I assume that Kristen is there to just stay. And Azuria is being questioned by Harlem Shake whether they will be playing this map too. Oh, and Azuria seems to be stuck right there. Okay, so Miriam's is coming back into the lobby. So Azuria is going to be swapped out by Harlem Shake. Miriam's back into the lobby. And then for the Netherlands, we have Kiev swapped out for Kristen. And this fairly lengthy Nomad pick. It's almost 4 minutes. You're going to need a bit of concentration there.
Yeah, maybe that's why Kev doesn't really see to pop off in this map, which is a little bit weird considering that he used to play a lot of convert maps.
Oh yeah, Kev is definitely a person who I would put in my team on a map like this. Kev is one of the most convert active players in the Netherlands, but Netherlands has a better strategy, I assume. I'm not part of the team any longer. I can only spectate, and that's fine. I'm really enjoying it already. Anyway, second map of the match. Thailand's pick here on overtime. Bit of a long intro. Somebody feels like bobbing their head for a little bit, not skipping that one.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Took a little bit longer, but yeah. Here we go.
Nasty jumps already. I mean, not like really difficult, but not the easiest I've seen in a round of 16.
Yeah, they're not exactly nasty, but it requires a little bit more focus than ever. Only Shake's gotta find the first miss from Thailand's side.
Correct. Netherlands still with a triple SS. Actually, no, Kristen already had a bit of an accuracy drop, a couple even.
Well,
And another
Chara
miss
missed the slider
Miriam
end.
too. Okay, so
We already
Thailand-
have 3 FCs from the Netherlands.
Yeah, and Thailand can see that too. They know that they're trailing by a lot there. All 3 players having missed, and I'm pretty sure that none of them are at the 200 combo mark. They're trying to get their way there now. But in the meantime, Netherlands is just going to get full points all the time, except for the fact that Kristen now has missed twice in a row. Chatty and Whoopamp, however, still going very strong here. Never mind me, Whoopamp there with a miss as well. Giving Thailand a combo advantage. Actually, another miss there for Whoopamp is going to get the scores a little closer. But Harlem Shake is going to ruin that story right there, missing himself.
It seems like the Netherlands is struggling with the mid map over there. We can't really gain any more advantage than this. Though Harlem Shakes finds a miss here, so... And Mimrans also. So the score shifts it back to Netherlands as well, although 2 misses coming from Netherlands.
Oh, another big
never mind,
miss
a
for
full
Whoopamp.
miss.
So So Charon is actually able to capitalize a lot on this with his 480 combo already. Combos are definitely higher on the end of Thailand.
If only each Thailand member had 200 combo, the score would have tied indefinitely.
I'm pretty sure Thailand is going to be able to get the score back into their favor at this rate.
If they'll keep their consistency, then yes.
Yeah, or if Netherlands plays worse, and it seems to happen, Whoopamp and Chatty both missing. Charon, the only one missing there for Thailand, but Miriam is also going to miss Whoopamp. They've equaled out. Kristen, however, one very important component to the score here is going to miss 2. Thailand back into the lead. Harlem Shake 5-5-5, the only one with the combo over the 200 mark. And it seems that Thailand is going to be able to run away with the score right at the end. Miriam Salva with another miss. Got to slow down progress a little bit.
There's at least one slider that is really nasty to hit. It's a 181. It's coming in a little bit later. Let's see if they won't get to choke that one.
Yeah, very curious about that. It seems that Kristen and Harlem Shake both missed, and that's kind of it so far. So that equals out, but that means Thailand's going to be able to take it as all 3 plays on the Netherlands miss. Charon and Miriam still holding on to a combo over the 200 mark. And that's going to bolster the score by a lot, even though they don't really even need it. That's a point for Thailand right there.
Yeah, their pick worked. The consistency is key. It seems like that Netherlands struggled with it, at least for 2 players there. Yeah, even the Viscount are much better than Netherlands, collective-wise.
Correct, yeah, they really dropped off in terms of their performance towards the end, Netherlands that is, and Thailand made well use of that. And there's your first point, Thailand, indeed. So that's going to level the score. Netherlands next to pick, and I'm assuming that they're just going to go for another mod pick right now. The previous one seemed to work quite well in double time. I assume that the next one might just very well be Hard Rock.
Yeah, I mean, after witnessing that, I don't think they're going to try Nomad, not even close. Here are 3 chatted picks. It's a convert hidden map, which is also a streamy one.
Anima. We see this song in many forms, many maps right now in the convert hidden brackets at AR 9.3. So, who do you actually think has the upper edge on Hidden? Thailand or the Netherlands? Social distance seems to be going into the Thailand team right about now. I'm not sure who's going to be swapped out there.
Again, I'm not entirely sure who's good at Thailand. I'm sorry, I don't know. I didn't make that far into research. Again, I'm sorry. I know that Netherlands has at least 2 good hidden players. One former at least, it's Wesley and Chatty. But again, it's a fairly stream picky map. I'm not entirely sure who's going to be consistent enough. I mean, who's gonna feel the rhythm of the fruits anyway. We'll just have to see if one team's better and the other's not.
I mean, yeah, obviously. But yeah, I think we both don't have a lot of intel on the Thailand team. I know that the Netherlands, for a fact, never really had a very strong hidden roster. I know that Wesley does like to play hidden in his off time, but then again, how often does he really play Osu in his off time these days anymore? Like, barely ever. So that doesn't really help out a lot. But then there's Chatty. He should be quite okay on these AR 9.3 picks, at least, for sure. Up until like AR 8, and then Phoenix is very new to the tournament scene. He's like quite alright as well, but I wouldn't say that Netherlands is outstanding all in all. You can already hear that when I give these kind of descriptions, right? They're good, but not really like in the upper echelon of teams. And then Thailand, maybe they have some like hidden weapon within the hidden bracket. Oh, that was a hilarious pun, Conrad. Thank you very much. But I wouldn't know for sure. So, hence why I asked you. Maybe you know more. Maybe you have more intel, but I guess you don't. And we're just gonna have to witness it.
I don't. I'm sorry.
How dare you, Nelly?
Yeah. Right, they're gonna start right now. The third map, Hidden 3. A fairly high R map, so it should be really, really comfortable, even with Hidden on. Because not many players know how to play Hidden. It's a fact.
I can play any map, and I'm the best player in the world, so that does not apply to me, sadly.
I remember you played Catch with the Xbox 360 controller. That was awesome.
I might very well be the best Xbox 360 controller player in the world still. I claim that title, but that is not really that cool of a title. Let's look at this fight for the title for CWC 2022, as there's 2 misses already for Harlem Shake and Phoenix. Another one.
They have 2 exchanges.
Ooh, multiple misses there for both players, and Wesley is next to miss, so that means that Thailand has a bit of a combo advantage right now. Harlem Shake not really consistent, but the fact that 2 of the Dutch players have missed already makes up for that. It seems that the scores are going to be able to level out now, though, because both Wesley and Phoenix are nearing the 200 combo mark, as Harlem Shake is still at 90. So you have a 10k score difference right about now. Will that stay that way? The map is already like fairly close to the halfway point, so any misses are really drastic here. And there's Azuria missing, Chatty Phoenix both missing, Harlem Shake almost failing, but there's no build to save them. Charon and Wesley the only ones over 200 combo right now.
There's a short wiggle coming up right now. 2 for 1. Okay. Oh no, the wiggles though. Azuria, Harlem Shake. They can't really hit this wiggle.
There's only Wesley who really caught that, and there's another wiggle right there.
Actually, everyone caught it from Netherlands.
I mean, Chatty and Phoenix either dropped right before that or in the wiggle. I'm not entirely sure. I think
the
it was
wiggle.
in the wiggle.
Before the wiggle.
Well, there you go. Phoenix now with another miss there, together with Harlem Shake. Azuria now back at 200 combo, but the score difference is already over 100,000 for the Netherlands. So either they blow up, or that's going to be another point for them.
Unfortunately, there's not enough time, so Netherlands is going to claim their second point.
There you go. With a score difference of about 97,000 points. Only a single miss there for Charon. That's really unfortunate. Didn't even notice that the performance was that exceptional, because their score was very close to the score of Wesley, who only missed a few at the very beginning of the map. Good performance for everybody, but Harlem Shake really seemed to struggle, barely getting an S there, and that seems to be the only factor really as to why Thailand lost. Phoenix also having a bit of issue there at the start at the map, as you can see on that spike within their graph, only getting about 800,000 points.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Thailand, because like for the first like 25% of the map, they actually lead it, but then the score slowly favored in Netherlands. But so right now, their pick from Thailand.
All in all, more consistent play there from the Netherlands, so that's good.
It seems like Charon's been carrying a lot for the team, honestly. Because like even the chat, like even their teammates calling Charon carry.
They know.
Definitely, they know.
The best performance on that map for sure, like by a mile. So credit where it's due. There's your pick from Thailand. It's Time to Air, a map from Ascendance. Another pillar in the OC Catch community. Like another difficulty.
The elite mapper. Quote.
End quote.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems that Thailand is a bit stuck on these no-mod maps. It doesn't really seem that they're able to get creative with any of the other mod brackets at all. That's gonna cost them in the long run, because there's only gonna be about 4 of these maps, right, before you run out. You're gonna be forced into picking something if Netherlands is able to pick all of their mod picks and win all of those. So at a certain point they're gonna run out of steam. But for now, I hope that they are able to grab another point on this map. If not, I'm pretty sure that Netherlands will have the ability to steamroll over them. And I mean, if they win a 4th pick on their next pick, Netherlands that is, that's going to have a snowball effect as well. So not really too great of a spot for Thailand to be in. But yeah, if you're a fan of Thailand, please let them know in chat. Go cheer for your team. Go cheer for the Netherlands if you want to. I can see somebody there with the Let's Go Thailand. Get the spirits up here. Let your team know that you're supporting them.
And don't forget to buy banners.
Oh, don't we advertise like after every single match? But like, whilst we're
I mean,
I actually, who cares? Buy those banners right now if you can. You have like 10 seconds before the map starts, so I hope you're quick there. Go steal your mom's credit card and go ahead and buy yourself a few banners.
Not the mom's credit card, no.
Don't do that, actually. Don't. Okay, thanks. Okay, here we go. No Mod 2. This is not the longest of maps. 1 minute 53, so it's going to be over in a flash. Chatty there with the first miss for the Netherlands. It's very early, so that's not really going to matter too much, but the initial lead goes to Thailand. It's back to the Netherlands soon, probably, though, because Azuria missed as well. There you go. And Miriam's too. Ooh, back-to-back misses there, though. Kev, Chown, and Miriam struggling on those stairs there. Kev really struggling, actually. Missed a couple of times already in the past 100 notes. But at least they have a bit of a safety net through Chatty and Whoopam both at 200 combo, as the entirety of Thailand doesn't even have close to 200 combo right now. Miriam's the only one at 180. And as you can see, Netherlands already running away with the score. Whoopam is going to miss, but it's going to be traded with Charon. Good initial start there for the Netherlands.
It's definitely Thailand's choking a lot, actually. Compared to Netherlands.
Yeah, I mean, the stairs are pretty difficult, I'm not gonna lie. It's not the easiest of maps, it's not the hardest either. But with tournament nerves, anything can become quite hard. Kev is really struggling on those really small stairs. Miriam's as well. Woodpamp with another miss too. And now the combo advantage for the first time in this map is gonna go to Thailand. I mean, they did have the initial combo advantage at the very, very start of the map, but that didn't really matter too much, as you can see back in the score. But Woodpamp missing now again. Gonna mean that the scorebar is gonna go to the left.
Will they handle enough? They still have a chance, even though it's 10 seconds left. Here comes the stream section. He's gonna start very soon. Charon missing.
Yeah, I think that's gonna ruin the party. Together with Mirrors missing as well, and I think you can see the scorebar now absolutely going to the right, as if there's like a magnet on the right side of your screen, and that's your map. Basically, Thailand, not quite enough firepower right there. If they missed a few less stairs, they could have very well taken the point. They didn't play bad at all. As you can see, for example, Azuria doing quite well there with 933,000. But Chatty only missing that one note at the very beginning of the map. Basically getting as much as a perfect score as you can get at 994,000 points. And that's going to go to the Netherlands. That's a break point.
It seems like they've been struggling with like the tap dash control. If you could notice like those vertical streams where you have to tap a few times to the left or right, where the wherever the map is, like it seems like they were just walking, but they're going. Oh, Chatty is going to pick double time 3. Random map. Here we go. No spinners, by the way.
Yeah, this map finds its way into, well, not this map, I'm sorry, but this song finds its way into every single World Cup as well, I have a feeling.
Because everyone's picking, like, the map itself, like, everyone, like, from that pool is picking it, at least, like, from what I know.
Yeah, that would explain, right? Map poolers picking the map would explain the fact that it's in the map pool. You're quite right on that one.
I mean, it's kind of bad that you're picking the same map over 100 tournaments.
Is it though? Maybe it's just really good. Anyway, they're quick to the gun here. Another double time pick, as you can see. Kev having the wrong background there. Other than that, not a lot of changes to the team. We're just gonna go straight into another double time pick here, which seems to be the favorite mod for the Netherlands. Let's have a look. See how this unfolds.
Yeah, the very first miss from Thailand, it's not a bug or anything. I guess social distance just, I don't know, slap for the very first fruits. Miriam still gotta find the real miss here.
Yeah, social distance had a very small miss at the start. Now he had a bit of a more troubling miss, as the Netherlands is already leading by about 100,000 points. Wood Pampa Zuria is going to trade misses there, and that's not really going to improve the situation for Thailand at all.
Yeah, you already have 2 FCs with 1 choke at least. Meanwhile, Thailand's kind of crumbling with like only 2 choke FCs there. Though they're slowly regaining the combo, the score difference though, oof.
Yeah, Miriams and Chadi now also trading misses, but that does not improve the situation once more. Miriams actually is going to ruin it even further for Thailand. Has 200,000 points of differences already in place as social distance misses again. Wood Pampa is going to slow that down a little bit with their own miss, but Azuria seems to miss as well. It seems that they are just trading misses all over and over the place. Kev the only one left with a double S, and that's really going to provide enough for that Netherlands to check this point, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, definitely. But there's already like around 200 combo left. I mean, more than 100 combo left. So I don't think it would matter now.
Yeah,
it's a
really
fact where is Kefka going to FC this? Yes, he's going to.
Well played there with a double S2. So congratulations on that one. That's a perfect score indeed. Thailand not quite able to keep up. All of them having 3 or more misses, as Wood Pampa has 4, and then 900,000 score, and Chadi only having that singular miss towards the middle of the map, almost getting 1,000,000 points there. And that's your 4th point to the Netherlands. They need 2 more to win this match and continue through the tournament, as Thailand is fighting for dear life. Having lost that previous Nobel pick is definitely going to damage their morale as well. So I am not entirely sure what other plans they might have in store for us.
I mean, they're still like cheering their team, saying that Social carry there, although it's fairly like he's the only one from Thailand who got the decent score. But yeah, the situation is really grim for Thailand now. They can pick like one more time for Nomad, but after that, I don't know. I don't really think they can do Nomad 1 perfectly, though I can be wrong. So they're going to pick Nomad 4, because that's what they've been picking for the previous, like, their 2 picks were only Nomad. Well, they're going for a little bit of variety here. He's hidden 2.
The title track, a map by James Zhu, and then Crowley's Overdose. So not a map by James Zhu, but a map set is from James Zhu.
Yeah,
you got to be credible to each other.
I'm sorry, Crowley. It's not Lovejoy.
Fortunate. 2 minutes and 22 seconds long. That's a nice number. AR at 9.3. Once more, not the lowest AR for a hidden pick. And they have Netherlands swapping out the team members. Woodpam, Kev making a bit of space there for Phoenix and Wesley. On the other hand, Social Distance has gone out for the team of Thailand. Wow, this is some uninspiring guitar. But we have some players to motivate us and get us inspired. So let's go. Here's your 6th map of this match, and we're going to see if Thailand is able to pick up the pace again, or if Netherlands is going to be able to run away with it. A 5-1 lead is not comfortable to be in as the losing team. Obviously. Hey, some nice wisdom from Sartan right there. Get you a load of it. Unix and Miriam's there with 2 misses at the very beginning. And
yeah, we're seeing a lot of misses, and oh, okay, never mind. Thailand's going to win the first 10 seconds there.
That's something. Wesley now consistently missing at the start of the map, actually. Those jumps seem to be a little tough on him. Unix with a big drop there once again. Miriam's doesn't really trade that at all. The Charon does, so that's going to go back to the favor of the Netherlands, actually, I'm pretty sure, in terms of combo. It's not that big, though. But
now it is.
This is going to make it really big. Yeah, okay, there you go. Chinese miss, going to level it out back into place, and it seems that the Netherlands have built up a very slight lead there. Miriam's miss has got to provide...
Here comes the most intense part here, the wiggle part.
So many wiggles.
A team miss from Netherlands, actually.
Yeah, everybody missed those, so really nothing to talk about right there. Nobody seems to be able to consistently get those, except for Azuria and Wesley, but they're both not even at 200 combo, so it doesn't really matter that much. It seems that the Netherlands even has a bit of a combo advantage right now, as Miriam's is really struggling at this point.
Yeah, Netherlands won that intense part, unfortunately, although it was kind of close.
As a Dutchie, I'm not going to use words such as unfortunate, but hey. Thailand's pick, yeah, it's a bit, yeah, I mean, it is a bit unfortunate for them to lose on their own picks like this, but what can you do, really? You can't just loiter on Nomod and sulk around. They are trying something else, and it doesn't sadly seem to pay off, even though, honestly, it's not all lost yet. The scores are fairly close. 60,000 points is still very much able to be bridged. It just really depends on how Netherlands is going to play the remainder of the map. If there's 2 misses on there, and it could very well still go to Thailand. And Chatty is the first of those.
It's so late.
It's too late. That's only a spinner, isn't it? Yeah. Never mind me. That's not a very exciting ending at all. There's a 50,000 score difference there. Netherlands is taking another point, and they are at match point.
Yeah, it's at this point, I would, like, if I was in the Netherlands team, I would have picked the most hardest map in the pool just to close it out nicely. Not, like, not give a chance, but they still gotta pick their most comfortable pick anyway. And, like, there's a matter of carrying going, like, around. You're in match point, but the other team's just crawling back till the tiebreaker, so that factor also exists. The team's mostly done because Netherlands we're picking those 2 maps, and there's only one left, which is double time 2. I'm sorry, double time 4. Mixbot still remains, and Harrock as well. No one's actually picking Harrock.
Yeah, I would have expected the Netherlands to opt for a hard rock pick at least by now, but doesn't seem to be part of their strategy, which is fine. It has worked quite well so far. Only conceding 1 point is proper play. So let's guess what could be next. Maybe now they'll opt for like hard rock 1, perhaps.
Could be. Could be. I mean, you don't really want to risk like with random factor with Harrock 2. Oh, it's going to be. Oh
no.
Wait, that's picking Netherlands.
Exactly.
Double time 4. They're going to close double time. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was a little bit confused because I thought it was silent pick, but they already picked it. It was hidden to my brain. My brain's fried already.
Yeah, I mean, the jury is all but welcome in the Netherlands. He can join us and have a fun time over here, but for now, you're still playing Thailand. So, no picks for Azuria. Cat's Groove. A map by Blue Dragon. Oh, wow.
Ancient map, yeah.
Yeah. Probably pretty ancient.
Well, not so ancient, but yeah. I don't know how it was ranked. What's the day that got ranked? I'll check it out. 2015.
I mean, that's fairly old by now. We can consider this an old map.
Old by now, Senders, yes.
I mean, we live in 2022, right? Time moves on, so...
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just think of the fact that maps like the Big Black have been around for almost 10 years by now. Actually, longer than 10 years, isn't it? Kind of ridiculous. But I love to see it.
Alright, possibly the last map of this match. Let's hope not, but it is what it is now. Netherlands have a match point now, so they can swiftly close the match. Consider it's also their pick.
Yeah. I mean, it would be nice for Thailand to get at least one breakpoint in, but it's going to be tough considering how they've been playing double time so far.
Yeah,
here we go.
Double time isn't their kind of pick.
Definitely not the strong suit. But then again, who knows? Netherlands might just blow up. It can always happen. And there's your first miss for Charon, and the jury are pulling it up right after, so that doesn't bode too well. Netherlands there with a 150 combo all over the board. Decent play from all Dutch players. Social distance is next to miss for Thailand, and there's no full combos left on that side. As you can see, it gets represented back into the score lead of the Netherlands, already over 100,000 points. Just more misses there again for Social Distance and Charon. It doesn't seem to be working their way, and already this feels tough to bridge. Woodpamp the first to miss for the Netherlands. It's going to be traded by Social Distance though, so it doesn't really matter. Social Distance coming in with even more misses. They can see the score difference already, and I think it's not going to inspire them that much. Thailand, that is.
Yeah. I mean, you can see Thailand, like, they're trying their best, but these constant misses, like, hurting their team even more. I don't know, it's just very, very good. Like, not very good, but I mean, really consistent with double time.
I mean, at least they held on to the combo quite alright through that part, so the gap didn't increase. Chatty and Woodpamp both actually missing for the Netherlands. Might give him a little bit of a chance here. I'm pretty sure it's not going to be able to close the gap, but it will make the score difference a little less gruesome for Thailand. Wow, Chatty and Woodpamp are already back at 200 combo. And honestly, it didn't really make that much of a difference. 2 misses there for Thailand is probably going to close that chapter off for them. It seems that this is going to be the end of their CWC 2022 run. I don't really see it happening anymore. More misses coming in from both Charon and Social Distancing.
Yeah, it's over. Thailand's unfortunately going home now.
Yeah, this is the losers bracket, everybody. So losing here means you're out of the tournament, and it seems that the Netherlands is going to be able to live for at least another week. Congratulations to them taking this one 6-1.
Not a clean sweep, but a good kind of sweep.
A very clean play by the Netherlands anyway. So here on the double time, again, a perfect score for Kevkiev, not dropping on a single note. Very well done. And Thailand just wasn't quite able to keep up. Even though their scores were fairly decent, Kevkiev really provided a lot of ammo there for the Netherlands too. Considering the fact that towards the end of the map, the performances became a little more equal. And the Netherlands and Thailand were like on quite the same level there. But the initial score lead they had provided more than enough for them to win that map. So there you go. Winner is the Netherlands here. Congratulations, and we'll see them next week. Thailand, thank you for playing in the tournament, and we'll see them next year as well. Thailand has been around forever, and they will stay. They're here to stay.
We have a separate match going on. We could have down a little bit break, but we have Israel versus Japan. So we're going to move to that match now.
Yep. It seems that Japan is already leading by 2 points. We're going to swap over to that stream in just a second. Everybody, please be patient. If you are able to, you can go and grab a drink real quick or a snack, or you can go for a PP, whatever you want to do. We'll be right there. Okay, actually, no, you don't have the time. You're here to stay. Here is your third map for Japan versus Israel, and oh my gosh, the Japanese team is leading by a ton already.
Yeah, at one point, like, the Parok won, like, the score difference was almost 1,000,000 points.
It seems that the third member of Israel is just really struggling, they're just not really able to
It's
play.
not only him, though.
Yeah, Little Nightmare also only having a A rank right now doesn't really help out too much either. Gal is trying the best there with a score of 550,000, which is about the same as most of the Japan players, but Japan is already leading by 700,000 points. There's very little to be said here. I am very sure that Israel's not going to be able to quite to grab this point at least. And it doesn't really work for the remainder of the match either, looking at the performance.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate for them. It's just only one player's doing a really good job, and that is Galwan. The others, well, they're not doing so good. Unless, like, they're going to, like, I don't know, play this game seriously.
I think
or
they are.
not. It's their choice anyway.
I'm pretty sure they are. I just don't know if they're like up to the task. Like I've seen a lot of new players struggling with Hidden a lot. It definitely doesn't get favored by the meta at all, and players don't really like bother checking it out at all. So new players like this probably just can't really follow the notes at all with Hidden. And yeah, when you're in a tournament like this, you're gonna punish for that.
Israel is sad, if you know what I mean.
I mean, I definitely understand the frustration there.
Yeah, I mean, Galwan himself isn't really having a good time.
Yeah, we're gonna wait for next pick here. Next pick is gonna be for Israel, so hopefully they are able to find something that everybody is able to perform better on. But considering the sheer gap in rank between the players from Israel and Japan, I'm not entirely sure whether there's like anything in this map pool that will provide them the tools to get a point. It's gonna be Mixbot next up.
So Japan banned Nomad 2 due to random factor, and they banned Hidden, and Israel banned Hidden 1, I assume.
I mean, honestly, Mixbot does quite make sense, I would assume, because Gal can utilize Hard Rock quite alright, I assume.
Yeah.
And then Dr. HFF and Little Nightmare will have a bit of a better time, considering that they won't have to like play the hardest of maps and are just able to hopefully cruise through with no bot. But again, I assume that Japan is able to do pretty much exactly the same there with their own members, and just on a higher level. So will Israel be able to pick any point from Japan? I'm not entirely sure, but at least we're here for the ride. I'm happy to see that these players are trying. It just seems that they are just getting overshadowed by quite a lot. We'll see.
We'll see. Just hope.
Alrighty, next up, Summoning 101. pick by Israel. And as expected, Gal is going to be playing Hard Rock, Lil Lightner is going to be picking Hidden, and Dr. HFF no mod on his end. Rindo for Hard Rock on Japan. Molk is playing Hidden, seems very typical, and Snowwind on no mod. Good luck, have fun to both of these teams once more on this fourth map of the match here. Early miss there for Lil Lightmare, and that's the only one so far. Dr. HFF also missing a notes there, but not too many. Alrighty, it seems that Japan is consistent thus far. Everybody hitting those notes quite alright. And because of that, Israel is already trailing by quite a lot due to the fact that Lil Lightmare and Dr. HFF haven't really been able to get to 200 combo quite yet. And it just doesn't seem to happen even now. Molkus is the only one to have missed on Japan. Even Gal misses now for Israel, whereas Rindo still has a full combo with his Hard Rock mod added on, and there's the score difference already. It's 270,000. It seems very hard for Israel to come back from that kind of deficit. Yeah, the 200 combo just doesn't seem to happen for Lil Lightmare and Dr. HFF. It maybe has happened like once or twice in this map, but compare the score of Dr. HFF to Snowwind, who still, I'm pretty sure, has a full combo thus far. It's 200,000 points. It's the consistent misses that really seem to bottleneck them, even though he still has a percentage of about 96%, which is quite fair. The score difference is like Snowwind doubles the score of Dr. HFF by now. Well, not quite double, but definitely at least multiplies it by 1.5. And that's more than plenty. It doesn't really even matter what Rindo is doing right now. He's missing a few notes. His Hard Rock is really being tested here.
It's fine. He's done his part.
Yeah, exactly. The consistent misses on the end of Israel just give it to Japan. Snowwind is able to score about half the points of the entire Israeli team there with his own score. It's more than enough, and it doesn't seem to be able to be bridged at all by Israel. The map also intensifies a little towards the end, and as you can see, it's really just falling apart for Israel. Even Gal not quite able to keep up with Rindo. Gal being quite a high-ranked player, honestly. Yeah, unfortunately, even this plan doesn't seem to work out. 700,000 points difference there. Japan taking up a 4th point, but definitely better than what we saw in the previous map, at least. Not a D rank from Dr. HFF. But the graph, you can see spike at the end. It's just a little too hard for his level of play.
Seems like Malkus expressed that it was his worst play in the tournament, as usual, where you do really good runs at solo, but not in actual match. Oh, sorry.
How dare you move things? Oh my gosh.
I'm bad at silencing my mic, even for a second. I'm sorry.
Learn it. You got this. Snowwind actually FC'd the map too, so that was an impressive performance. So just wanted to mention that.
Yeah, he's the only one who FC'd the map.
Yeah. Not too shabby at all. Alrighty, Japan with the next pick, Hard Rock 2. They're definitely making use of the fact that Israel doesn't have a Hard Rock roster ready at all. They're just going to pick Hard Rock after Hard Rock after Hard Rock, I'm pretty sure, from this point onward. My prediction, again, it doesn't seem that Israel is able to pick these points, unless for some reason they have another player that just came online that is able to play these maps better. Not a lot of hope here for Israel.
Yeah. It's really unfortunate, but it's sad that they don't really have a third player that will maybe won't change the entire match, but would definitely benefit Israel even more. I believe the third player, like Turbo, like is also 3-digit, as far as I know. So losing that, like the third potential core member, is really oof.
Kind of oof, yeah.
Kind of oof.
Quite oofy. Yeah, it doesn't really work out in their favor that much. Doesn't help at all. And I'm pretty sure we're going to see that once more on this map. We're going to have a look at their 5th map of the match, 8th Slave, map by Bunray. It's about 2 minutes, so it'll be over in a flash. Anyway, good luck to both teams. Let's see if Dr. HFF and Lil Nightmare are able to play a little better on this one. It's a specific hard rock, so this is a bit more in line with the current meta of OC Catch, so I assume that most new players have at least delved a little bit into this type of mod.
Yeah, for sure. If anyone who's watching like cash tourneys, basically the meta is already there. Question is how you pick maps, like good one or bad ones.
Yeah, and I mean,
we're not talking about those. We're talking about those catch World Cup. So
yeah, the World Cup is quite intense, mate. It is, and as you can see, so far Japan, all full combos, 2 SSs even, and on the other hand, even Gal isn't really able to quite keep up with the Japanese players. Dr. HFF definitely struggling a lot in these quicker parts too. The stairs are just kind of impossible at his skill level.
I think everyone knows that even with his full combo, it wouldn't really matter. So at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if he's just playing the map like not seriously and stuff.
I mean he is. He definitely is, but
it's really unfortunate. But yeah, like you can see Lightmare and Dr. HF doing their best anyway, but it's really painful.
Yeah, but Lightmare is actually playing quite okay right now. He almost matches his teammate Gal there, and he might just, because Gal just missed another note. It's just that Dr. HFF is not quite on the level to play these type of maps yet. Lil Lightmare just seems to struggle more on hidden. He's not really a player that seems to have take very big issue with hard rock. As a matter of fact, he might just end up with a higher score than Gal. Okay, he won't. It's quite close.
He tied.
Technically, he tied, right?
Yeah, they both reached 1 million. Yeah. There's only 2 full combos from Japan, and Rindo the only one who choked.
Yeah, I wanted to mention that too. That is just really impressive. So it's not even just about Israel's performance there. Japan is also really good. A singular miss on the entire team at this stage is already quite impressive, honestly. So well played to them. And there's one more shot for Israel at Redemption here. They're going to have to either win 6 points in a row, which I really doubt is going to happen. Maybe they're able to take like 1 point, but even that I don't really see happen in this situation. So,
and the last map is Nomad 1 with Nahato Banger song.
Okay, Gal. I hope your team is going to be able to show some nice little performance here. At least on this map. I mean, he's wanted to play CWC for a little while, I'm pretty sure. It's really tough for players in countries where Catch isn't played that much to get into things such as CWC. There's at least a bit of a bar of entrance, right? You need to have enough players, you need to have people ranked higher than 5k. And it's nice to see all these new teams coming in, such as Israel. But at the same time, it also just occurs that those teams most of the time aren't prepped well enough to compete at the very highest level of play, as you can see right here. Japan, on the other hand, has been around for really long. They have a plethora of players in the player base. Even though they swap out members a lot too, there's always people there at least. And as you can see, that's where the difference lies. Dr. HFF again struggling quite a lot at the very beginning of the map. Kind of just struggling with the jumps in general, overshooting a lot of them. On the other hand, everybody else holding on to full combos thus far. But the score difference is already 130,000.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's just who's better, Liber or Gal1, though Liber already missed. But on the Japan side, it seems like everyone's full comboing, with Malkus the only SS, never mind. And Snow is gonna drop the combo here.
Yep. And then again, the score difference keeps increasing for Japan. It's 400,000 points by now. Getting that back to the left side of Israel is going to be really tough. It's either Japan blowing up completely, either one of the players disconnecting, or it just won't happen, I'm pretty sure.
Nah, I don't think so.
Yeah, me neither. Rindo there with a miss for Japan. Maybe slowing progress a little bit, but definitely not bad enough.
Here comes the Kiai section here. Quadro at the back left.
Yeah, and these are really hard for newer players to catch, as you can see. Overshooting is quite common on this level, and when the map is as tight as it is on these higher difficulties, you just straight up don't get any fruits on your plate. And that's
on the other side, L1's the only full combo here in the entire lobby. So good job for him, but yeah, Israel's out.
Good job to Gal indeed on that map. Only FC, but yeah, Japan again overshadowing Israel here by quite a lot. It's good to see them play though. It's nice to have seen them in this tournament, but that's going to be the end of their run already. They made it through qualifiers, and that's already something that not all teams can say. It's nice to see that there's potential over there. There's players playing, and it means that next time they'll definitely be stronger. So well played to Israel. Definitely well played to Japan as well. Outperforming them on every single map. Well swept there. Well deserved too. And we're going to see Israel next year. And we're going to see Japan next week. Congratulations to them for surviving another round. There you have your team winner, Japan.
We can only hope that Israel can, like, as a region, improve and move on to a really better future, but that's definitely not concerned. But that is where I sign off from the commentating. I don't know if I'm going to commentate the showcase. I know it's a spoiler, but just keep that in mind. So I'm gonna be swapped with Dolan, I assume. Are you there, buddy?
Well, there's Dolan. You can say something. Go ahead.
Hey!
Hello.
Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are. How's it going?
Pretty sure it's morning for you, Dolan.
Yeah, it's early.
Good morning.
Yeah, thanks, Nelly, for commentating with me. That was great.
Yeah.
It was nice to do this with you again after such a long time, and we'll get back to business next week as well.
Yeah, I haven't commentated in English for a long time, so it's nice. So enjoy the rest of the matches. I sign off.
See you later, Nelly.
Bye, Nelly.
Yeah, Dolan, we're doing quite well over here. Two fairly quick matches we've had just now. We're going to continue to a winners bracket match for a change. Chile versus Australia. What do you think is going to happen?
I think Chile is the slight favorite here, but it should be interesting because I think Australia is going to be able to compete in Hidden and Mixed Mod in particular here. I don't know how Hard Rock and Double Time are going to go. I feel like Chile's got the advantage there.
Gotcha. Australia actually performed quite well this far this year, right? Or am I crazy?
Yeah, they came in 12th seed in the qualifiers, really kind of exceeded everyone's expectations there, so
yeah,
really good job for them. But
indeed. And yeah, Chile has always been like a really strong team, been around for ages and ages and ages, so never really getting a worse roster either. They always have really good players in the rotation. And here we are with the first map of this match. They have already begun it's a mixed mod pit on a Summoning 101 from Jir M. Nyam. Good luck to both teams.
Australia going for a mixed mod pick here. So we're going to see Quijibo against Pekorat on Hard Rock. It'll be Lehu and Chickenando on Hidden, and Crimson against Line on Nomad.
Yeah, it's going to be some tight competition indeed. No misses thus far, which is what we expect from players at this level. 200 combo. We're going to get into a bit of a harder part right about now. Nobody dropping so far, so the score keeps looking, but there's Chickenando with your first miss for Australia.
Yep, and Crimson is going to follow it up with the second miss right there. And Quijibo is going to complete the team miss for Australia, so things are going to get really ugly here really quick.
Yeah, no SSs left in the end of Chile either, but that really just doesn't matter. An FC is all you need in this game mode, and they are doing perfect so far. There's a 100,000 score gap already between these two teams, and we are nearing the halfway part of the map, as this is going to calm down a little bit, as you can see. Happens fairly easy right here.
Yeah, Australia trailing by 3 misses now. Recovering the combos, but Chile still perfection.
Yeah, we just have to wait for the next KI and see if Chile is going to blow up in the same manner as Australia. And if that doesn't happen, that's just going to give it to Chile. There's another miss there for Australia, for Quijibo. That's not going to help moving into the next section at all. Pekorat is going to do the same.
Yeah, that is an interesting miss there in the slow section. It'll be the first Chilean miss, but Chile still miles in front, over 100k.
Yeah, considering the fact that Quijibo missed right after Pekorat as well, it doesn't really even help in terms of combo for Chile. There's 2 misses again, Lehu and Quijibo this time. Quijibo really struggling with Hard Rock, even though he's playing quite alright, but it's not enough to beat Chile at this level.
Pekorat, now Chile finding some consistent back-to-back misses. Only Line holding combo here for Chile. Crimson and Chickenando are there. Crimson is going to drop, and that will pump the brakes on the comeback.
Yeah, a 150,000 score that gap is like barely manageable at this point of the map. The map is almost over. Chile missed again there with both Line and Lehu, but it's more than plenty for Chile, as you can see. And the score gap that they built up throughout the first half of the map to get them this first point on Australia's own pick. There you go.
Opening break point for Chile. Looking very strong. Line finding a really weird section miss there. Found all those 3 misses back to back to back. Near the end, carried that FC deep into the map.
Yeah, he has a peculiar low accuracy too. Drops a lot of those droplets throughout the map at 98.88%. Not something that I see happen a lot with Line QDXC actually. Only Quijibo had a bit of a lower accuracy, but that's explainable through the fact that he was playing Hard Rock. So.
Regardless, Chile now have the pick. It'll be their first pick of the match. And they could really go anywhere. That's the thing about Chile, is they're such a veteran squad. It really depends on their opponents. That's kind of how they pick.
Yeah, definitely. They have always excelled in Hard Rock, Hidden, and DT. I would say DT is the worst of those 3. But considering the fact that they have Eldenel, they have Line QDXC, Hidden is probably the very strongest suit, but those players are equally as good on Hard Rock. So it just depends on what Australia doesn't like to play when it comes to strategizing against Australia. And I think that's actually Hidden, but they are going to go for a Hard Rock pick here on Cybernetics.
Actually, no, Australia are quite a good Hidden team. I think Hidden is their best mod.
Well, they banned Hidden once, so that's why I was thinking of the fact that maybe Chile wanted to adapt the strategy to go for Hidden then, but fair point to them.
Gonna kick things off with the Hard Rock Convert, a very short map here, minute 55.
85 on Cybernetics. So far, we only see Star coming in for Chile as a change. Crimson Please coming in for Australia there too. 2 swaps. And neither team is probably going to swap too much throughout the match because honestly, most of the players on either of these teams are quite all-round when it comes to their skill sets. It also just depends on who's online at this moment. Maybe people have things to do. You never know.
Aristiel also going to be checking in here on the side of Chile. So Chile with 2 swaps.
Well, that just ruined my story. There you go.
They heard your comment and said, you know what? Send in Aristiel.
Just do it. Go ahead. Actually, Pekorat, go ahead. Just go. We'll have Eld for you. No? Okay, they won't. Seems that they're going to start it in 5 seconds. Everybody there with the Hard Rock. Nobody picking Hidden alongside. And we are just about to get into the second map of the match here. Chile's pick after a break point. It seems that they are in a pretty good position already this early on in this game.
Yeah, looking very good on that break point. We'll see how Australia handle the Hard Rock. Start with an early miss for Chile, so Australia will have a slight advantage.
The Crimson Police going to follow that up for Australia though, so that's going to level out, I'm pretty sure. Actually, Chile here with a bit of combat. No, never mind me. Stark and Crimson Police both missing at the same time, so the score advantage goes to Australia. The combo is exactly the same on either team. Well, not exactly, but pretty much the same.
It's almost identical. If anything, it's like Chile with a 2 combo advantage, and that score is basically dead even. Stark and Crimson Police kind of cancel each other out at the perfect moments there, and
okay, buddy, that's 70 score difference.
Jeez. Quijibo is gonna find a miss for Australia, so that will give Chile a more decisive advantage with 2 FCs to 1 now.
Yeah, but another miss for Stark there, so Australia now has a bit of a combo advantage, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, they do. And the score difference really isn't that big. It's very much doable for Australia to come back right here, and I think they're going to try and do that right now as well.
Yep, Quijibo at 200.
Yeah, there he is. The bar is already flickering towards Australia, and soon it's going to move into Australia's territory. Maybe not actually, but another miss for Quijibo might just ruin that start.
Oh, Crimson,
please.
That is a tragic double miss for Australia. Just as they had earned that lead back, Chile are going to storm away with that advantage. Right into the closing sections of the map, too. And that's probably going to be it. Stark and Crimson Police will trade once more. Chicken Nando dropping again.
Yeah, there's nothing left for Australia to do.
Yeah, Australia almost able to contest that. But it'll be 2-0 Chile.
Yeah, well played by the Chileans there at the end. Perfect scores for both Riziel and Pekaret. And, I mean, Australia was playing really consistently up until the ending of the map too. They just weren't able to quite do those stairs as well as the Chilean team did. Stark with 5 misses all spread throughout the map, so his score really suffered through that, but still a very decent score, very decent showing. And that's a very solid second point for Chile. Good pick on them. And, yeah, my strategy on picking Hidden against Australia has fallen into shambles. It seems that the teams that are playing actually know better than commentators. Who would have thought?
Wow. We know nothing. What is our purpose?
What is our purpose then?
We're just going to be replaced by robots.
Is it?
Hey, you never know. It is the future.
This has gotten a little philosophical. But
too deep.
I would suggest that maybe in 2025 or so we will have a robot competition for OC Cats as well.
Hey, the one advantage for us is we will be the last mode to get it. That's for certain.
For sure. Fair.
So anyway, we're going to wait on the next
few years here, boys.
Just some good banter.
Yeah, we're waiting on the next pick here for Australia. Not quite sure what the Chileans are saying here. Speaking in Spanish, we can't really read that. Maybe somebody in chat will be able to translate live right now. Maybe not. In the meantime, let's have a look at the chat predictions here for this game. It seems that Chile is definitely the public favorite here at a 269,000 channel points used. Australia with 21.8 thousand.
And it seems that in total voter count, it's 56-16 right now, but a lot more channel points on Chile. So if Australia pull off the upset, there's going to be some rich channel point people out there.
Yeah, and who knows, honestly. The only thing I'm worried about is the fact that this is the last mixed mod pick for Australia. And surely, I think this is going to be their best mod pool. Maybe bar no mod, but then again, Chile probably does slightly better on no mod too. So from here on, they might just already run out of firepower. I wouldn't say it's likely to be a sweep for Chile at this point. It really just depends on the performance on this map for Australia. But it's a little dangerous.
Yeah, it is pretty dangerous here because for Australia, their hand is kind of forced here. After they run out of mixed mod, it's either do you want to go with no mod or do you want to brave the hidden pool, which is kind of, both of these teams' strong suit. And that's kind of why Chile's avoiding hidden, because they can pick into Hard Rock and double time and still have the advantage and force Australia to go to hidden if they want to risk it.
Yeah, correct. Even though I think Australia is mostly going to try and tire out the no more pool after running out of these mixed mod picks yet. I think that's probably their strategy, but either way, Chile can just cruise on with these mod picks, considering how well they've been doing on those previous 2 picks. And Australia is going to have to re-strategize after losing that initial point against Chile, which nobody wants to see. Aristiel here with the first map. I'm going to shut my trap on the statistics and the tactics right now. We have a match to play.
The early miss strat, but there's a double miss from Chile early from Pekarat and Aristiel, so Australia will have a healthy early advantage. Crimson trading one of those misses back. But again, that is the Hard Rock and Hidden player for Chile down. Oh, and Eldenel's down too!
Yeah, it traded with Crimson Please, but that means that Australia is going to be able to keep the lead here. Combo advantage is definitely in the hands of Australia. Aristiel now just moving into 200 combo range, but Crimson and Eldenel having about the same combo right about now. So that means that... that's going to be a bit of a painful miss though for Crimson Please, but I think Australia's going to be able to keep the lead like this.
Aristiel trades.
Yeah.
That's actually huge for Australia. The Hard Rock player going down. Hard Rock is more heavily weighted than Hidden and Nomad, which are equally weighted. As Aristiel goes down again, Australia may have had this one scouted. A third of the map left. They've got about 100k advantage.
Yeah, 100,000 points. Kijibo there with an impressive performance in Hard Rock. Chicken Nando so far also SSing the map, and it seems that now everybody has settled in quite okay. Nobody missing right at this point, but the 100,000 score difference stays for Australia, and that might just prove to be their first point in this game.
Things certainly looking good for them. They just have to bring it home through the ending. Crimson Please will find a miss, but that is not going to be enough for Chile to take it. Quijibo.
Ooh, another miss there for Crimson though. Might slow progress a little more, but I don't think there's enough map left for Chile to do anything really. There you go. That's your point for Australia. Well done to them, and a good pick there from going for mixed mod. Great performance by Kijibo, especially
And
getting
Chicken Nando coming through with the SS on the Nomad and an FC on the Hard Rock from Quijibo.
Perfect there, perfect. And yeah, Aristiel really left a lot of points there. Left a lot of points on the table there with his 966,000. Even though that's not a bad performance by any sort of measure, it's not as good as a perfect score, obviously. And that's precisely the reason why Australia was able to pick this point, considering that Crimson Please only had 820,000 points.
And Chile, they're going to continue their strat. Hard Rock 1.
First time I'm seeing this map in play today.
Bit longer than kind of previous Hard Rock ones have been. Certainly than our round of 32 Hard Rock one, that's for sure. But overall, still tests a very similar skill set here. It's quite the banger. Mapped by Ken.
Yeah, Ken is a big fan of Rail, so I think we're going to see this more often, these Rail maps in CWC, as long as he stays a map picker. Alright, I actually wonder how this is going to pan out, because Kijibo just had an impressive Hard Rock performance there. I'm not entirely sure how the rest of the Australian team fares, but if Kijibo is able to continue that red thread of his, and Chile chokes in a similar manner as they did on the mixed mod, which actually they did switch out Aristiel for this map. Then
Stark coming in.
Yeah, Maybe they are able to pick this one up as
The only
well.
thing I worry about for Australia is they made no substitutions coming in from mixed mod to this, and Chicken Nando is playing hidden, so it might take Chicken Nando a little bit to get adjusted. Might see an early miss or two. We'll have to wait and see. There's always that danger. I'm sure you know, you're a former World Cup player yourself, the danger of you go from a low AR hidden to Hard Rock.
I love that title, former World Cup player. But yeah, it's really difficult to go from hidden to Hard Rock. The bigger the gap between the AR between those two maps is, the harder it becomes. And as you can see, Chicken Nando already having missed, Crimson Please following it up. So adjusting to that high AR from Hard Rock is still rough for everybody playing in this cup. And as you can see, that gives Chile a bit of a lead here, as everybody has their combos intact.
But Eldenal is going to be that first miss from Chile. Pekarat is going to follow it up. So there's a double miss. Stark, the sub, the only FC remaining for Chile, and that is going to give Australia a chance to pull this one back. It's Crimson Please
coming back, yeah.
Yeah, Crimson Please just reaching 200 combos, so now Australia is there.
I'm pretty sure they will actually grab it now, and they are indeed. G-Bone Stark, the only one left with a full combo. Stark actually the double S. And this is tight. Halfway through the map almost. Stark now with two big misses though, and that's going to provide a bit of extra leeway for Australia. Well done on holding on to those combos thus far, and if Chile misses again, it could turn into disaster for them real quick.
Yeah, now Chile is on the back foot on their own pick here on Hard Rock, and as you kind of alluded to, Kujibo coming off of that Hard Rock FC on the mixed pod, tearing this Hard Rock map apart, the only FC remaining.
This is a new type of Kujibo. Oh no! This is Chicken Nando fucking it up too! Chile's gonna go back into the lead here. Oh, that hurts.
Oh, not like that. Not like that. A Crimson continuing to struggle now. Chile, pedal to the metal. Final quarter.
I gotta slow down a little. Yeah. But the combo advantage for Australia isn't that major at all. I think Australia is gonna need another miss for Chile at least, and maybe even two, in order to get the lead back. I think this late into the map they are gonna need to. And it's not that difficult. They've already played this type of section 3 times now.
They need a double miss from Chile.
They need it soon.
Yeah, their combos are there now, so they're pulling over a little more score. If there is a drop, Kujibo and Stark are going to trade. That's not good news. Crimson drops, and that will probably seal the deal.
Ooh, there was a glimmer of hope there for Australia on this map. It would have been very good for them to pick up this point, because now the momentum is back on the end of Chile. Stark with a miss right at the end. A cheeky little miss, doesn't really matter. Score difference of about 60,000 points, a little less than that. And well done recovering there on the end of Chile. 2 misses only in total for both Eldenal and Pekarat. Stark was really the only one to struggle on that team.
Tragic timing of that double miss from Australia at the end. They pulled the gap back, only to lose it at the very ending, and now it's 3-1. They will have the pick, so a chance to cut the lead in half here for Australia. But you can see Kujibo, he spinner trapped himself on that spinner about halfway through it was? Roughly 2/3 of the way through.
Yeah, like, it really hurts because I assume he just felt really good full comboing the map so far, and he might have gotten a little overconfident due to that. And when you do that, you might just drop your entire mindset of let's play it safe on this spinner and let's just catch the next notes. We don't need those 2 bananas. You might just want to go for those 2 bananas at that point. But that costs him the win on this pick. So that is really unfortunate.
Now Australia, they don't have any more mixed mod. They have to go back to the drawing board here.
I mean, honestly, they could go for no mod, that's fine, but would they dare attempt pick another Hard Rock right now? Considering the fact that Crimson Please has warmed up in terms of Hard Rock. they are likely going to keep the same roster, and they're going to hopefully not have those early misses from Crimson Please at the very start of the map. Okay, never mind. They're not doing that.
Going for Nomad 3 overtime.
Stick to the plan, I think. Yeah, just stick to it.
Makes sense. We'll see how Chile respond here. Lion QTXE subbing back in with Pekarat and Eldenel.
Yeah, that's plenty. Honestly, Eldenel is really good in these type of maps too. Pekarat is as well. This is not high-end play for these players. They are all in the top 100 on the end of Chile at least, and even for Australian players this really isn't that difficult of a map, so not too many changes necessary at all. And there you go, they're just gonna go on with it, play the game, have some fun. Fifth map of the match, overtime.
Australia really need this point badly.
They're not bad on combats though, the Australians. They definitely aren't, so this might just prove very handy for them. I'm pretty sure this was very much part of their plan. They very much knew they were going to play this map in particular, as opposed to the other no mods that were still left, those two specifics. I'm pretty sure Chile is stronger on those two. Let's see how they do.
No early misses. Still working our way through the first 200 combo.
Some nasty sliders in this map, so anybody can be caught out. It's all about being consistent and nerve control as well. But the Australians are always chill, right? That's what they're known for, so prove us right. Come on, guys.
Well, so far so good for everyone. Scorebar still flickering. Oh, Line QTXE will be the first miss, though. I'll put Australia in front.
Oh, it's really unfortunate, too, right before that break, so he can see that he was the one that got Chile into the disadvantage right there. I hope that doesn't demoralize him.
Yeah, that was right before the break, so everyone got to see that miss, but Quijibo is going to trade it back.
Alrighty, that's going to level out, so I'm pretty sure, when Kijibo's back at Tuna Combo. Clean play by everybody else, though. There's a lot of, well, actually, yeah, plenty of FCs. There's one double S still from Crimson Please, which is really difficult in this map, considering those very tough sliders everywhere. In tournament play, you might just want to avoid those. Line QTXE, however, with another miss on a very peculiar slow part, which means that Australia is going to be able to take the lead back. It must hurt for him to miss all those really...
Pekarat! And now that's two misses down for Chile. Quijibo will trade one of them back, but Crimson and Chicken Nando doing the damage. Eldenel, the only FC remaining for Chile, and the only combo above 200.
Yeah. Score gap of 40,000. Well, a little less actually. It's only like 30. Yeah, 30,000 points, and that's very much bridgeable by the Chilean team. They just need one miss in Australia. They're gonna need it soon though, because we're 2/3 into the map. If those misses happen at the very end of the map, and that's the hardest part of the map, I'm pretty sure, it's gonna be too late for the Chilean team.
Yeah, Chile are now at Australia's mercy here. Final quarter of the map. And it might just be, I don't know, it's kind of in that territory of, is one miss going to be enough for Chile? Because 30,000 points, that's kind of just over one miss.
Correct. It might still be at this moment in time, but not for long, and everybody is holding on very well to their combos. This is really impressive play from everybody. Crimson, please, still with a double S2. Eldenel, the only other FC. Actually, Chicken Nando also had FC, but he's going to miss together with Line QTXE, so that's going to trade. That's not enough, Chile.
Yep, that is not enough. Chile did not need a trade. They needed a full miss from Australia to capitalize. And that will be Australia's second point of the match. Eldenel and Crimson, please, bringing home the FCs.
very clean there. Very clean by the Australian team. That's a very high score.
Very consistent stuff from Australia and Chile. Look at these miscounts coming in. 5 from Australia, 4 from Chile. That is
It's about
combined.
timing. It's all about timing. Czech and Nana just had 3 misses right after each other, so that's where they came from. Line is definitely gonna bash his head against the wall, though, considering the fact where he missed those notes. Both, well, his initial 2 misses were both in a very slow part, like exactly the parts where you especially don't want to miss. Second point to Australia, though, they're being really competitive in this game. I know there's certain people that expected Chile to absolutely blast them out of this tournament, but it doesn't seem to be happening just yet.
Wow, and Chile are going with Hard Rock 2. They're going to stick to their game plan. Despite the fact that Quijbo and Crimson are playing pretty well on Hard Rock.
Well, the thing is, Chile has more people to swap out than Australia. So I assume that Chile's just going to swap out 2 players as opposed to 1 player being swapped out from Australia. And all the other players that are going to stay in the lobby, they need to readapt to the higher AR again. So exactly the same story as with Hidden, just a little less, crude as when you do it with Hidden. But still, that favors Chile because they can swap out more people. And there's still a lot of really skilled players on the Chilean end when it comes to Hard Rock. I think literally the entire roster can play Hard Rock well for them. So I think at the start of the map, Chile will be able to grab more points than Australia. It might just balance out towards the end, but this seems like fair play from Chile.
Yep, and this is going to be the last Hard Rock pick of the match. The Hard Rock pool will be completely exhausted. And again, another short one, 1:58. Quijbo checking back in for Australia. Stark is going to fill in here instead of Orasil, alongside Eldenel and Pekarat. That is something you mentioned about the Chilean roster. Just basically any one of them could play this Hard Rock spot.
Yeah. So just pick tactical people. They're going to swap out Pekarat for Orizial last second. Sure, that could probably make sense. Again, they can all do it. They really can, but it's just smarter to pick people that have not played in the last map for your next Hard Rock pick. So anybody that played the previous map, you want to put in as many other people that haven't played that map as the previous map as possible, and that's what they're doing right here, which Australia can't really do with their roster.
Mm-hmm. And if you can't do that, you have to kind of go with the opposite end of the spectrum, which is put certain players in and make them play every one of the maps till they get warmed up on a certain mod, which is what we've seen with Quijbo and Crimson. But certainly the Chilean method is the more ideal and optimal.
Yeah,
it's a battle of ideals.
Ideals, even.
Strategies, ideals, if you will. This match has now become a metaphysical concept.
I didn't know they have such difficult language in America too. Wow.
Quijbo's gonna find the perfect
Crimson please do. So yeah, there you go. Already Australia is not quite able to adapt as quickly as Chile. Stark there with the first miss on the Chilean end, but the early advantage goes to Chile with actually quite a significant score difference there of about 80,000 points.
Yeah, so 1 misadvantage for Chile. As we see those combos start recovering back up to 200. Should be about a 25,000 point advantage for Chile, maybe 30k.
Double S is still for Eldenel, Orizial, and Chicken Nando. See how long they are able to hold on to those. I do wonder. But then again, a single miss on the end of Chile on this next upcoming Ki could still bring Australia quite close to their score. But I think Australia's going to need at least 2 by now. So,
Chicken Nando. Yep. They are really behind the 8 ball here, and Crimson is going to find yet another miss, and Chile is showing no signs of slowing down. Only a single miss from Stark. Eldenel and Orizial still with the FCs.
yeah, they don't seem to struggle at all. Very clean movements from all players on the Chilean end, and yeah, the map is almost over. There's no way they can bridge this gap anymore of 200,000 points. Wow, very good play there for Chile. Only Stark with a miss, Crimson Please with another miss towards the end there for Australia, and there's just
Mauricio!
How dare he? How dare he miss that note?
Oh, no FC for Mauricio. Last note blues. Eldenel, the only FC at Chile, still super clean on that. That was about as perfect as it can get. 4-2.
He can laugh about it at least. He's in chat saying he's dropping a big XD over there, so it's fine. You played well. You played really well. Alrighty, so it's 4-2 now. So Australia not in as nice of a position as they were a few maps ago. What do they do now? Hidden, it seems.
Yep, they're gonna decide to brave the hidden pool. And this is going to be yeah, they are very quick. They seem to kind of know where they want to go. But this should be pretty important here because we're going to find out which of these teams has the edge on hidden, which I believe you'd have to give the edge to Chile, but Australia are a very good hidden team. That is kind of their bread and butter to an extent.
Yep, and this is a AR 9.3 map. So that means that the Chileans can't really flex their old school muscles here because they're old school players such as Lion QTZ and Eldenel. They are really good on those 2013 era maps that are AR8 or AR7 with hidden add on top of that. They are just really like some of the best players in the world when it comes to those maps. These maps, they're still really good at playing hidden on like new meta maps. Anything that's fast too. It's not quite as good relative to what they can do on those later stage maps you'll see in this tournament as well, in like the finals and grand finals. So Australia has a good chance of taking this point still.
No surprise to see them go for the convert hidden pick here first. Panda Bear will be checking in for Quijibo for their first map of the match. And looks like we are ready to go.
Well, let's see it then. The 7th map of this match. Chile leading 4-2.
It'll be Leku, Line, and Pekarat for Chile against Panda Bear, Crimson, and Chicken Nando for Australia. Another very short map.
Yeah, the match is already taking long enough. Now, I would love to see this go out the entire way, so good luck to Australia on this one, but the best team, may the best team win. Right? No misses so far for either team. It's a fairly standard difficulty beginning, despite the fact that some of these streams look a little dangerous. They aren't really that dangerous, but Line now misses the first node. Australia taking that early lead.
Slight advantage for Australia off that miss. No other misses to report. Everyone else still looking very good, rocking SS's. Nearing the halfway point. A very short map.
They studied this map, I'm pretty sure. This seems like very good performance with considering the fact that they were able to decide on this pick so quick, and the fact that they are still all three holding a double S. Seems that they know what's up with this map, and they just
even Chile though, Line going down again.
Yeah,
but it seems that both teams were very apparent that hidden was going to be played at some point in this map. It wasn't a matter of if, just when.
Oh, some of these plays wiggling those streams too.
Some of these wiggles have me a little concerned, but everyone hitting it. Line QTXE, the only one struggling, being caught out. Chicken Nando is going to be the first miss for Australia. Pecco also going down for Chile. And Australia have an emphatic win on this hidden 3 pick.
I mean, not yet. Panda Bear here with a miss, but I think it's going to be a bit too late. Yeah, that's just spinner at the end. And there you go. Australia streaming their way towards their 3rd point. Well played on Hidden there, and it just went according to plan, I'm pretty sure.
Nearly 3 million points for Australia. That is an SS and an FC from Crimson, please. And a nice FC from Leco as well on the side of Chile. Panda Bear unfortunately dropping that FC at the very ending in the last sections. But Australia looking very strong on Hidden. And they really needed to perform strongly on that. So that might deter Chile from picking Hidden.
Indeed. In the meantime, there's Indonesia versus Singapore going on too. Quick update on that. It's 1-1 right now. The previous pick was won by Singapore and double time won by 3,692 points of difference. That's very little.
That's close.
That is indeed not too much.
That match is absolutely bonkers. Indonesia against Singapore. So we'll definitely keep you updated on the scoreline as that match develops, but right now we've got an interesting match here in front of our hands. Chile now. They've been able to maintain the breakpoint advantage they gained at the start, but Australia have been with them every step of the way since, and it'll be double time 4.
Exactly. Do they dare go Hidden again after that loss? Probably not. So instead, why not just go for a Blue Dragon double time pick, which then again is like one of those maps that the older players on the end of Chile will have these. They are prepared for this one, and they are probably going to do quite well. But then again, Australia, double time on their end. Really solid too. So it's not a free win here for Chile at all.
Yeah, I think we're definitely running out of we've definitely run out of comfort picks for both teams at this point.
Were there really any comfort picks for either team? Honestly, so far it seems very 50-50 on like every single map. I haven't seen a single map where like Chile just blew out the other team. Nor did Australia on any of these maps. It was fairly close. I don't think any of these teams went into this game expecting to play a map, take a point for free. You can see the match. I think they all made a game plan in advance and practice a couple of maps in order to overshadow the other team due to sheer force of practice. And maybe this is going to show now with Chile playing this double time pick. I'm not entirely sure. It is a very strategic pick, I do believe. Going into double time, again, with the bigger roster of theirs, being able to swap out more players, whereas Australia can't, it means that they are more adapted to playing with a character that moves twice as fast. So, let's see it.
Pekarat and Stark will also be adding on Hidden for reading preferences. No score multiplier bonus there. And here we go.
Then again, the more nervous you are, the harder it is to play double time. And Chilean players have been known to be nervous quite often. Stark and Pekarat with a miss there. Stark actually missing twice at the very start of the map. So that might hinder them a little bit. Somehow Chile always manages to get a little nervous. Kijibo not moving there for Australia. And that's still going to give the Australian lead, maybe?
Oh, it's going to eat away that advantage they gained a little bit. 2 misses there from Quijibo, but still a slight edge for Australia because of just the combos from Crimson and Chicken Nando. Once Quijibo gets back up to 200, the bleeding should stop, but Crimson is going to find a miss, and now Chile will be taking back the advantage.
Yeah, quite rapidly too. 70 combo doesn't quite cut it here, Crimson. And now they have a 11,000 point lead, so any miss on the end of Chile will give it back to Australia for sure. But if there's no more misses, it's going to go to Chile. Do I suspect that to happen? No, but you never know with these two teams. They're really high level.
Well, just now crossing that halfway point. Crimson's back up to 200. Everyone at 200, so let's look at that gap. It's only 16,000, so a single miss will definitely still swing it. 16, 17,000.
It's probably heating up over on the side of Chile right now. You don't want to be leading by just 16,000 points on your own pick. And everybody is catching these notes so far as well. this is going to be nerve-wracking. Chicken man over there with a miss for Australia is going to increase the lead for Chile a little bit. Is that enough to take this point? Maybe it is.
Final quarter of the map. Australia are going to need to see a miss from Chile soon if they want to have any shot of taking a break point and tying this matchup. But Chile looking good. Looking to close it out here. Looking to guarantee that tiebreaker at least.
Yeah, no more misses on the end of Chile since I made that comment about no misses, and I told you these guys are really good, and that gives you some unexpectedly proper results such as these. I mean, Australia played really well there. Crimson Police with one final miss there right before the spin up, and well played to Australia on this one, but wow, only 3 misses in total for Chile. How do you beat that?
SS coming out of Aricio there. And still only a margin of 60k. That's what, just 2.5 misses?
Yeah, I'm absolutely flabbergasted by this. Well played to Chile. Not getting nervous on this map is also very nice for them, because this is the type of map I would expect Chile to blow open. And if they did, Australia would be leading, because their pick is up next, and being 4-4 would, technically give them the lead. But now Chile is in the driver's seat. Australia's going to have to win 3 points in a row in order to stay in this winner's bracket.
Mm-hmm. And I can feel like we're probably going to be seeing Hidden 2 come out of Australia. Either that or one of the Nomads. Of course, they didn't get blown out on that double time pick. But I'm sure they would rather go for a mod they had more success on.
Go for it.
Maybe you have limited options. It's kind of just what are you good on that's left.
I mean, the title track, so Hidden 2, might be a good option too, because it isn't really that much different from Anima, despite the fact that one is a convert and the other is a specific, so you would expect big differences, but there's similar left-rights in both maps. But they won't. But they won't. They are doing DT1, as you said. 60k is very doable, honestly. Winning this map, they shouldn't be. Their heads shouldn't be down on the fact that they just lost by 60k on a double time map. That's not a lot. That's 1 or 2 misses at best. So
this kind of also will put Chile in a very interesting spot if Australia takes the point, because then you'll just conceded a double time point with 2 double times left, a Hidden, and 2 Nomads. The Nomads are kind of coin flippy. The Hiddens, Australia's been playing well on, and if they just beat you on a double time, it might be a really tough spot for Chile to be in mentally.
Yeah, it does get a help by the fact that they are ahead by 5-3 now. So if they are comfortable on the tiebreaker, I'm not entirely sure whether they will be better on the tiebreaker than Australia. But if they are, it will give them a bit of peace of mind, even on these other 2 potential maps that might still happen in this game. But they won the previous double time, so they can just hopefully keep it within a high note and finish it up with this map. That's probably what they want to realize right here. And Australia might just, ruin that plan. But I really don't know, actually. I really don't know.
Interesting pick. Australia deciding to go for the double time pick.
I think it's part of the plan too, though. I think Australia so far has just been picking the maps that they wanted to play in order chronologically without ever swaying from the plan at all. That's why they're so quick on the picks, and that's why they're not too demotivated every single time they lose one of their own picks. They just know that there's another day coming up, another map, and that hopefully gets proven here. Hopefully the hard work will be rewarded on this map, but so far all players are playing so incredibly well.
It's just a few drop and misses from Quijibo making the difference right now. That's it. Everyone holding the FCs halfway through.
Wow.
It could come down to just this small margin. This is kind of ridiculous.
There's one Ki, so it's all gonna happen here. Kajiba with the first miss, so the one who had the least accuracy seems to be the most nervous player too. Everybody in the end of Chile still holding on to combo, and that will probably be enough if they're able to keep that up.
Yeah, Australia are going to need to see something from Chile right now, or this match is over. Ariciel is going to find a miss, and he may have found two. I'm not quite sure about that. Looks like it was just one, based off the accuracy.
Is it in time?
Kujiba
with the miss.
Australia need Pekaret or Eldino to drop, and then there's a chance. But they need it ASAP. And it doesn't look like they're going to get it.
Nope. Yeah, there's nothing here. Chile with a 6-3 win, clutching that double time. But wow, these teams perform really, really well in double time picks. Only two players having missed in the entire lobby. 3 misses for Kajibo and 1 for Rizil. Wow.
4 FCs and 3 of them SSs at that. And this is the closest 6-3 I think I've seen in a long time. That did not feel like a 6-3. Australia contested so many of the maps that they ended up losing. The margins of victory were very close. They definitely put in a really good performance, and I think they'll be a solid force in the losers bracket going forward. But Chile, your big winners, 6-3.
Congratulations to them, and yeah, Australia, keep your heads up. You guys played really incredibly well against Chile just now, and people should be fearing you in the losers bracket for sure.
Australia will be playing against Finland in the losers bracket. That match is probably going to be nuts.
How's Finland been doing this year, actually?
Pretty good.
Right.
Let's see. They were in the only tiebreaker in the round of 32 against Germany, which they lost. They were down 3-0, got 4 in a row. Germany came back and won.
Oh, they did the 4 in a row thing again? Okay.
They did the 4 in a row thing again, yes. But this time Germany said no.
Our neighbors helping us out of the shame. But that could be a really good match indeed.
I think we're going to Indonesia, Singapore?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're going to switch that game. It's 3-1 by now. Indonesia won another 2 points in a row just now. Not by a really big margin. Indonesia won the 3rd map by 106,000 points and the 4th map by 34,000 points. Again, that's just a singular miss. So Singapore still very much in the game, I'm pretty sure, as we move to that match as well.
And the winner of this match will be Chile's opponent in the quarterfinals.
You're the man. So
this is our 4th seeded Indonesia against the 13th seed Singapore.
Okay, here we are. So mixed mod, Egret and Willow.
All right, quite the stacked lobby here. So it's going to be Dika and Excel on the Hard Rock, Lewind and Hiang on Nomad, and Madoka and Rube on Hidden. Excel going to be finding that drop.
Madoka action over here. Excel has been around for a really long time though. You shouldn't be worried about the rankings of Singaporean players at all. These players are really, really strong, as you can see over here. So far, the difference being a singular miss for Axel.
Oh, Rube is going to find that 2nd miss for Singapore. So now Indonesia going to be stretching the advantage with no misses. Still a triple FC. Triple SS at that.
Yeah, now they will need a few misses on the end of Indonesia to come back here. Singapore, that is. 100,000 points. That will require about 3 misses or more. And impressively, Indonesia doesn't want to give in, except for Lewind.
That's the 1st miss for Indonesia coming out of Lewind. Lewind and Madoka going to be dropping, so there's 2 misses. So that will help out a little bit, but Rube's constant misses are really stunting the growth of this comeback for Singapore.
Yeah, he only had a 130 combo before he missed once more right there. And the score difference really isn't increasing or decreasing by a lot. It's staying quite stable at the 100,000 mark. Well, actually, Singapore did come back a little bit.
And that's not going to be enough help. The comeback too little too late.
Yeah, Madoka with a bit of a late miss. You want to mention that, but Rube missing there as well. Even if the map continued for like another 30 seconds, it probably wouldn't have made a difference. So another point for Indonesia. There you go.
55,000 points the margin. Dika with the SS on Hard Rock. The only FC and a 4-1 advantage. And the pick to Singapore.
So, what has Singapore picked so far? Let's have a little look into the past here. So, their previous pick was a double time pick. Before that, they opted to go for, what was it? Another double time. So, it's really just double time on their end thus far. But the double time pool is either has already run out, or there's like one more map left, because the first map of the match was played by Indonesia and that was double time as well. So there's been at least 3, and maybe there's been a ban on double time. We don't know because I can't see the screen at the moment, but they might have ran out of firepower by now. If the double time was really their shtick and they don't really have anything else up the sleeves, then it's going to be a bit of a rough time considering they're down by 3 points.
And it is going to be Nomad 1.
Well, that seems like a bit of a safe strat indeed. Most teams, after they've ran out of their favorite bot, they will go to Nomad. That just seems to be the way people play the game, and it does make a lot of sense, really. So. I understand. I fully understand Singapore.
They're going to risk it. Nomad 1, usually a map that a lot of the strong teams like to ban against weaker teams. So interesting to see it being played. 2 minutes and 22 seconds. AR 9.4. We'll see how they handle it. Dika, Lewind, Kroneko for Indonesia. Excel, Kings, and Hayang for Singapore.
Yeah, Indonesia also has the option to swap between players quite often. They do want to seem to keep Dika in the lobby for the most part of the match, but that's fairly logical considering the fact that I think Dika is around top 15 in the world right about now. So, really good tournament player too. Here we have Singapore with Kings playing for the first time. We can see him on stream today.
All right, Nomad 1. We'll see how this goes.
Yeah, a bit curious here. So far, everybody is able to keep up with the map just fine. Excel is going to break that tradition, however, with the first miss there, right at the 200 combo mark too, which is the most painful point to miss at.
Yep, so that's going to be a full miss, and Kings will also find another miss for Singapore, so that's 2 misses down already.
That means that Indonesia now has a bit of a lead. It's going to grow to an even larger amount considering the fact that Kings just had another miss over there, and that's about 100,000 points. Kings not consistent anymore. These jumps, he seems to either undershoot, overshoot, but he can't quite get them right. Not in terms of getting like a proper combo at least.
Hate it when you get caught out by that anti-flow in some of these patterns. You don't wiggle just the right way, you are toast. But Indonesia rocking the triple FCs. Only a droplet miss from Kroneko.
Yeah, no complaints on the end of Indonesia. This is just perfect.
Kings finding yet another miss, really struggling.
Yeah, honestly, Indonesia can already afford to lose all of their combos at the same time and still be ahead of Singapore by the end of the map, and they might not even do that. Honestly, the combos seem very solid, their movement is really good. Kings keeps on missing consistently, and even if he hadn't missed consistently, even if he only had a single miss, that would not have been enough for Singapore to do any sort of damage against the full comboing Indonesia. Nobody dropping a single note over there except for a few accuracy points. That's just incredible.
Yeah, Indonesia absolutely just destroying that one. Trip FC and SS coming out of Dika. Hayang the only FC for Singapore. And what else can you really expect? Lewin getting his first FC of the tournament. Good job, Lewin.
Good job, Lewin. Match point for Indonesia. Their pick is up next as well. So, will they cruise through, Dolan, or are they still going to struggle getting that final point against Singapore? What do you think?
Well, I don't think they'll struggle. I think they have quite a lot of options here. Well, if we could see the... I guess we won't get to see it. They're going to go for hidden 1.
We don't even need to discuss options.
Yeah, we don't even need to just... They said, don't worry about it. And this doesn't really... It's not really a big surprise coming out of Indonesia here against Singapore. I don't think Singapore has the superior 3-player roster for hidden.
They're not bad though. They really aren't. I think Singapore might actually be strongest in terms of mod play at least. They might just be strongest on hidden. I know Hayang is one of maybe the best hidden players in the world. Like, people really underestimate that guy, but there's also a lot of people saying that other people really underestimate that guy, so maybe balancing that. But he's really good on hidden, and he shows up on a lot of leaderboards, just like the more niche ones. But you'll be impressed with some of his plays. Then Rubei and Aeun. I know that Aeun at least is a hidden player mainly, and then Rubei, if they're any good at hidden, which I assume they are considering they putting him in the team, they might have strong opposition against Indonesia, because I would say that maybe hidden is the weakest suit of Indonesia too. At least in late stage it definitely is, but in the early stage maybe not quite as much. But they're not like the top team when it comes to hidden. Thus allowing Singapore to maybe grab a point here. We'll see. It's AR 8.3 though, so that might make it a little harder for Singapore. And as you can see, there's already a very early miss for Aeun. Anyhow, 7 map, let's go.
So we see for Indonesia, Dika, Madoka, Ayukala, and Netamaru checking in against Rubei, Aeun, and Hayang for Singapore. And again, as you mentioned, just that early miss from Aeun.
He seems to move a little quick. Netamaru though with a miss for Indonesia, so that's going to give it back to Singapore for the time being. God, I see some wonky movements on the end of Singapore, so I wonder if that's going to stay this way. It seems to be...
And there might be some wonky movements, but the combos are there, and now a score advantages as well for Singapore. The lead is growing 1 FC to now 2 as Aeun finds a full miss there.
Yeah, 30,000 points of difference, well 40 actually, for Singapore, so they can afford a single miss, and there is your miss, so it might just level out about now, but Ian really has to step up the game now. I'm not entirely sure if Indonesia is going to miss like anything else. They're probably warmed up by now.
Aeun really out of rhythm right now. That is going to cost them big. Indonesia taking the lead.
Yeah, and that's what I feared. Netamaru and Dika seem to have stabilized quite well. Madoka Ayukawa also with an incredible score there. Hayang though, the only SS. Rubei also with another full combo. But Aeun is kind of ruining the party here for Singapore.
Netamaru does trade that miss from Aeun. But Rubei also going down. Madoka trading that one, so it's just Hayang against Dika. Hayang the only FC. Netamaru trading yet another miss, so this one is very much up in the air as we go into the final quarter.
Aeun is going to find another miss for Singapore though. It keeps leveling out every single time somebody misses from the other team. from one team, the other team will miss. But Haeyoung now dropping the combo, the biggest combo at the end of Singapore. That's gonna hurt a lot, as you can see the red bar growing and growing there for Indonesia. As long as Dika is able to hold on to the combo, it seems to be safe for Indonesia.
And that is going to do it. Dika holding on. Singapore, very game, but unfortunately it is not going to be enough. And that will be the match. 6-1, Indonesia.
The teams did feel very closely matched for the most part. I mean, this map was mostly decided by the fact that Ian just wasn't able to quite fight the rhythm halfway through the map. They have a score of 794,000, which is quite a lot lower than the rest of the lobby. If that score was like 900,000, which is more baseline as we have seen in this game, it would have gone to in Singapore for sure. And I'm pretty sure this happened on like quite a few of their maps. So closer than you would think. The 6-1 result doesn't really get represented too well by the scoreline, but hey, that's just the way it goes in tournaments. You need to strike at the right moments. You need to get the points where it matters, and that's exactly what Indonesia have done, and they will continue on in their journey. They're going to play Chile next week, right?
Correct, yeah. So Indonesia, the 4th seed, will play the 5th seed Chile in the quarterfinals. And as for Singapore, they go to the losers bracket and they will await the winner of Turkey and Sweden next week. So that is going to be it for that match. Any closing thoughts, Sarton?
I mean, pretty much what I just said. 6-1 doesn't really represent it too well, but it was a good game from Singapore, and I'm glad that they're still in the tournament. Actually, I really didn't expect them to do this well, landing into the winners bracket right from the get-go, and perhaps they can even continue to journey further down in the losers bracket. I do think there's definitely teams that they might win against right there. So I'm looking forward to what else will develop from that team. And, well, best of luck to Indonesia against Chile. That's going to be quite exciting as well, considering how they played today. But yeah.
Indeed. So we're going to be... Yeah. I think we'll have another match coming up soon.
Correct. It's going to be Colombia versus Vietnam. And for that match, we'll be swapping out the commentary booth place that I kept warm for about 2 hours for Quinton, who's gonna hop in and join you, Dolan. How are you doing, Quinton?
Hey there, boys. I'm doing fine. Really looking forward to Colombia versus Vietnam. Sarton, you obviously did a phenomenal job casting these 4 matches, so thank you for that as well.
And thank you, Quinton. Alrighty, I'll let you have the limelight for now. I'll be back some other time, and I wish everybody who's watching the Osu live stream a lot of fun with the upcoming matches. And don't forget to check out banners on the website. You can buy a banner for like $2.50, right? And you can support your favorite team with it. So,
indeed.
Just saying it.
Plugging to the very end of the shift.
Oh, exactly. That's where you can sell most of your assets, right?
The hardest worker.
And that's what I am. But the hardest worker is going to get a bit of a break here. I'll be back some other time. I wish everybody a lot of fun watching this. And good luck to you, Dolan and Quinton. It was nice casting with you, Dolan. We'll do that some other time again. Alrighty. Bye. Take care, everyone.
Alright, take care. Sorry. Alright then.
Alright, Quinton.
Yeah, Dolan, I was about to say, Colombia actually winning that first point, which we didn't see on stream. So it was a break point already to start this match out. So that's looking promising.
Yeah, that's actually very spicy to see a breakpoint.
Yeah.
What was the pick?
It was Nomad 2. So the Ascendance Nomad 2 map, and they won by 7,000 points. So basically nothing.
Yeah, this was one of the matches when we kind of talked in the pre-show earlier on JBH's stream earlier in the week. This was a losers bracket match that could have the potential for fireworks. Because this is the first real team that Colombia has been able to play against where they have a chance to really show what they can do.
Yeah, definitely. I completely agree on that, and I think it's been showing on that first map. Curious to see where this is gonna go further on this Hard Rock 2 pick that's coming out of Colombia. Colombia always known for being a Hard Rock team, so that makes perfect sense in my opinion. We see Dele, Help Me Please, and Juansi facing up against Chu, Stardust Prism, and Ling Ling Lily. Stardust Prism and Ling Ling Lily choosing Hidden Wit at Hard Rock just for reading purposes, obviously. But there are quite a lot of roster changes between that Nomad 2 pick and that Hard Rock 2 pick. I believe only Dele and Juanzi and Starter Prism played Nomad 2, so 3 changes. So this could be promising for Vietnam to break back. But Ling Ling Lee dropping there at 100 combo is going to give the early advantage over to Colombia.
Early lead for Colombia, and we should be seeing Dele play basically every map. I'm pretty sure Dele is the Colombian ace. Speaking of Dele, there is a miss from Dele. Quarter of the way in, that's the first miss out of Colombia, so that's going to even things out a little bit. Maybe give Vietnam a slight advantage because there was more than one miss. Indeed, they will be taking over the lead.
Yeah, the map's about 800 combo in length, and there's a couple of hard patterns at the ending. So the beginning parts where you'd like to have about 3 combos, you could start Prism dropping there is going to switch that lead back in favor of Colombia, having about a half miss lead because that Ling Ling lead miss was around 100 combo. But the end is quite chokeable. Like there's a couple of memory patterns there that could switch things at the end, and Dele dropping once more for Colombia is, I believe, going to tie things up.
Ling Ling Lily
trading immediately. Yeah.
Yep. So traded. That's going to keep the advantage with Colombia for now.
Yeah, things looking good for the bottom side of Colombia. Help me please, and Juanzi still holding on to the FC, but Juanzi actually ends up dropping. So Chu versus Help me please. The only 2 FCs remaining.
Oh, and Help me please is going to drop, so that will switch it right back over to Vietnam as Ling Ling Lily gets up to that 200. Dele is down. That is a near triple miss from Colombia. Juanzi the only one with combo. Vietnam now huge score advantage, over 100k. It was so close, back and forth.
Definitely all 3 of them above 200 combos, so they're definitely capitalizing on this miss of Colombia. And now the memory part comes, but okay, we see the dropping from Dele, Start Prism, Help me please as well, but that wouldn't matter in the end because the score difference was already too huge. Great buffer coming in from Vietnam, and that's about a win by about 160,000 points, I do believe. So that's quite a convincing victory, and Dele especially kind of struggling on this Hard Rock 2 pick, surprisingly so. So that's Vietnam breaking back immediately. So 1-1 scoreline, anyone's game.
So tie at 1, breakpoint for breakpoint. Vietnam up to pick next. And now we get to see what the bans were.
Yeah, definitely. Hidden 1 getting taken off, as well, probably have been the case in most matches, right? Loyar Hidden to a niche of a skill set, and then Nomad 4 being the long, jumpy convert. I think those are quite reasonable bans, quite expected bans, rather, from both teams.
Vietnam going to go for Hidden 3 here. The AR9 Hidden convert. Just under 2 minutes.
Yeah, very streamy map, this one. Quite a lot of teams struggling in the beginning section and around the wiggle section in the middle. But there are some rough patterns, which is to be expected when you're playing converts. So, reasonable pick coming in from Vietnam, I do believe. I think they have a better hidden roster in comparison to Colombia. Colombia did play, well, used to pick hidden over the past couple of years though, so not too familiar with their current hidden skills, but I do believe they are still on par, so expecting quite a close game on this one.
We see Hui Time Clock checking in for Vietnam along with Stardust Prism. Still waiting for a third on Vietnam. Yeah, Hidden 1, definitely a popular ban this weekend.
Yeah, I believe we've only seen it twice or something. I think it was played in Indonesia versus Singapore a couple of minutes ago, but then can't recall any other. Actually, France versus Italy was also picked as a 10th map, actually. So that's twice I do believe it's been played. But yeah, most teams, either you pick it or you ban it. It's not something you can leave open because it's that niche of a skill set. Either you're good at Loyar Hidden or you're bad, but you just... There's no in between most of the times, except for like France and Italy, were both feeling less confident in those type of maps, so just both kept it open.
Well, here we go. Maroda going to be the third player for Vietnam checking in as the start command is issued.
Yeah, and with the third pick of this match, picked by Vietnam. Let's see if they convert this into a point. This match has only been breakpoints so far. Back-to-back breakpoints. We could see a repeat of France versus Italy from yesterday. If it were to happen, that would be kind of insane, to be honest.
Would be, but this match definitely, I think, has the potential.
Yeah, definitely. Fully agree on that.
Here we go. On to the first hidden pick of the match from Vietnam. Early misses from Help Me Please and Hui Time Clock. So those will trade. Dele and Zhuanzi, though, going to miss early. That's a triple team miss there. And everyone's already missed now because Maroda and Stardust Prism drop. It's Hui Time Clock with the combo.
Yeah, a lot of miss coming from everyone, actually, so no combos on the board. I think Stardust Prism one-hand combo is doing huge things for Vietnam right now, and Colombia is just not able to counter that currently.
Yeah, Maroda trying to build up the combo too as well. Seems like Colombia really struggling here on the hidden pick. Zhuanzi now getting up to 200 combo. Dele dropping once again.
Yeah, but that score difference is huge, actually. Already 200,000 points. Stardust Prism and Maroda doing huge things for Vietnam right now.
Yeah, now they're really doing the damage. Oh, but those misses, huge. Triple team miss from Vietnam. But Colombia just has no combos to really capitalize aside from Zhuanzi.
Yeah, Zhuanzi is outperforming his teammates by quite a bit, actually, and he's doing a lot, but Dele is clearly striking up top there. Only 95% accuracy, but the double miss coming from Vietnam is actually going to get somewhat closer, but they have a huge buffer, so Colombia has to start capitalizing and stop missing, rather, to get back into this map.
Yep, Zhuanzi and Dele now trying to really do something, but Maroda and Stardust getting up there to negate the advantage. And again, just too much damage was done early in the map by Vietnam for Colombia to really do anything.
Yeah,
a solid win for them.
Zhuanzi with a really good score on the Colombian side, but then started Prism and Maroda, the two of them, countering Zhuanzi, and that's a huge difference for Vietnam, and a good pick and a good point for them, so 2-1, but definitely it was Vietnam's pick, so it shouldn't matter that much to Colombia. They know what their strengths and weaknesses are. I'm quite sure they knew this was one of their weaknesses. So just GG go next, really. Next map. Completely forget about Hidden Tree. It doesn't matter anymore. It's been played. I'm curious to see if Colombia is going to stay in the Hard Rock bracket, or they're going to branch out to different brackets. Could perhaps go for mixed mob, but then they need a hidden player for those, or so perhaps not. I think Nomad 1 could be a safe kind of de-stress pick, I would say, because it's just probably within the comfort zone of all players in this lobby. Or just Hard Rock 3, actually. Probably hardest Hard Rock pick because it's a convert. Somewhat similar to Hard Rock 2. Somewhat, it's still a convert, obviously, but they go Nomad 3, actually. Right, but this is banger alert, though. This is a great song.
Oh, absolutely. But they're electing to go for the technical slider map.
Yeah, interesting pick coming from Colombia. The map it's really good, actually. For a convert, it's really, really good. It's placed quite naturally. There's some memory patterns or close to memory patterns here and there. So people that didn't practice as much or are kind of nervous could get caught out by those. The rest of the map is just complete straightforward mapping and just a banger, so it's way easier to practice, in my opinion, just because it's so good.
That always helps.
Definitely does. Same with the tiebreaker in this round. It's such a good song, and the map is so good that it makes it so much easier to practice it.
So looks like we're getting our roster set up. No changes here.
It's also way longer, this map, than the other maps that have been played, so that might be a reason why Colombia chose this, because it's a little bit more consistency-based. Being 3 minutes 40 in length in comparison to, well, Nomad 2 being under 2 minutes, Hard Rock 2 being under 2 minutes, so definitely, and Hidden Tree as well, so this is the first long map that has been picked in this match. And we've seen Narnia coming in for the very first time in this match as well, I do believe, except did they play Nomad 2? No, they did not, so their first appearance in this match. On the other side, Maroda, Stardust Prism, and Hui Time Clock staying in for Vietnam. They play really well on Hidden Tree, so Vietnam opting to keep them in for Nomad 3 as well.
All right, stage is set for round 4. The slider consistency Nomad pick. We'll see how this one shapes up.
Narnia, help me please, and Zhuanzi trying to get Colombia second pick on the board, a second point on the board rather, in this banger of a song and a map.
And here we go. So Narnia, Help Me Please, and Juanzi for Colombia against Maroda, Stardust Prism, and Hui Time Clock for Vietnam.
Everything synced up for Overtime, song by Noor. 3 minutes 40 in length, so this one is a marathon, not a sprint. Clean starts by all players, everyone getting above 80 combo. No issues to be found. Actually, not Maroda being the first stopper at 100 combo, so early advance for Colombia. But the fact that, Narnia actually dropping, trading it immediately, and it's going to give this very tiny score advantage into Vietnam's favor if one runs above 200 combo.
Everyone else still doing fine, getting to that 200 combo mark with ease. Maroda, though, finding several misses. Narnia will trade one of them, but I think Maroda found 2 misses. Narnia finding a second one, so a third one even.
Yeah, the top player is somewhat struggling, and it's going to give a small advantage towards Vietnam, about 7,000 points. Increased by a tiny margin because Maroda's combo is a little bit higher than Narnia's, and that miss from Narnia's not helping, but a double is coming for Vietnam. So that's advanced Colombia, actually.
Yeah, Hui Time Clock going down. So Colombia will be able to pull back some score and take a lead even into the halfway point of the map.
Yeah, Juanzi and Help Me Please on the bottom side, still both holding on to a full combo. Dropped some droplets, but those don't matter. On the other side, started Prism countering, but he needs his teammates to step up. And Maroda and Juanzi trading misses is still going to stabilize the score difference about 30,000 points. So one misadvantage for Colombia, I do believe.
Yeah, that was so fortunate. Right as Juanzi missed, Narnia got up to 200 combos, so perfect timing for that. For Colombia's... but Narnia! Just underdashing. It'll be traded by Maroda.
Juanzi's not above 200 combo, so that's going to actually decrease the score lead.
Yeah, Vietnam were able to pull back a little bit in those exchanges. It's about 30,000 points.
Yeah, the bottom 2 players for both teams are kind of tight. The difference between Narnia and Maroda right now, 30,000 points. Quarter left of the map. We get really close in the end, I do believe.
So Help Me Please against Stardust Prism. The only 2 FCs remaining. Final quarter. Narnia does find a miss. That is going to make things a little bit close. Maroda trades. Narnia trades it back. Juanzi and Vietnam.
Vietnam get the advantage of the miss from Juanzi. Colombia needs a miss coming from Vietnam, and Maroda does have them dropping, but a double miss coming from Colombia, and starting double miss combo is going to do things for Vietnam, I do believe.
Yep, Vietnam going to be pulling away. Stardust Prism the only one with a combo above 200 as Juanzi just now gets to 200 to stop the bleeding. Colombia desperately needs something, but they're not going to get it, and that is a close point right there. That's 15,000.
15,000 points in difference, and honestly, it was so close until the end. Stardust Prism definitely being the difference maker in this one. The Stardust Prism holding combo is the only reason Vietnam won that pick there in the end, so beautiful performance coming in from him. But Maroda and Narnia especially, both of them somewhat struggling and trading pretty much the entire time. That was how would you put it? I wouldn't call it suspicious, but I can't find the adjective. Either way, we see Hard Rock 1 getting immediately picked by Vietnam, so they waste no time for this next pick. They go for the somewhat consistency-based Hard Rock pick, so that makes perfect sense, right? You win Hard Rock 2 and you win the consistency Nomad, then you're probably going to win consistency Hard Rock as well, so great pick coming from Vietnam in my opinion.
Yeah, Vietnam just really looking to further the lead and kind of check out as soon as possible.
Yeah, definitely. They can't put their foot off the gas just yet. Colombia's really close, actually. That last point was pretty much a coin toss in the end. Slightly won by Stardust Prism himself. We see Ling Ling Lily coming back in and Shu as well for Hard Rock, and Dele replacing Narnia on the Colombian side. The map is 3 minutes 30 and 3 minutes 23 actually in length, and it's Air 10 obviously after Hard Rock is added. It's really consistency testing, so the patterns themselves aren't that rough, even though Hard Rock is added. It's mostly just trying to be consistent at Air 10 reading and just some higher CS, pretty much. You see Ling Ling, Lydia, and Stardust Prism choosing Hidden once again with their Hard Rock, just as they did in Hard Rock 2. The rest of the lobby opts for just regular Hard Rock.
And here we go. Round 5.
A very early miss there from Stardust Prism, I do believe, actually. Not sure. I think. Wait, is he? Did he miss? I think he did. I think he did miss though.
Yeah,
so it's
I
going to
know
give
he did. And that's another one.
A tiny advantage for Colombia at the beginning stage of this map. Okay, somewhat struggling actually Stardust Prism after a C on, but a double is coming from Colombia. So 2v1 actually. They had a tiny buffer due to those many misses coming from Stardust Prism, who's currently at a 96 percent accuracy actually. So somewhat struggling in the beginning stage of this map.
Oh, that miss from Stardust Prism, that was the first miss after the 200 combo mark. And now those next two coming in from Dele and Ling Ling Lily gonna trade.
Only help me please Anshu with the double S currently. But I believe the scores, the combos are pretty much tied, and it's going to stabilize the score difference about 40,000 points in favor, actually 30,000 points in favor of Colombia, but Ling Ling Lily dropping there. It's going to give some more leeway towards Colombia. They do seem to be holding on everyone above 200 combos, so it's huge for Colombia.
Colombia in control, nearing the halfway mark of this Hard Rock pick. All the combos now getting up there. Ling Ling Lily still trying to recover the last one. And now up to that 200 combo mark still. Waiting for some misses to be punished. And so far, nothing else. Colombia maintaining the advantage. Dele is going to drop though. And here comes Vietnam. Help me please goes down. Stardust Prism will trade one of them back. Dele goes down again though.
I think Vietnam needs one more miss from Colombia though to switch that score advantage. Actually, it's going to get quite close.
Yeah, no, it's going to get close with these combos right now.
Definitely. Neat. Shu actually still on the SS actually, so great performance coming from Shu on the top right corner.
Coming into the final quarter, this score gap is going to get very, very tight as these combos approach 200. Ling Ling Lily and Stardust Prism going down double miss. That's just what Colombia needed.
And no one of Colombia trading that, so that's just pure cap. Actually, Dele does end up trading it, but it's only 2 misses in favor of one, and they're capitalizing on this. One's with a huge combo. Shu actually also drops, so no more full combos on the board, and Colombia's just taking away right now.
And Juanzi's actually going to have a shot to get MVP over Shu here.
I do believe that's going to be the case, and Juanzi now is on the bottom side, performing really well on this Hard Rock 2, Hard Rock 1 pick. Stardust Prism Lily dropping twice, Dele trading once, but I don't think that's going to matter. I think Colombia has this one wrapped up. Beautiful performance coming from Juanzi with that early slip up above 1,000 combo.
Big combo, and he's going to drop at the end.
I think he missed the last 3 notes, or last 4 notes even, but then again, didn't matter. Beautiful performance coming from Juanzi. Shu being the MVP by about 2,000 points, but especially Ling Ling Lily and Stardust Prism, the bottom side, somewhat struggling. This was a weird pick, actually, in the end, coming from Vietnam. Not to, Colombia breaks back immediately, so that means we're looking back at a tight match soon if Colombia were to convert or pick into a point. Swansea especially, and LP Please as well. Two of them have been playing really, really well in my opinion. Definitely MVPs for Colombia right now.
Jawanzi really doing the damage on that last pick there. Now, the big question is, how will Colombia try to equalize this match? Do they go for something like a no-mod 1? Or do they go back to one of the mod brackets? Perhaps a mixed mod, maybe?
Yeah, double time has been left untouched by both teams. Nothing banned from the double time bracket, but nothing picked either. So there's still 4 juicy double time maps waiting. There's still the Hard Rock Congress as well, which might be something. Well, both teams won on the Hard Rock pick, so curious to see which team is going to be picking Hard Rock 3, if any team is going to be picking that at all. Hidden 2 is also open, but I do believe Vietnam is somewhat the advantage on Hidden, given that Hidden Trade performance from them, so yeah, not an easy pick coming in from Colombia.
It's going to be double time 3, so we will see the first double time map of the match.
Right, Koihokoro. Double time 3 air, 8 convert, 660 combo if I'm not mistaken. It's really short. This one is definitely a sprint in comparison to the previous 2 picks. It's relatively jumpy, I would say. But I do believe most players should be comfortable with this as well. Probably the easiest map from the double time pool, so that might be the reason why Colombia is just testing the waters for now on double time. Not wanting to go for the hardest one just yet. But we do have a really close match on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. 3-2 score in favor of Vietnam, but Colombia's pick is coming up.
Yeah, and Colombia definitely has had some fight to them. It's just the consistency that's really kind of held them back in this match a little bit. Really could be 3-2 for them.
Definitely. We've seen Narnia coming back for Colombia. Juan's gonna help me please. The 2 rocks are still staying in their places. And I think they'll probably be playing every single map from now on in this match already. On the other side, Starter Prism, probably the most experienced player in Vietnam, also staying in his shoe as well, but I'm curious to see if Ling Ling Liddy or Marauder or anyone else actually stepping in for Vietnam in that 3rd spot. Yeah, we're waiting that 3rd player from Vietnam, and then we can get things going on double time 3.
Just waiting to figure out that double time roster. Maybe Colombia found a weakness.
Maybe they did.
Who
That
knows?
would be huge for the dynamic of this match, though, if Vietnam were to be able to... Oh, we're unable to play double time properly, then, well, there's still 3 double time picks left off of this one as well, so Colombia can just steamroll double time, and they have a guaranteed tiebreak situation then if Vietnam were to win all of their picks as well. So this is gonna... I mean, this pick is going to be quite informative for both teams, I do believe. And we could have a completely different match in our hands off of this, but it all depends on the performance of Vietnam on this double time pick. But there we go. Star Command has been issued, and Juanzi help me please in Narnia, trying to get Colombia's 3rd point on the board. Shu Starter Prism and Ling Ling trying to break back immediately. We have seen already 3 break points in this match, but both teams are also able to convert. Well, actually, only Vietnam 4 break points actually, completely miscounted that. We see Ling Ling Lady once again choosing Hidden with her double time, but Stardust Prism opting to go without Hidden for this one.
We get everyone synced up, and we'll be underway here. This 6th round double time 3 pick from Colombia.
Yeah, early advantage. Actually, Ling Ling and Narnia trading misses in the beginning stage, but Juanzi dropping as well, so that's going to give the early advantage to Vietnam.
Again, very early on, even though this is a very short map, the early misses are the least impactful. That double miss, though, for Colombia is really going to hurt right as the 200 combo mark was reached.
Yeah, no one trading on Vietnam is giving them so much score bonus. And look at them capitalizing on those misses of Colombia. That score bar, 200,000 points difference already just because of how short this map is.
Yeah, Ling Ling Lily being the only one in Vietnam who's really kind of somewhat struggling on these double time picks. Stardust Prison and Shu seem to really have it locked down. As I say that, Shu is going to find a miss, but Vietnam still have quite the hefty advantage here. Stardust Prison going down. Wait a minute, they now have no combos. Jawanzi the only combo in the lobby, but has no support from his teammates.
Yeah,
Oh, the triple miss!
That's so unfortunate for Colombia. There wasn't there was a point in this right before that triple miss. They could have capitalized on those misses coming from Vietnam, but sadly, right now they have no combo on the board, and the map is. I don't think there's enough time for Colombia to build any combo to come back from this. And Startup Prism. Actually, we see once again 5 misses coming. Only Narnia holding combo in that pattern. So a lot of misses in the late stage of this map.
Yeah, that's really going to negate all the combos, and that's sure is just going to benefit Vietnam because they already have a 200k lead.
Yeah, this is another breakpoint coming in, and Vietnam leading 4-2, and Startup Prism definitely have actually Shu as well. The two of them only with 2 misses, but this pick was not the right pick coming in from Colombia in the end. But well, yeah, it's still a close match, definitely. Curious to see where Vietnam. Where are you going to go now is a question, right?
Yeah, where do you go now for Vietnam, especially? You just win that double time pick on a break point. Vietnam now probably likely to eye up a double time map, potentially. Unless they just stick to the plan.
Yeah, I'm curious to see where Vietnam is going to be taking this. I think perhaps double time 4, obviously another GT convert, but it's quite different, higher radar as well. They go for Hard Rock 3, so they stay away from double time. For some reason, Vietnam is not feeling on double time just yet, but they go for the covered Hard Rock. I'm not sure if this is the best pick coming from Vietnam, given the Colombia's performance on Hard Rock 1, but this one is well a little more difficult than Hard Rock 1 and a little less long, so might be a reason for Vietnam picking this. But yeah, that's some weird picks coming in from both teams, in my opinion.
What do we know?
Yeah, obviously we're just bystanders and we have no clue about the practice scores from both teams, right? Colombia could have had a triple SC and double time 3 in practice for all we know. So I definitely could be completely wrong. I'm most likely completely just wrong about the fact that this is a weird pick coming from Vietnam. About the map, it's a convert. It's 2 minutes in length. It's relatively similar to Hard Rock 2 in my opinion. The ending is quite hard as well. There's one pattern right before the lost slider that has caught a lot of people off guard. I'm not sure if I think there's only like 4 or 5 Cs out of all players at this point on this map. So I do expect quite a lot of people to drop there. We see Startup Prism and Ling Ling Lily once again choosing Hidden with the Hard Rock as if they've been doing the entire match so far.
Well, here we go. On to the 7th map of this match. Help me please, we'll find the early miss here for Colombia. Vietnam picking the Hard Rock Convert. Shu will be the first miss for Vietnam. Help me please trading it back as Jawanzi and Ling Ling Lily also trade. Only Deli and Stardust Prism as Prism goes down.
Yeah, we see once again a lot of missing this early stage of this map, and Dele dropping no more full combos on the board. But I think there's a tiny combo advantage in favor of Colombia, so that's going to give them a slight buffer in the beginning stage of the map. But Help Me Please dropping there is going to switch that back immediately in favor of Vietnam.
And at the break, both sides going to see that both sides really kind of struggling with it. This one very much up in the air at the halfway mark. Vietnam with the edge and the combo advantage. Stardust Prism dropping. There it goes. Deli and Ling Ling Lily trading. And now it is...
So many misses everywhere. Shu and Juanzi right now, the only individuals with combo right now. But that is a 20,000 score advantage in favor of Vietnam. They're like half a miss ahead, making 1.5 miss, because Deli ends up dropping as well. But Startup Prism ends up trading it. There's so many misses happening. Shu dropping. Only Juanzi with a combo above 200. That's huge for Colombia, actually.
Everyone's down but Juanzi. It's all on Juanzi. The Stardust Prism goes down again. Ling Ling Lily goes down. Deli goes down. Shoes down. It's only Joanzi, and Joanzi is going to pull this back with Help Me Please.
And look at that score difference. It's loading up right now. Beautiful performance coming from Juanzi.
The clutch from Joanzi. And the map is coming to an end. As long as Joanzi can nail the ending. Oh, down he goes. Double miss for Vietnam to trade it, though. Stardust Prism is going to try to pull it at the end. Misses from everyone. And it is Vietnam. Oh, my goodness. By 2-3. What is that, like 600?
What?
That is less than 1,000.
Vietnam won by 583 points. That is
Oh my
absolutely
Lord.
heartbreaking for Colombia. What on earth?
Oh,
we just
Joanzi
witness?
with such an effort. Really deserved the point.
Oh my goodness.
But Vietnam denying them at the brink.
That is insane. That is actually so close and so unfortunate for Juan because that was a beautiful performance. That was insane, actually. But Vietnam now at 4 match points. This is this gives such a different dynamic to this match, right? If Colombia were to break back, it's so unfortunate for them.
Wow, that's tragic.
Oh, that is insane. I didn't actually see who hit the ending part, but I think someone from Vietnam did, and that was a difference maker. It was that close. And
I think it was
insane.
actually Lingland Lily, if I'm not mistaken, because
Could be.
or it was either Stardust. I'll have to go back and watch because there's just so many misses coming in back and forth. And it's going to be Nomad 1 that Colombia go with, which, you know, I don't blame them. I mean, you're down in the losers bracket, back against the wall, tournament life on the line. Nomad 1's not the worst idea.
This is a very reasonable pick coming from Colombia. I do like it. But wow, I'm still amazed by that Hard Rock 3. That was so unfortunate for Colombia. But beautiful from Vietnam. They were able to capitalize on that last miss from Juanzi and just bring it home right at the end. And we're seeing Movie Time Clock making his reappearance, Maroda as well. So Shu and Lingling Liddy only being used for speed picks, being hard to double time. On the other side, Juanzi helped me place the 2 of them once again on the bottom side, and then Dele on the top side. Wow, that was insane. Alright, we're going into Nomad 1. The map's 2 minutes 22 in length, and it's swing style, so lower BPM and the map's consistently hard in my opinion, so there's no free combo, and there's pretty much, you can miss everywhere on it. But I do believe most people should be quite comfortable on it. Curious to see where this is going to go. Let's keep in mind it's a loose bracket match, and Colombia is facing 4 match points. Their backs are against the wall. This is a tournament live on the line. They're facing elimination. And Vietnam, they're on their way on finishing at least top 24 if they're able to break Colombia on their Nomad 1 pick. So for both teams, a lot on the line right now.
Also, quick reminder, the winner of this match will get Germany next week in the losers bracket. So Germany awaiting the winner.
Yeah, we've seen early miss coming from Help Me Please at around 10 combo. If Vietnam were to triple FCs, that's going to matter, but I'm quite certain, given the situation of this match, it's not going to be happening, so it shouldn't matter too much.
Either way, Colombia played a pretty brilliant match here.
Definitely.
And here we go, building to that first key eye of the map. Time clock is going to miss Maroda as well. That's a double miss from Vietnam, so Colombia early advantage.
Yeah, Juanzi, Dele, and Help Me Please, all 3 of them above 200 combos, so full capitalization on those misses of Vietnam. Only started Prism on the other side.
Another miss from Maroda.
Started Prism only has 95% accuracy, actually.
Yeah, I don't know
And
what's
still
going on
holding
there.
Still holding on to the full combo, but it ends up dropping though, so we kind of curse him there, and that's going to be a huge advantage for Colombia. That's 150,000 points because 3 of them are holding on to near triple FC, right? So beautiful performance coming in from Colombia in the first half of this match.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal stuff, and Colombia going to find their first miss. That's Help Me Please going down in the midsection there, but still 2 FCs coming out of Dele and Juanzi. Colombia still with a hefty advantage as Vietnam are now just recovering their combos. Dele is going to drop, so now Vietnam are going to be able to start pulling stuff back.
All eyes on Zhuangzi once again. Can he hold it together for his team? Help me please, and some dropping. No trades coming from Vietnam, and Zhuangzi dropping as well. Oh no!
Oh no, here comes Vietnam, the triple miss from Colombia. Colombia now desperately racing to get those combos back up. And Vietnam are there, Dele going down again. Vietnam in the lead, into the last sections of the map. They're gonna pull off the heist. Colombia needs some misses right now from Vietnam or it is over. Where did these recoveries come from out of Maroda and Stardust Prison?
It's absolutely insane. Once again, heartbreaking for Colombia. And we're lost pair of this map, and I don't think... Well, that's
it?
Way too huge. Oh my goodness. Vietnam came out of nowhere.
Look at these scores. All 900Ks. All 900Ks. Or better.
Stardust Prism, I believe, missed 40 droplets in that map, by the way. That's insane as well. But honestly, great performance coming from Vietnam. And Colombia, it's so hard break for them. They had a really great match. Those last two picks were just wrong side of the coin, I believe the saying is, and that's just unfortunate for Colombia. That is Vietnam taking it home 6-2.
Yeah, despite it being a 6-2 scoreline, Colombia were still very much competitive throughout most of the match. It was still very entertaining to at least watch. And Colombia, I'm sure they'll be happy with at least getting some points on the board and at least being competitive in a match. I'm sure they'll be content with that.
Yeah, we saw a really promising performance coming from Zhuangzi in particular, in my opinion. Definitely a rock for the Colombian team. Put out a lot of good scores, so yeah, that's probably for upcoming years. But sadly, we already have to say goodbye to Colombia this year. In the 25th to 32nd place. In Vietnam, your winners on the screen right now: Shu, Stardust Prism, Lingnan Lily, Maroda, Hui Time Clock, and Namus Pro are continuing forward in the loser bracket, where they'll be facing Germany in the quarterfinals loser bracket, and they have guaranteed themselves a top 24 placement this year, so that is also really good coming from Vietnam.
Indeed. Well, that is going to do it for now. We're going to be taking a short break on stream for about an hour, a little bit over an hour. 17 UTC, our next match. The United States will be taking on Poland in the round of 16. Then we'll have the UK and Norway, and we'll be rounding out the weekend with Turkey and Sweden. Those two matches, final two matches, all in the same block.
Yes, indeed. So be sure to check USA vs. Poland about an hour from now. That one's going to be really close, in my opinion. A winner bracket match, so both teams are staying in the tournament after this week. But on the other side, UK and Norway and Turkey and Sweden, we're going to be saying goodbye to two of those four teams, given those are still two loser bracket matches. So still a lot to happen on the later stage of this weekend.
Yes, indeed. Well, that is going to be all for us now. So come back in about an hour. Make sure you're followed to the OS Live Twitch channel so you get that notification whenever the channel goes live. And be sure to check out a banner in the OS Live store. Maybe consider purchasing one to support your favorite team and support the tournament prize pool. Quentin, it was awesome casting with you.
Pleasure's all mine, Dolan. This is a dream come true, honestly. I saw you cast a couple of times in the previous years, and being here with you for the very first time ever, it's definitely an honor for me. Let's put it that way.
Oh, the pleasure is all mine, my friend. Hey, you're still playing in the tournament. You've done something I haven't done yet.
You'll get there soon.
I've been here for 5 years. Still in the booth. They've locked me in here.
I believe, though. I believe. Next year. Next year's the year.
They don't even give me my mail. Help. Anyway,
right,
we'll be seeing you guys in about 1 hour. We'll catch you guys later.
Yeah, take care, everyone.